Sunday fun day in full effect. Today is gonna be a banger, folks. Oh yeah, dude, I'm gonna have an Amigism today. I am so freaking pumped. I got two of my favorite people in the world, two of my favorite people in the retro community coming on the stream. It's gonna be an epic interview with Dan and Ravi from the Retro Hour podcast. I am so freaking excited. I know Proton Fig is too, Retro Tech Dan, Kale64, DBRA Germany, what is going on? Jost80, resubscribed for 58 months, that is absolutely insane, thank you Jost80. Nag Graham from the Norwich Amiga user group and Twitch streamer extraordinaire, what's up Nag Graham? Oh Rom. My main man checking in from Club Amigaville VIP Lounge, Retro Fastest, Stuart Johnson 610, I literally was just thinking about you before the stream. Stuart, I hope all's well, my brother. Love you, man. Albie Shore is coming from Vegas, baby. Albie Shore, I hope you're winning big, because you deserve it. Albie, you rock, brother. The Industrious Rabbit. Voxel Trots checking in from Club Amigaville VIP Lounge. Sigurd Born, Amiga streamer extraordinaire. Fred Zeta, Lemon Amiga. My man Fred Zeta, hope all is well. Shadow Khan, how's it going? Vector Funk, what's going on? Sin Lao, Amiga Mark. SW3PO. I got my Luzacade ready to go. SW3PO. Oh yeah. Oh Rom, dig those emojis, baby. DMackey828 checking in from Club Amigaville VIP Lounge. I'm having a great Sunday. Thanks, Shadow Khan. Appreciate that. Texas Food Floor coming in from Texas from the Club Amigaville VIP Lounge with 100 biddies. I love it. Amiga Cami coming in from the future. Hope all is well. Amiga Cami, it's great to see you all. I'm so pumped everyone's here. Sigurborn with the 69 bits. Thank you. Sigurborn, Edvin Helland. Happy Sunday fun day to you. Amiga Mark with the resub. Amiga Mark, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate that so much. Macca MacArthur, what is going on? Mr. Torg. Tim Gilbert is here. What's up, Tim? Tim, dude. I'm so pumped about your new game. It's freaking fantastic. Oh, we gotta keep this going for a minute. Night Shift, what's going on Night Shift? Retro 32 at UK, Proton Fig, Sky, thank you so much Sky for the resub, I appreciate that so much. Torque Live is here, Corbo is here, and ready for a happy fun day. You guys, Bandsticks 5, what's going on Bandsticks 5? Mr. Tor, great to have you here. Alright folks, I'll tell you what. I'm super excited for my guests today. I can't wait to talk to Dan and Ravi from the Retro Hour. They are interviewer extraordinaires, but today they're getting interviewed. I hope I do them justice. As you know, I like to start every stream off with a demo. I haven't started with a demo in a couple weeks, but we're going to do one today. It's a quick demo. It's one of my favorite groups, one of my favorite people who make games for the Amiga. It's Project R3D. It's by Wen, Kyote, and the legendary, JMD doing the music. But they actually, not only do they do great games like Bridge Strike and all sorts of great games, but they made a demo. It's called Intro 36K Compo, and it came in first place in the combined intro competition at D-Crunch 2022. It's short, but it's really sweet. Size don't matter, 8-bit Bill. Let's check out Intro 36K. Let's freaking go. Amiga. Yo, that was a good one. I love Project R3D. They do great stuff. Bridge Strike is one of my favorite new Amiga games. What is up, everyone? Happy Sunday Fun Day. Yo, Tins93, thank you for the awesome raid, Tins. I really appreciate that. Thanks for coming over, bringing your community over here. Hi, Bite, thank you so much for the follow. What's up, everyone? Yo, tell you what, hold on. Let me hit this button here, and we're going to put on some music. We're going to get this party started for a Sunday Fun Day, and we're going to talk to Dan Wood and Ravi Abbott from the Retro Hour podcast, #1 retro podcast in the universe. I guarantee you, it's going to be awesome. What's up, Trap Shot Live? Let me just get a little music going here. Let's bring up the Hippo Player. Tins, thank you so much for that raid. I really appreciate that. And it is, you're, Tins, I totally understand. So many times when I do a raid after my stream, I'm like totally wiped out, and it's like dinner time and all that stuff, so I can't really hang out. But, you know, no worries. It's, I really appreciate the raid, and thank you so much for coming here. You and your community are in for a great stream today. I'll do my best. Let's turn this volume up. All right, folks, what is going on over here in the chat? Smash 1980, what is going on? Picard 2010, Locust, Trap Shot Live, checking in from Club Amigaville VIP Lounge. Vector Funk, you know it. I got this is an almost Boing Ball shirt. It's an almost Boing Ball shirt. I came close, but I didn't quite nail it. What's up, Kale64, Texas Foosballer, Sigerborn. You rock, Sigerborn. It's great to have you. Can someone shout out Sigerborn? Texas Foosballer with the Boing Ball. Yo, XFFNRG. Happy Sunday to you. You're loving the stream. Oh, thank you. I really, really appreciate that. I do my best. I see Dan Wood UK in the chat. Dan Wood UK coming on the stream in just like a minute or two. Man, it's great to have you all here today. So if you're just coming in from Tin's stream, or you're new here, maybe you're coming in because you saw me on Ash Said Hi's amazing stream last week. My name's Amiga Bill, and I like to stream Amiga stuff here on Twitch almost every Sunday. I like to play new Amiga games. Believe it or not, there are tons of new Amiga games coming out like every week, and we're going to play a couple today. I like to play classic Amiga games, but my favorite thing to do is to have guests on. I love having guests on. I love interviewing folks in the Amiga community. I love talking to them about their projects, whatever cool project they have going on, even if it's not Amiga community, even if it's a retro community. But these guys are no strangers to the retro community, no strangers to the Amiga community. Dan and Ravi, they're the inspirations for me. Like, I wouldn't be sitting here right now if it wasn't for Dan and Ravi, because back in the day, back when like I kind of started looking for Amiga stuff on the internet, the first people who I came across were Dan and Ravi over on YouTube. And I saw their YouTube channels, and I was like, oh man, this is cool. I guess there's like a market for Amiga on YouTube. And I love their channels. They really inspired me. And I was like, you know what, maybe I'll come around from behind the camera and go in front of the camera, and maybe I'll do a little YouTube and like these guys. They really inspired me. So if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here right now doing the stream. So cheers to Dan and Ravi. We're gonna talk to them as soon as I catch my breath and take a sip of the kombucha. Locust, yeah, this is my Amiga 37 shirt. You know it. Sep Lemon Amiga checking in from Club Amigaville VIP Lounge. Sep, I tell you what, Sep, I did good. I did well with the Mönchengladbach. Thanks to you, I now know how to pronounce the name of the town where Amiga 37 took place. If it wasn't for you, Sep, and Amigaville University, I probably would have ended up somewhere else in Germany, somewhere lost. Satan Slurpee, what's going on, Satan Slurpee? That's an awesome, dude, that is an awesome handle right there. Oh, Quantic, I hope you enjoy. I think it's gonna be a fun one. Scotch Serenity, I haven't played Luma yet, but I've got it queued up and ready to go. So we'll play that later after the interview. What's up, Falcon 11? Maya82 checking in from Germany. Maya, thank you for all your support. Maya82 checking in from Club Amigaville VIP Lounge, along with Sep Lemon Amiga there, my two professors at Amigaville University. Thank you for getting me to Mönchengladbach safely. It's awesome to have you both here. DJ DTAPR, pleasure to have you too. Pleasure to have you here as well. Stuart Johnson says Dan and Ravi are responsible for your empty bank account. That's hilarious. Spuddy Christ, thank you so much for the follow. Sep, I'm telling you. Yo, K1221 Lawrence, great to have you here. I'm loving your icons, by the way. Your icon pack is amazing. I love it. Sep Lemon Amiga, yeah, thank you for your education. I appreciate it. Proton Fig, I am drinking the Brew Doctor's Amiga Love kombucha. Gotta, you know, you might as well drink the love kombucha, you know, when you're spreading the Amiga love. Professor Maya82. Yo, Retrowell, how's it going, Retrowell? Great to have you here. I'll tell you what, folks, I've got two really, really amazing guests ready to go. What time is it? Yeah, and I told him I'd have him on between 15 and 20 minutes past the hour. We are approaching 20 minutes past the hour, so let's do it, folks. If you know retro and you're into Amiga, you're into anything retro, you probably know the Retro Hour podcast. It's a weekly podcast hosted by Dan Wood, Ravi Abbott, and Joe Fox. It's my favorite podcast in the universe. I've literally listened to this podcast all over the world. I travel a lot, as you all know. If you know me, you know I travel a lot. I do trains, planes, and automobiles. And whenever I'm in any of those vehicles, I've got Retro Hour podcast on. And so I feel like I take these guys with me all over the world. And today they are coming here on the stream, and I'm so excited to talk to them. They've got a brand new project that they just launched on Kickstarter, and it looks super, super awesome. They're going to tell us all about it, and we'll talk about the Kickstarter, and we'll talk about the podcast as well. Without further ado, I would like to welcome my two incredible guests, Mr. Ravi Abbott there on the left, and Mr. Dan Wood in the center. Welcome, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here today.
Hey, Bill, what an honor to be on. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Oh, the honor's mine.
Cheers, Bill.
Yeah.
Great intro as well.
Oh, thank you. Intro. I gotta be honest, you guys are so good at interviews and you're so good at the podcasting, and I stink at it, to be honest. Like like I said, I'm a behind the camera kind of guy, and coming out in front of the camera has always been, a big challenge for me. And you guys really inspire me a lot. And when I saw your YouTube channels, way back when, way before I started my YouTube channel with Anthony, or my regular YouTube or any streams, I saw your YouTube channels and you guys inspired me to do it. So I thank you. So thank you so much for doing that. You guys still do the YouTube channels today, and your YouTube channels are amazing. But thank you so much for the inspiration. I just wanted to tell you that in person.
I think that was 16 years ago that we started on YouTube, which is pretty mad.
Wow.
Yeah, I think actually our YouTube channels have been going longer than the Amiga was actually on sale.
That makes
me feel very old.
That's amazing. Yeah, well, and one thing that really stands out to me is how good you guys are on camera. And Dan, I think it also, you guys have the weekly Retro Hour podcast, but Dan, you are a pro. You're amazing on camera, and you speak so well, and you do really, really incredible interviews. So that's why I'm really excited to talk to you today. And Ravi, you're amazing as well. You do really great YouTube documentaries. You've become a great friend, and you've become a great interviewer yourself. I think I've seen you're
Dan's taught me and made me a lot better at interviewing. But we've had lots of practice as well.
Yeah,
that's one. We've done 350 plus interviews now we've done on the podcast, which is nuts.
That's totally nuts. I got a little agenda here today. So you guys, like I said before when I was introducing you, you guys are co-hosts of the Retro Hour podcast. It's you along with Joe Fox. You have a weekly podcast, and it's a really cool format. I love the format of your podcast. I love how you start out with retro news. That's a really great part of the podcast, and you always find these really cool, unique stories in the retro community. So I love the news section, and then of course, after the news section, you guys go into a really, really in-depth and great interview with someone, legend in the retro community, and it's really fantastic. It's the Retro Hour podcast, and now you guys have a new project coming out that's a spin-off of the podcast. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, well, Ravi rightly pointed out that I'm wearing a T-shirt that says "nervous" on it. That wasn't any, intentional, but we have launched a Kickstarter because we're doing our first book. So, like I mentioned, we've done 350 plus interviews, and we've spoken to some of our heroes on the podcast. And that was why we started the show, really, wasn't it, Ravi? It was to get the stories from the people who ran the companies, who made the games, who did the artwork, all these games and companies that we grew up fanboying over. It gives us an excuse to talk to the people that were involved in it.
Yeah,
so that's really why we started the podcast.
It's kind of a mad platform because people give us their time, which is absolutely amazing. Everybody that comes on the podcast, we just kind of ask, and we're like, would you enjoy this hour audio chat? And people love to come on and tell us their kind of tale and stuff, and it's better coming from them rather than rehashed history. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. And that was the idea with the podcast. When we first started, we were listening to loads of other ones, and there was a lot of perspective from there was a lot of American podcasts. They're really popular as well. There was a lot of UK ones but there wasn't anything that would really try and do all of them or have the wide ranging stuff. We'd love to have more Japanese developers on, but that's really tough as well.
Well,
we can't do that.
Yo,
But,
Chick Cam,
yeah.
thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Speaking of getting, having it difficult to be guests on, like you guys do this podcast every single week, and you've got over 300 episodes in the can now. Like, how do you even go about finding the guests? How do you figure out like who you want on the show, and then how do you go about approaching them?
We pull our hair out every week.
I mean, that's a lot of work, guys.
Whose idea was that? Whose idea was it to have a guest on every week? It seemed doable at the time when we started it 7 years ago.
It was yours. It was, yeah, it's a mad idea, but people are so approachable with the internet. If you haven't got, that kind of means of directly either tweeting someone or just, contacting them, it would be really hard to do. But with the internet, it's just like straight away you've got access, and that's really cool. Yeah, and that's how we've done it, really. There's been some weeks where we've been waiting 15 minutes before recording and really nervous, and then there's somewhere we've been massively ahead as well. So yeah, it's good. But we also we were comfortable doing a lot of episodes about stuff that we knew. So we do a lot of Amiga stuff, but we also want to get out of the comfort zone and do a lot of areas that we don't know, and that requires a lot of research, which is looking in magazines, looking in games, kind of history and stuff, but also trying to find questions that are going to lead into stuff. So if you have a simple basic question, it can sometimes lead into something that you didn't expect, and I think that's really valuable to have that kind of full story. And we also get a lot of devs on that have worked in the same companies but all have complete different views of what happened, so that's always interesting.
Yeah, they're interesting to hear. Yeah, people that work together at the same time can often have varying, completely wild, different stories. And, they often completely don't agree with each other, but that's always interesting to hear. And I think as well, it's when we're getting these guests on that we might have read about. So Ravi mentioned then that magazines were a big part of kind of our research. We look on archive.org. There's an incredible history of magazines on there. But often you'll hear things that you read like in the mid-90s. And you'll think that can't be true. And you want to ask these people directly, did that really happen? Most of the time it was actually true. And we get even more of the amazing story. But yeah, and I think, in terms of getting guests, the more we get on, the easier it kind of becomes to get other people on. If we've had like Nolan Bushnell on, then we might ask Ken Williams, oh, you've had Nolan on, I'll come on. It kind of helps having people who were contemporaries at the time, I think.
Oh, sure. You build momentum, and then you get a lot of credibility as well. So then, one legend comes on, they're like, oh, yeah, these guys are great. They did a great interview with me. You'll definitely want to do the podcast, and you'll have a great time. So I'm sure that helps a lot. I want to really delve more into the podcast and how you guys get the guests and your interviews. But let's start. I mean, we're here for the Kickstarter. You guys made a really great video about the book. So why don't we start off with the video, and then we'll talk about the Kickstarter and their campaign, and go into the book a little bit, and then we'll go back into the podcast, because I got so many awesome questions for you.
Sure.
So yeah, here we are. So also, folks in the chat, if you want to back the Kickstarter, you're gonna want to back this Kickstarter. Like, you're crazy if you don't back this Kickstarter. You're gonna be really disappointed, and you're gonna regret not backing it. But so do !book in the chat, or !retro hour, and it'll put a link to the Kickstarter. It'll post a link to the Kickstarter right there. So let's check out the video you guys made. Oh yeah, I gotta click over here. And this will give you guys a little bit of background about the Kickstarter.
And this video was done. This video was done in the studio where we originally started it. So after COVID, we had to have home studios, and our patrons helped with that. But this is going back to the original studio where we did it.
Taking it back to the place where it all started. I dig it. You guys are looking good.
Back to the roots. Yeah.
All right, let's check it out.
Hello and welcome to the Retro Hour podcast. I'm Dan Wood.
I'm Ravi Abbott.
And me, Joe Fox.
And this is what we've done every week now for 7 years, giving you exclusive access to the biggest names in video games. The podcast comes out every single Friday, but we're here today to tell you about our most ambitious project today, and this is a big one.
Oh, God, absolutely. So we've been doing this now for the best part of a decade. We've been doing it for just over 7 years, interviewing some of the world's biggest and best video game developers every single week on our podcast, The Retro Hour.
And we're super excited to bring you a premium quality book. You know we love our books, and we've created a collection that only we can do.
Now, that's always been the reason that we've done this podcast. I mean, we love talking to each other and bringing you the news every week. But really, the reason we started this podcast 7 years ago was to bring you the stories of the people who shaped the industry, the people that ran the companies, that made the games that we grew up playing. And it's been a difficult task. We've done over 350 interviews, but we've picked 10 of our favourites to feature in this book.
Yeah, so we're going to bring you 10 of our favourite interviews. And these interviews are with developers from all around the world. We're also going to bring you 3 exclusive interviews that are available only in the book and not on the podcast.
Yeah, and as well as that, we've also got artwork with the amazing David Rowe. You might know him from Nightmare, James Pond, loads of other games from back in the day. He's going to be doing exclusive, amazing artwork for the book as well, which just looks absolutely fantastic.
So that is what we're aiming to deliver with our first book, The Retro Hour, The History of Video Games from Those That Made It Happen. Now, if you listen to the podcast, you know that we do try and really put an effort into that kind of polish, that professional standard in the show as well, and we're hoping to carry that over into the book. And I think this book's going to be interesting for anyone who has an interest in video games, an interest in business, wants to learn a bit more about how what is now the biggest entertainment industry in the world was shaped from the people who actually made it happen.
And you know what? We are beyond thankful to be sat here today doing this. Like I say, we've been doing it for 7 years now, independent. Dan has said it as well. The biggest thing we've probably ever done for the podcast, you know, other than the actual podcast itself. And it's absolutely amazing that we can sit here, and it's because of our fans, our listeners, the guests that we've had on, that we can now do this, and we just love for this to happen and for you guys to allow it to happen as well.
So the Retro Hour, the history of video games from Those That Made It Happen, is of course now live on Kickstarter. We've put so much work into this. We hope you'll enjoy it. We know you'll enjoy it, so please show us your support. Thank you.
Greetings, Clint from LGR on YouTube here, and just wanted to say congrats on the book. Look forward to seeing how that turns out. I always think it's cool whenever a bunch of interviews and knowledge and stuff from podcasts or whatever is condensed down into a more digestible form like that. So yeah, looking forward to it. And just a bunch of cool dudes there. It's been fun being on the show a couple times over the years. Just always enjoyable hanging out, talking retro, talking life and collecting and whatever else. Yeah, just congratulations to y'all from me.
The Retro Hour is one of the best retro podcasts out there. The variety of the guests they have, the quality of the interviews, and the loveliness of the people behind it just make it essential listening every week. There ain't much more else to say. A cracking bunch of lads.
Hi, I'm Nostalgia Nerd, and I've listened to the Retro Hour podcast for literally years. It's one of my favourite podcasts. So when Dan told me they were doing a book featuring some of their work, I was excited, and I still am excited. I'm going to back it. You should back it. This sounds amazing. We all need to get on board with this. Do it.
Oh, hello, Chip Dippers. Perifractic here. I'm just taking Kit Esler for a drive down Nostalgia Lane, and it occurred to me to mention to you that the Retro Hour is by far, by an absolute mile, the very, very latest podcast that I've listened to. But it is also super cool, and it's actually really important to keep documenting all of this retro stuff for our kids and for our kids' kids. Probably for our kids' kids. You get the point. Either way, back now. I'm going to back out now. See ya.
The Retro Hour podcast. It happens so often when I'm doing my history videos. I end up finding interviews that these guys have done with the developers. It makes my videos so much easier. These guys are an incredible resource when it comes down to video game history preservation. I adore what these guys do, and I actually featured on the podcast as well, so
Amazing stuff, guys. I'm convinced. Great video. That was very informative. I have a big question, though. How many interviews have you done now? You said 300 and how many?
About 354, is it, Ravi? I think about 354.
Around that, yeah. There's a few episodes that weren't interviews, but we're pretty close to that number, yeah.
So around 354, and in the video, it says you've got 10 interviews in the book. Like, how did you ever manage to decide what 10 to put into the book?
Well, we've been working on this for, the book we've been working on for a year. The idea of it, we've been working on for about 4-5 years now. So, yeah, we've obviously built up a bigger collection of interviews since we first came up with the idea. But yeah, it's just really, we wanted a book that's going to be quite a variety of opinions and people and stories. So, I mean, there are some A-list ones in there. If you go onto our Kickstarter page, you can see, we've got the likes of Nolan Bushnell, David Perry, Earthworm Jim, Disney's Aladdin and Cool Spot. Jeff Minter's in there as well. Jeff Minter, very famous on the Commodore 64 scene and here in the UK. But it's just people, with really interesting stories. And, Trip Hawkins is in the book as well. And I think all Amiga owners will remember using, stuff like Deluxe Paint back in the day. That was such a big part of it. And the fact that Trip was such a big Amiga fan. And then he went on with RJ Michael and Dave Needle, the 3DO company after that as well. Ken Williams is in the book, the founder of Sierra Online. And I know we talked before, Bill, you're a big fan of Leisure Suit Larry.
I'm a huge Leisure Suit Larry fan.
Yeah.
You can see even my mouse pad, Club Amiga Bill, is actually the club scene from Leisure Suit Larry. I'm a huge Leisure Suit Larry fan. One of my all-time favorite games.
And I remember that intro, when it asked you a question to prove that you were over 18. Running downstairs to my dad going, I've got a question for my school homework. Can you help me out on this?
At the beginning of the Leisure Suit Larry, they had these questions that you had to prove that you were old enough to play the game. So they would ask questions that only someone of a certain age would know. And my dad used to help me too, for sure.
And
we've got.
Were you ever able
Wild
to turn
Bill's
off the
in there
bubbles,
as well.
Dan? I never figured out how to turn off the bubbles. Could you ever turn off the bubbles? I never turned off those damn bubbles. Oh,
Go
man.
ahead, Ravi.
Yeah, and we've got some other stories as well of people that aren't the massive A-listers, but have really interesting stories and roots to it. Because one thing with the podcast, we've all worked out that getting into the video game industry, you might have a bit of a set path nowadays as university courses and stuff. Back then, there was none of that. People came in through all kinds of crazy routes. So we had Wild Bill Steely, who was from Microprose, and he's an air pilot, a fighter pilot, and was basically in the military and did simulations, and that led to all those kind of Microprose games. John Bird as well, and John Bird worked on the Dreamcast, helped design it, but also found a really bad bug that was within all the Dreamcast software. So that was getting released and he had to kind of fix that on the fly, and all the staff left. It was a mad, crazy story. And then we've got Ed Smith as well, who's one of the black video game pioneers that came from, you might know it, Brownsville in New York.
I sure do. Mike Tyson came from Brownsville as well.
Yeah, which was in the 70s, was a really, really hard, tough place to come from. And he created this machine, which is kind of a console hybrid, which was called the Imagination Machine. And that's a really interesting story as well. So, it's kind of a mix of everyone. We didn't want to just make it a British focused one. And we've also got some additional content that's going to get added to it later on that we can't talk about yet, but we will be releasing some further stuff in there that will widen the kind of world of people that we're having in the book.
Amazing, yes.
Yeah, we've got Dominic Diamond as well, who hosted Games Master, that was a massive TV show here in the UK. And we also got Al Nilsson, who was Sega's marketing legend when they were launching the Genesis / Mega Drive. And we hear the story of how they went up against Nintendo's dominance and how, that they launched the Mega Drive and all that marketing they did in those amazing TV adverts. So, yeah, I mean, it is quite a varied selection, I think, of people that will give you quite a round view of where the industry came from in its early days. And then between each interview, we've got a feature, like Ravi's doing a story about the IBM museum that he visited and kind of the differences between UK and US culture in retro. I've got one in there about why I'm more in love with the Amiga now than I've ever been in 2022. So there's going to be lots of different things in there that people want to see before that will break up all the interviews in the book too.
Yeah,
I think the... Oh, sorry.
One of the things I noticed, because, when I first heard about the book, I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. You guys had some, epic, legendary interviews, and it would be great to, see a transcript of them. But I noticed there's a lot more to the book than just transcripts of the interviews. As you said, you've added a lot. I see pictures here, supporting pictures. So, what else besides the interview itself can people expect in the book?
Well, I think, like you said, there's going to be some exclusive pictures they've not seen before as well. From people. There's also going to be the cover of the book. So we've only released the hardback preview at the moment. We're getting a custom dust cover done, and that's by amazing artist David Rowe. So we had this TV show in the UK called Nightmare, where you put on a VR helmet and you walked around this fantasy space and kids told you the different directions. He did all the backgrounds, like hand drew them and
the dungeons.
Did airbrush on them. But also he did a Populous, the cover for Populous. You know, that Earth where it's kind of got the Earth in a
one of the best Amiga games of all time.
Yeah, and then he also did James Pond as well. So he's creating a custom piece of artwork that's going to be the dust cover that is just mind blowing, and we're going to release that over time. And when you see that, I think people are going to go absolutely crazy.
I can't wait. You know, here in the United States, I'd never heard of Nightmare, the TV show, and I learned about it thanks to your podcast. So I've gone back on YouTube and checked out some of the episodes, and wow, what a cool, trippy show that was.
I actually applied to go on Nightmare. I applied to go on it when I was about 11 years old, but unfortunately didn't make the grade. I'm not bitter though.
Oh man, it is a wild show. I've learned so much by watching, listening to your podcast. It's quite an education, you know. And I was saying, you know, thinking before, like why you guys were mentioning like why you started the podcast, but I think another important thing which Perry Fractic mentioned in a shout out was like you guys are preserving gaming history, and that's super important. I can imagine that. I think some of the folks who you may have had on your show have already passed away, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Ben Douglas actually came to the podcast. He's our only guest that joined us on the news. So he came in the snow, drove, and we didn't know he was very ill at the time. And then he came, did the whole podcast with us, one of our greatest episodes, and sadly he's passed. So there's going to be a tribute in the book to some of the guests that have passed. But it's so important to kind of preserve that history and still have their voices as well, you know, people being able to listen to that again.
And like you said,
I also think that I think with having a podcast, we upload it to a cloud server. You know, is that still going to exist in 100 years? Probably not, you know, unless people download them and save them. But having it in book form, we're hoping that it's going to be in libraries for generations to come, so these stories can be preserved forever.
Isn't that interesting? Because I have the same thing with photographs. Like, I've got hard drives filled of digital photos I started taking like in the early 2000s when I got my first digital camera. And let me tell you, it's really difficult to find photos like those old digital photos. For me, it's really difficult because I've had like, I started out with like a Mac, then I got a different Mac, then a PC, and it's like I don't know what hard drives these are on. But then when I go back before that, when I go back to like when I was a kid, my dad was a big scrapbooker and had all actual physical photos. I can find all those old photos in minutes compared to, you know, all the digital stuff. So yeah, having like a physical version of something is super important. Like you said, like who knows what's going to happen to all these cloud services. So that's super cool. So do you guys have, like, you guys interviewed so many great people, and obviously you got some big names, some A-listers in this book. Are there any like moments from the podcast that just like really stick out? Any favorite moments from doing the podcast over the years that really, you know, stick out in your mind?
Oh man, I think one interview we did that was quite wild was Vince Detti of Running with Scissors, who did the Postal game, and that interview was really interesting. We had to cut out so much from that interview.
You got to come out with an uncensored version. Postal's one of my favorite games. My friend John and I used to play that. That game's totally mental.
Yeah. You can hear where the ideas came from. Yeah.
I can imagine. I can only imagine what got cut out. Oh, that must be that must be an interesting one.
He does live the lifestyle, and we've had some. I remember, you know, I love doing the show live as well. When we take it to video game conferences around the world. I mean, you know, this summer we did Norway. We started doing every year now, an event called Retro Messa over there. We did like the Play Expos here in the UK. We've done so many little gaming ones. We've got one in Nottingham coming up next month as well. So I think I do love being on stage and actually hosting live panels. Like one of the interviews in the book, Jeff Minter, that was from a live event that we did, where we had him on stage, and you know, some of the audience got involved and asked questions as well. So it's one thing sitting in our studios and kind of uploading it and seeing numbers come up on a screen, but like when we went to Amiga 37 recently, it's always humbling when people come over and shake your hand. And I think we had one guy who he was a truck driver, and he went all the way across Europe, and he said, I listened to your entire back catalogue of episodes in about 2 weeks.
Wow.
So, yeah.
It's really great and rewarding to hear those stories. Mr. Cola, thank you so much for the raid, Mr. Cola. You rock, brothers. It's a pleasure to have you here. If you're just joining the stream from Mr. Cola's raid or just joining the stream in general, Welcome. I'm Amiga Bill, and today we are talking to Dan Wood and Ravi Abbott from the Retro Hour podcast. They have an amazing new Kickstarter. It's a book based on 10 of their best interviews from the Retro Hour podcast show, and the book looks absolutely amazing. I can't wait for the book. It's so cool. So you're talking about some of your favorite guests. I think maybe two of my favorites were, of course, Tim Jennison and Charlie Brooker. Those were just because, I love filmmaking. And Tim Jennison played a big part of my childhood with the Video Toaster, and Charlie, Bandersnatch and Black Mirror is like one of my favorite shows of all time. So it was amazing that you got both those guys on.
That was really weird because Charlie Brooker, I listened to an interview with him on Radio 4, which is a big, BBC station. And he said, I love retro gaming podcasts and I listen to one when I go to sleep. And I was like, in the off chance, I thought I'd tweet him and I'd see. And he was like, yeah, it's you guys.
No way.
Like, oh my God. So, yeah, that was amazing having Charlie on. Yeah.
That was a great endorsement that we send him to sleep every night.
Yeah.
We're not boring.
Milo, if you have any questions for Dan or Ravi, just do @Amiga Bill in the chat so it's easier for me to see it, and we'll answer your questions, no problem. Yeah, and also I learned, but Charlie, I believe, because Charlie, not only is he like a great television producer, but he's also a huge video game fanatic, and that must be why he listens to your show. I think he even, if I'm not mistaken, like his thesis project in college was about video games, but then they disqualified it, so technically he never graduated from college. It's amazing stuff.
because
video games weren't considered serious material back then.
Exactly.
And there's so many hidden gamers as well, like like Snoop Dogg's a famous gamer and stuff, and there's Ice Cube, and like there's all these people that are really into games that you just, I can imagine if you ask them, they'll probably be like, oh yeah, that'll be interesting, something different to talk about.
Even guys like Tony Hawk, Tony Hawk had an Amiga, and Jablinski Gaming there, oh my God, sometimes my brain just stops working. He's in King Kong, oh my gosh. I'll think of his name.
Johnson?
No, I'll think of his name. He's an amazing actor, Jack Black.
Oh yeah, Jack Black.
Big game. There's I think a lot of well-known folks are big gaming fans. So so you guys have had like so many amazing people on the podcast so far. Is there anyone like you really want to get on the cast that you haven't had on yet?
Loads of people. Yeah, one person, unfortunately, which we obviously won't now, was Clive Sinclair. He was always kind of on my my dream contact list, and we kind of got a bit close to him. We managed to get his postal address because Clive Sinclair, it turns out, even though he was responsible for the ZX Spectrum, which kind of started generation of computer users here in the UK, he wasn't actually into technology at all in his later days. Probably didn't even have a mobile phone. So the only way I could get in touch with him was real old school by writing him a letter and putting it in the mail. So unfortunately, we didn't hear back from him. We didn't know he wasn't very well. But yeah, he was always on my kind of, dream hit list, if you like. And also Ron Gilbert, I'd love to get on one day too. And again, it's someone we've been working on it for a while. And sometimes these things do take time. I mean, there've been, certain interviewees we've had on where it has been a couple of years. Like Nolan Bushnell was one. He took about 18 months to arrange it with his PA and stuff and find a time when he was, free to do it. So I think often it's just persistence, isn't it?
Yeah, the guys from Rockstar I'd love, like the Hauser brothers, that would be absolutely amazing. And Elite as well, David Braddon. That would be
David Braddon,
really cool. Yeah.
I'm sure you guys will continue to keep getting great guests. To me, it's amazing how many people you find. I've learned so much about gaming history listening to your podcast. I have a ton of stuff I want to talk to you about, but once there's a question in the chat, I'll ask it. Milo's asking, with a clear resurgence in the retro community, specifically for the Amiga, will this culminate into something bigger? Do you guys think there'll be like a next big thing for the Amiga? And I'll parlay that. Like I'll add on to that. I'm like, do you think this retro craze will stay with us, or do you think it's going to peak and then kind of die down a little bit?
I think with the Amiga, I think it's good that stuff's actually finally moving. And, the companies have been battling each other for years, but the users have kind of pushed it. And I see that's why there's a resurgence, because there's all these little companies and people creating like great little things and stuff. And yeah, I think, Dan, you could probably answer about the future one.
Yeah, well, I think, in terms of the Amiga specifically, obviously all us three were at Amiga 37. And I've got to say, these shows just seem to be getting bigger. There seems to be more and more people either who are just here. I mean, I met people that didn't have an Amiga, but, were like into retro and they came along to find out what it was about. And there are people that maybe had an Amiga 20, 30 years ago that are now suddenly, oh, I'm going to buy another one off eBay, or get the old one out the attic and set it up again. What's the best way to get back into it? Or there's even, we hear from people on our YouTube channel who might be like, oh, I'm 19 years old. I never heard of the Amiga apart from on documentaries. What's the best way to experience it? And, you point them over to Amiga Forever or Win UAE, something like that. So I think there's definitely a generation of people coming through that maybe didn't experience what we did, that are curious about where gaming came from and kind of looking back a little bit. But also, it's one thing that we've always had this kind of thing in our mind of what constitutes retro. And to us, that was generally 20 years ago. We always thought, we started the podcast 7 years ago. So that's kind of changed quite a bit. And I mean, we're covering, original Xbox and PlayStation 2 and GameCube stuff now. And we're even thinking, well, the Xbox 360 will be 20 years old in 2.5 years.
It's kind of scary.
So, yeah, retro is always evolving, I think. So it's, we've had people say to us, oh, you're going to run out of guests soon, which, hasn't been, we haven't come anywhere near. There's so many out there. And the more it changes and the more these systems become retro, the more stories I think there are to unlock from people.
And I think there's one thing with the Amiga as well, which people seem to really enjoy, which is limitation. So having like that limited mod format, or having like limited space to run a demo or a CPU, that's quite attractive to coders, and like, people enjoy that kind of limitation and the pushing it as much as possible. And
yeah,
I think that might inspire people in the future.
Yeah, I agree. I noticed, like, with modern PC demos, which are amazing, like, instead of just pushing the PCs to the max, they even give themselves limitations within that. Like, okay, this demo, even though it's on a modern PC, it has to fit in 64 kilobytes or something like that. So yeah, I think the limitations really force creativity. Like, I remember Robert Rodriguez, one of my favorite filmmakers, when he was first starting out, he had $7,000 to make a feature film, and he said that having that limitation is what made the film so good and so creative and so unique, because he had to come up with new ways and inexpensive ways to pull things off that normally would cost thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. So I think the limitations can really inspire some great creativity.
Yeah, and what they do today, I mean, that demo you played at the start, then I was looking at that, and what was that, 64K demo, was it?
30, 34.
That's even more impressive. Yeah, that's
yeah,
nuts.
36K, 36 kilobytes.
Yeah. Even I imagine a mouse cursor on Windows 11 is probably like 10 times that. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Someone asked if there's any guests you'd like to have come back onto your show.
Yeah, we've had a few that have been reoccurring guests. Yeah, recently, actually, our latest episode, we did a two-parter, because there are some people that have got stories that we call the show the Retro Hour. I mean, it's generally always around 90 minutes because, it's a very loose title, but the Retro 90 minutes is not quite as catchy. But yeah, there are certain guests like who just have a story that's too good to kind of just do one episode on in an hour. Like Mike Dornbrook is on our current episode. So last week we did his time at Infocom, and he was kind of one of the first beta testers in the video games industry. He was testing out Zork, and then he ran the Zork users group, and he worked on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And then he had a whole second chapter where he worked for Harmonix and was one of the guys behind Guitar Hero and Rock Band as well. So two massively varying eras of his career that it was impossible just to get into one episode. So there are certain occasions like that where people definitely warrant, splitting over a couple of episodes, I think. So,
that makes
definitely.
from text adventure games to Guitar Hero, that's quite the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of these people have such a rich history. Limiting them to like 1 hour, it just doesn't do it justice, because you want to tell their entire story.
Yeah, and we had Howard Scott Warshaw. He was another one that we did a two-parter with as well. He had a great story, and he actually said, we contacted him. He said, "I'll do the interview, providing I can use it for my memoirs, the audio after." So we recorded it all while he was driving across America. We did the whole thing in his car. So that was really cool. Him just like relaying his life story over a couple of hours to us. So
that's incredible.
Also, some interviews you do, and then they're 4 or 5 years ago, and they've done so much more since that, and it's like. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have kind of gone on to do other stuff as well, or successful projects, and you're like, I'd love to continue the chat with those people.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yo, Namcos, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Namcos, welcome everyone who's watching. I'm Amiga Bill, and I'm streaming today with Dan Wood and Ravi Abbott from the Retro Hour podcast. They've got an amazing new Kickstarter coming out. It's a book based on 10 of their favorite interviews from the Retro Hour podcast. It's a weekly podcast where they do retro news and they interview a legend in the retro gaming community. Just circling back to the Kickstarter real quick, guys. We didn't talk about some of the extra rewards and stretch goals. Or even the specs of the book. I see it's going to be over 400 pages. It's a hardback book. You were talking about the dust cover and the design of the dust cover, but I also see there's some stretch goals as well. I see Amiga Alive and Kicking documentary from Wavem Studios. What are some of the things folks can expect when they back the Kickstarter?
Yeah, well, these are rewards for different tiers. I mean, people can either get, just the ebook version or they can get just a hardback. But for those that are willing to or can donate a bit more into the Kickstarter, we appreciate now. It's a difficult time for everyone. But yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the Amiga Alive and Kicking documentary from Steve Fletcher and the team at Wavem Studios. And whenever we go to retro events, we always end up spending hours talking to Steve. And generally, he always ends up filming me. Normally, Steve films me on the Sunday morning after a late night, the night before, on the second day of a convention. So that's why I normally look a bit rough in his documentaries. But yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen this documentary, it's really, it was going to be called Amiga 2020 originally, but then COVID happened. And instead, it was kind of now a celebration of him going around the world, visiting all these Amiga events, these Amiga conventions, user groups, and checking out, new hardware and software that's coming out for the Amiga. So it's really a celebration of Amigans who are still in love with the machine 35 years later and where that is right now. And Ravi and I actually feature in the film as well. So that is one of our rewards on there. We've also got Cosmic Force, which is a Commodore 64 game, also by Wavem Studios. And Steve, I remember when he first started this project, we were at his house actually, weren't we, Ravi, on his birthday a few years ago, and he took us out to his little shed at the end of the garden where he had his Commodore 64 set up and showed us an early preview of it. And if you love those old school shooters like Galaxian and Galaga and games like that, and Star Wars and Defender, really inspired by those old school shooters. And obviously you can play it on a real Commodore 64 as well if you put it on an SD card or write it to a floppy. So we've got that as a digital download. One thing I'm really excited about is we're going to be doing for the people who back our high score tier on Kickstarter, which I'm really honestly impressed that people have actually backed that so far. Quite a few of them, in fact. We're going to be doing an exclusive episode of the Retro Hour podcast on an audio cassette tape.
Amazing.
Yeah. So this is going to be, we're going to get it dubbed professionally. We're going to get in a professionally printed inlay card, a tape label and everything. So, and it's never going to be released anywhere else. The only place you're going to be able to get this is on this cassette tape. So, yeah, if people are fans of the show, it's the only way that you'll ever have a complete collection by getting the audio cassette version as well.
And as Dan kind of mentioned, it's a really tough time for everyone.
Yeah.
And we wanted to kind of keep it at a decent price as well.
Yeah.
The book is really high premium quality, and we've got a ribbon in there as a kind of bookmark and stuff. But we've been looking at printers, we've been talking to people, and it's so hard at the moment because there's stuff like the price of electricity is going up, but the price of paper is also going up and stuff.
Ink.
And we've got customs, and we want to make sure everyone gets it at the same time. It's all a smooth process and stuff like that. So I never thought I'd be kind of looking up printing presses and all of this kind of stuff and delivery. But hopefully people will find it a reasonable offer for what we've kind of got, and the quality of it as well. I don't know if you've ever seen any bitmap books.
Oh, I've got a bunch. They're fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. We're aiming for, that kind of premium feel around them. And even the paper's going to feel really nice, and aiming every little aspect. We've been working with a publisher, a designer that is actually experienced in a lot of these books. So he's kind of been designing it and doing the layout and stuff, which is really been a help for us guys, because we're a bit like, what are we doing in this regard? So it's good to have someone who's a bit of an expert on the team as well.
Yeah,
he's got over 20 years experience, Simon, who we're working with, so he's been a massive help.
It makes a
and
lot of sense. Sorry, then go ahead.
Yeah, it does absolutely. And we've got people who are helping us with our distribution as well, so we can keep the price as low as possible for shipping in all different countries around the world. Trying to so we don't get hit with import taxes and all that. So we've worked out all that. So really, like Ravi said, we appreciate it's a very difficult time to launch a Kickstarter. We've been working on this for a year, so it's just unfortunate timing, really. But we've tried to keep it as affordable as possible. But still, we didn't want to sacrifice any of the quality. Want to make sure that it's something that we're proud of and people can take pride of place on their shelf or their coffee table.
Well, it's very responsible of you guys to bring in some folks who know about that part of the business, because it is a business, and you want the whole process to go smooth for everyone. You want everyone to get a high quality product at a reasonable price and in a reasonable time as well. So great job. And I know it is a tough time, but at the same time, it's also the right time for you guys. Like, I think it's great that you guys are doing it now. Like, why wait? Because who knows what the future holds, right? So the time is, even though things maybe are difficult right now for a lot of folks, it's still a good time to do it now, because who knows what the future brings. So
we also wanted to have it so that most of it was done before we actually released the Kickstarter. You can get some Kickstarters, and I'm probably waiting still on some for about 5 years later.
Oh yeah,
that I've totally forgotten about. So we've done the book to about 80%. So that means we can go into it and much quicker.
That's a really good point.
We're hoping to get them printed in March, and then we're hoping for delivery early summer next year. So it won't be too long to wait.
So we're looking at maybe a summer 2023 where you can get the book in your hands. It's really smart because the whole idea behind Kickstarter, and hence the name, is to get projects started. But I feel like a lot of times, even like when it's used for that, it just takes so long for a project to come out. It's better to do a Kickstarter to kind of get you guys over the hump. And it sounds like that's what what you've done. So 80% done. You guys will definitely have it out next summer. That's perfect. I see a really cool T-shirt here as well.
Yeah, retro T-shirt. That's one of the rewards as well that we've got in there. We get a lot of people asking for those. So bizarrely, when we're at shows, like, why aren't you guys here selling T-shirts? So that's one of the rewards on there as well. If you like to have our logo plastered across your chest at retro gaming events, you can. We've got a PC case badge as well with our mascot, Retro Ronnie, from the Retro Hour logo, and the team from the Retro Computing Museum in Leicester here in the UK. They kindly offered our supporters free entry to the museum as well, which, if you haven't been along there, it is one of my favourite places to visit. A real celebration of retro computing and gaming, and everything's hands-on as well. You go to a lot of places where things are kind of hidden between behind glass cabinets and that kind of thing, and you can't touch them. But here, they're not bothered about you putting a disc into an Amiga and playing a game.
Virtuality machines, which are the Amiga VR machines. And they've got them running as well. They're ran on Amiga 3000s, but they've got working units that you can go in and actually play on, which is pretty awesome.
And you can see the unreleased Amiga CD 1200.
Ooh,
I think they've got the only example in the world that we still know of.
I think you had that on your YouTube channel, Dan, right?
Yeah, that's where I filmed that video at the Retro Computing Museum in Leicester. And they had Beth Richards from Commodore there recently, who was stripping it down, and they're trying to get it working again with Beth. So it might be something that maybe you can load CD32 games on at some point. So definitely the only place in the world where you can have that experience.
Oh, that's amazing. I gotta get there one day. I would love to come and check it out. I checked out a really cool Flipper arcade museum when I was in Germany. So I always try and hit the local, either the local barcade, or the local retro museum whenever I travel. It's like a nice thing to do when I travel. So I would love to get here, especially if I come to one of the events that you guys are going to be hosting, right, Ravi? I heard that you've got an event coming up.
Well, yeah. So I've been running the Robin Hood Amiga group for a while, and we've kind of, in the UK, every time we've gone to these international events, we've always gone, there needs to be one in the UK. And there was being one planned that was going to happen, and then COVID struck, so that was going to be an Amiga event. But if you go to www.amigashow.com, then we've got a holding page at the moment, and I'm planning on doing an Amiga event in the summer in England. And this will be a national Amiga show, so we'll be in the centre of England in Nottingham, where I'm from, so we can keep it cheap. We can get some good drinks. There's lots of hotels around and stuff, and I want to do it like Amiga Germany or Amiga Ireland, and kind of have that, but start off with a one-day event, DJs and music and stuff in the evening, and just have a really nice time. And it's been too long. Like, I used to go to these shows, World of Amiga, in like 1999, and they were huge in England, but it's been a long time since we've had one. But we've got around 9 or 10 user groups in the UK now, and they seem to be really popular. So we're getting all the user groups involved as well. Aeon are sponsoring us as well. There's some other sponsorship coming from companies, and yeah, it's hopefully going to be a really big thing. So keep an eye on the site, and we'll get on social media and stuff later on.
That's www.amigashow.com. That's amazing, Ravi. Yeah, you know, it's funny. The events are so cool, and I love going to the events and like seeing all the new Amiga stuff, and almost like a trade show. But the best part, like you said, is like hanging out, talking to everyone, hitting the pub or hitting the set patch party. Like in being at 37, we had a great time at that.
My legs are from that, Bill.
That's I think that's one of my favorite photos. I think either Adam or Rebecca took it of me and you just having a great time there. It was so good. And Ravi threw down some amazing sets there with Hoffman. Oh my God, that was so much fun. I think that really brings people together. You know, like it's one thing to go to a show and check out all the computers, which is awesome. But then like when you start talking to everyone, maybe have a drink or two, you know, outside and you socialize, it really makes the bond with you and the community much stronger. You really get to know people. It's awesome. There's nothing like getting together in person. You know, it's so cool to like have an event that brings people together physically. I have Westchester Amiga user group here in New York, and we've been meeting virtually, but I think the reason why we were able to keep it going all these years is because before COVID, like every month we'd all just get together and like hang out and talk. It's really important to check in with each other, you know, every so often. So that's super cool. And I can't believe there's so many user groups in the UK. That's amazing.
Yeah, there's new ones growing, and like Swag is the biggest one. They do the Workbench event as well, and that can be like over 100 people. And it's like there's all these little pockets of them, but they all just need to kind of come together and have a big party. So that's the plan.
Oh, that's perfect. 9 groups. Pixel at Dawn Gaming says 9 groups. Norwich Amiga user group, Swag. I would love to get to one of those meetings, but it's hard to get to them all, especially, you know, being here in the US. But if there's like one party that brings them all together, that'd be amazing.
There's an excuse for you to get to the UK, Bill.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. And I'll hit the museum while I'm at it.
The museum will be an hour away from there, so we'll get them guys involved as well.
Piece of cake. Spag, Amiga UK, that'd be amazing. Yeah. Yo, DL Martins, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. So I want to like turn the clock back a little bit. You know, we're talking about the early on when I first saw you guys on YouTube. And I'm just curious, like, how did you guys meet? Like, I'm curious, did you guys meet on YouTube? Like, what brought you two together?
Yeah, well, it was, I lived in London when I first started my YouTube channel. I think around 2007, 2008 is when I uploaded my first video, which is very cringeworthy to watch back on, so it's actually private these days. But yeah, when I started to get back into the Amiga, I thought, you know, around then, I was actually doing Google Video. Do you remember that website that Google ran before they...
No, yeah, I don't.
YouTube, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was, unfortunately, those videos are gone now, but I made a couple of Amiga videos on there. And then there was one guy who contacted me and he said, would you mind if I upload that video onto YouTube? And I was like, oh, yeah, go for it then. And I think that was why use Amiga in 2009 or something it was. So that was kind of my first YouTube video, even though it wasn't on my channel. Then I started to do YouTube content on my own channel about the Amiga and other retro systems as well. I mean, I've never been Amiga exclusive, even though I was kind of one of the first people doing that on YouTube, I suppose. But then I moved here to Nottingham for work, where I've been since December 2010. And Ravi and I spoke a bit just through commenting on each other's videos, because I saw some of Ravi's videos. I think the first one I saw of yours, Ravi, was you showing your Amiga MIDI setup in your room. Yeah.
I had the camera stacked on a load of books, and I remember knocking it at the very end of the video, and it just falls on the floor. Yeah, but
we were commenting, weren't we? And then one day I mentioned something maybe Nottingham in my video, and you DM me and you were like, "Oh, whereabouts in Nottingham are you?" Turned out we lived around about 10 minutes away from each other. Yeah. So we met up, went out for a few drinks on the night, ended up back at either my house or your house playing Amiga games till about 5 o'clock in the morning. So
you were showing me your CDTV, and yeah, that was really cool. Yeah, but it was amazing because it was like, you know, you're on this huge internet, you're both talking about a specialist subject, and then you're about 15-20 minutes away from each other. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's so cool how like the internet brings people together like that, and I've met so many new friends based on Amiga community on the internet. Like I met them virtually, and then like meeting them in person, especially at like Amiga 37 and just and other venues. It's so cool. It brings everyone together. Yo, Miami Heatwave, thank you for the follow. Jawolf, thank you for resubbing. And Sep Lemon Amiga just gifted 10 subs to my community. Sep Lemon Amiga, that's insane. Sep, you're absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for your incredible support. I really, really appreciate that. Albany Computers, welcome to the stream. Maybe it's at Albany, New York or Albany, Georgia. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So you guys met. Now, being big YouTubers and being like really into YouTube, like why did you choose podcast as your format, and why didn't you guys do like a YouTube channel together?
First, we kind of went out and we were thinking we need to do something together. We hadn't done something like together for ages, and we did like a video at Amiga 30 in the Netherlands, and that's when stuff kind of started to roll again with the Amiga. You know, that was a real changing point, that one. And Dan suggested let's do a podcast because he's a radio guy, and I used to love like radio as well. But podcasts were really going down then. They weren't seen as a big kind of trend. I think it was like the third wave of podcasts or something. Probably. And then when we did it, suddenly podcasts just started skyrocketing. So it was really good, actually. Really helped out. Like without that, I don't think we would have lasted like a couple of years, because podcasts were seen as a bit of a dead format until like the ability to be able to stream them and, you know, have better delivery on them.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
and Dan's history with radio as well. I'm sure that that factored into it as well. Dan being a professional radio host.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked in radio for 20 years. And, you know, even when I was a teenager, I'd mess around with audio editing, and, you know, I've always really been into audio as a medium. And I think for what we do as well, because I mean, we actually did some interviews out there, didn't we, Ravi, at Amiga 30 in the Netherlands, and we had portable recorders. We interviewed Dave Haney and RJ and people like that, and just people at the event. And we actually really enjoyed doing interviews. But I think for what we wanted to do, like an hour, 90-minute show, it kind of felt like audio lent itself better to that, because you'll know, Bill, you know, on YouTube, they're always kind of getting you to stay around that 10-15-minute mark. You know, there's a big drop off after that. So I think we can do like a 90-minute episode, and people tell us to listen in the car, or they'll listen on their Alexa in the kitchen, or they'll listen on their AirPods while they're out running. So I think it fits into people's lives a bit more. And for us as well, being able to turn it around every 7 days, if we're doing like an hour-and-a-half video show, you know, the resources to do that are a lot more than doing an audio based.
That makes a lot of sense.
Our first guest was Alistair Brimble, who was one of the people that we'd first interviewed at Amiga 30 as well. So that was pretty cool. Like, yeah, he was one of my heroes as well, meeting Alistair Brimble for the first time.
One of the Amiga legends right there. Some of the best Amiga soundtracks of all time. Yeah, and I think I personally love the podcast format. You know, my dad actually worked in radio, and he taught radio, so I've always been a big fan of talk radio. He's always has like a talk radio show on in the house, like still to this day, whenever you're in his house, there's always a talk radio show. And the podcasts are super cool, because to me, the podcasts are almost like talk radio you can take with you anywhere. And for me, it's really important, because like I travel all the time. So like I never listen to a podcast, or like you guys, like when I'm home, I'm always listening to you, like when I'm in my car, or when I'm on a plane, especially, or when I'm on a train. It's a really convenient way to consume the content. And like you said, like YouTube, is definitely more of a visual medium, and there's all kinds of algorithms people play into. But the podcast is more casual. You can like really have a really great conversation with your guest and dig into it. I just love putting my headphones on the plane and hearing you guys. And it's a pretty unique experience, because there's also like the personal connection as well. Like when I hear you guys like on the plane, I almost feel like you're with me. You know, like it's like I got my friends with me. Like I'm going on a job, I'm like a little bit stressed out about the job, but I put the headphones on. It's like, oh, my friends are with me, and we're talking about old games.
Well, I appreciate that. That's what we try and do as well. I mean, the first half of our show, for people that haven't heard it, I mean, we do interviews in the second half, but first half an hour or so is myself, Ravi, and our other co-host Joe, who's unfortunately working tonight, so he couldn't join us. But yeah, we just it's a bit of a round table where we just, you know, chew the fat about what's happened in retro over the last week. And I think that's probably where a lot of the success of the show comes from, based on our YouTube iTunes reviews rather. People saying that they just enjoy that kind of informal, like friends are having a discussion about it. Because, you know, there are podcasts that are scripted, and some that are kind of more documentary format, and that works for them. But I think for us, yeah, it's just that kind of, down the bar with your mates talking about retro kind of feel to the show. I think definitely helps.
It's good to have a variety of people with different expertise. So like, you know, Joe's the console guy. We're not really into the consoles, and Joe kind of helps deliver that. And I'll talk very computery as well, and Dan's a kind of all-round guy, but into his CDIs and the obscure system like that as well.
And the Jaguar.
Yeah, and the Jag. Yeah.
Yeah. So how did Joe get into the mix? Because he wasn't originally. It was originally just you two guys. So how did Joe get into the mix?
Yeah, it's weird. 'Cause a lot of people say, Joe's the newcomer to the show, but I think he joined around episode 6.
Right.
So we weren't actually that far into it. Yeah, it was actually quite early. But I knew Joe before we did the podcast. He's actually my wife's best friend. He's my wife's best friend's husband. Yeah, get that right. So that's how I met Joe, just through my wife. But then, yeah, it turned out he was really into retro. I've known Joe about 10 years now. And we'd often have gaming nights together. Whenever he came over, I'd get the Dreamcast out and we'd end up playing on that or the Mega Drive. And he knew that Ravi and I had started the podcast. So I mentioned to him, you should come in for one episode and kind of talk about retro with us. And he went, what, me? Come like on a podcast? I don't think he even knew what a podcast was, to be honest. And he came in the studio where we used to record, and his hands were like that.
Yeah, he was shaking.
So nervous, yeah. But like Ravi said, I think it's a really good addition to the show, because sometimes he kind of pulls me and Ravi back a bit if we get too Amiga heavy. Keep it accessible to everyone, and we want to cover all retro aspects. So, yeah, between the three of us, I think it's quite a broad subject that we cover on the show.
Yeah, you guys hit a lot of topics, and me, being mostly interested in Amiga, I'm still interested in the other topics you guys come up with. And you always find like really cool, unique, and interesting news items as well. Like even if it's something that a topic I'm not really interested in, or like a computer system I'm not really interested in, like the story that you find is like so cool, and I'm like, whoa, that's really interesting. So you guys find like really cool retro stories, and so that's awesome. I love it.
We spent about half a week researching news. I mean, we've got like a shared Google Doc, and yeah, we're all there on all the social media platforms, and we've got a great Discord community. They'll often share stories with us, so we try and cover about 5 per episode. But yeah, it's just trying to keep it varied as well, so it's not all about the same topic, and there's something kind of for everyone that's into retro in there.
I was going to ask you,
even if we get guests on that aren't Amiga, they often kind of mention Amiga, and then we've got to like hold ourselves back from turning the interview into a full, Amiga fest. Yeah.
Oh, that's a big Amiga love fest. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, I was going to ask you guys you kind of already answered it, but I was going to ask you like, what do you think the secret sauce is behind the success of the show? You already answered that quite a bit, but do you think it's the chemistry between the three of you, having Joe balance it out, or just the fact that it's like a few friends like hanging out at the pub? Like, do you think there's like a secret magic to the podcast that keeps people coming back?
I kind of think letting people speak on the interviews and letting them tell their story, and then also Dan's editing magic as well does help, because if you heard a raw version of it, it would probably sound very different. But yeah, I do think also like just that we're genuine friends, and that's that's a massive help. That we've got the passion for it still.
Yeah, the fact that we love what we do as well. I mean, I think you couldn't have sustained a podcast for coming up on 8 years if we weren't really into it every single week. But I think in terms of what the secret sauce, for me, I'd say the news bit that we do, I enjoy doing, but I think definitely the interviews that we get are kind of our USP. And I think that's generally, where we've got most of our audience from, just having these kind of icons, these legends of the industry on the show to tell a story.
Totally agreed. Yo, JM80, thank you so much for the resub. And F. Sandstrom, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome everyone to the stream who's just joining. I'm Amiga Bill. Today we are talking with two of my favorite people in the retro community, Ravi Abbott and Dan Wood from the Retro Hour podcast. They've got an amazing new Kickstarter they just launched, which is a book based on their weekly podcast called The Retro Hour. Bring that up right here. Boom. It looks like it's going to be, I know it's going to be an amazing book. I can't wait to get it myself. So if you want to back their Kickstarter, do !book in the chat or !retro hour in the chat, and that will link you to the Kickstarter page. And yeah, now we're just talking all things retro now. You guys get these amazing guests every month, and we're talking about radio and how I'm like really interested in talk radio and interviewing. Do you have like a favorite interviewer, like who you guys like, who you look up to? I know you're a professional, Dan. Have you ever had an interviewer who you really look up to?
Yeah, I mean, there's the obvious ones like Larry King. I always enjoyed hearing his interviews, and now it's great that a lot of them are on YouTube, because we didn't always get them over here in the UK. People like Howard Stern as well. I know he's a bit of a shock jock, and I think you and I were talking about this building.
He's my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Howard Stern was always. We kind of got him over here in the UK on a late night TV show when he was doing that at E News or whatever it was in the 90s. And obviously back then it was very much kind of shock radio, wasn't it? But I think in more recent years, he's turned into a really good interviewer. So I love his technique and how he kind of draws stories out of people. He's got a great ability to do that.
He really
I
does.
quite like Graham Norton. I think he's very funny. he's quite good. Yeah, he always puts people at ease and then, gets the stories out of them.
Yeah, the thing with Howard Stern is he's so entertaining himself. Like, he's also part of the interview. So even if it's a guest that I don't know much about, I'll still listen to it because he's entertaining. And it really blows me away, like, how much he knows about his guests. Like, he goes into extreme detail, like, oh, you were at that party back in, whatever. It's really, it blows my mind how much he knows. I think he's my favorite interviewer as well. Like, what do you think makes a great interview?
I'd say, letting the guest tell their story without, I listen to some interviewers who I find them a bit frustrating because they'll ask a question, the guest will speak for like 30 seconds, then they'll talk over them and try and change it, but you probably missed some gold there.
Jonathan Ross is famous for that, isn't he? He always turns the interview onto himself.
Which I get. I mean, Jonathan Ross is a personality. And it's his show, and it's about him. It's about his personality, I guess. But also, on television, you've got limited time. So some of them have got to move it along. They've got 10 minutes to get a story out. But I think for a show like we do, where it's pre-recorded and we edit it afterwards, sometimes we might record an hour and a half with a guest instead of an hour that we put out on the show and just kind of chop it down to the best bits. And not being afraid just to kind of go quiet and let the guest, sometimes if you ask them something that might be a little bit uncomfortable, there might be stories that are a bit like, oh, should I talk about that? Generally, you find if you just shut up and don't say anything, they'll eventually tell you it. So there are a few little techniques like that we use.
Also, I think structuring it well as well, because, some people, there's a lot of like tragedies in the video game industry. And if you're doing an interview every time and it ends on a low note, and it kind of, tells how they left the company or how it all kind of collapsed or something like that, you don't really want that. You want it to kind of come out on a bit of a positive end. And I think that's important.
It makes sense. It's like when you were making a TV show or a documentary, you want it to have like an emotional arc. You kind of want to have like a beginning, a middle, and an end. So I guess you would want an interview to have the same sort of flow.
Yeah, and there are some people who are just, you'll set them off and they'll just go. And, one episode we did, there's one unique episode of the Retro Hour where we weren't really on it. And that was when we had Michael Tomchek.
Oh, I know Michael, yeah.
Yeah, the VIC-20 legend. And literally, we just set him off, and I think we asked about 2 questions, but he just spoke. He told us our story in about an hour. Yeah, so we literally chopped Ravi and I out. We didn't even intro it. We just spoke at the end, and I ran it just as like him telling his story. And we got a lot of people like tweeting us like, "What the hell happened on that episode? Where were you guys?" But it was like it just worked for that episode, I think. So sometimes different people have got different approaches, so you got to kind of make it work for them.
So you just reminded me, I had a funny experience as well doing a new film about Chasing Amy, the Kevin Smith film. Yeah. And we're doing an interview like in Kevin Smith's house with him, and the director starts off with, "Are you excited?" That's all they ask. "Are you excited?" And the cards in the camera last for like 90 minutes each. No, this one was about 90 minutes, and he took up the whole card.
Just answering that.
He just went off. He just took up the whole card. It's amazing. And there are other folks who like you really have to like pry and try and like get something out of them. So yeah, interviewing is an amazing art form. And doing a lot of documentaries, I've seen a lot of different interview techniques, and I've been trying to soak it up and learn along the way. And I really think you guys are among the best interviewers, and it's a big part of the reason why I love your show. You guys are awesome.
I think we've also learned like stuff like at the very beginning, have a chat to them before. Don't just shove them into an interview when you don't have a rapport yet. You need to have that kind of flow, because some of them take a while to kind of relax. A lot of people aren't used to doing podcasts or interviews, and it's good to have that like rapport initially.
It makes a lot of sense, because a lot of the folks you interview are definitely technical folks, and they're used to being behind a computer or coding or whatever. They're not necessarily in front of the camera or behind a microphone type of person. So that actually makes a lot of sense.
Some are very nervous when we get them on, and we might talk to them for half an hour first just to ease them into it. But then you get some like generally, the company owners and the people that worked in marketing who are definitely media trained. Yeah. And every answer will be like a perfect 5-minute soundbite, which they're good because they don't need much editing, but
But then you throw an odd question they don't expect, and it totally changes the whole rehearsed kind of thing. Yeah.
Do you guys ever get nervous before an interview?
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, especially with like when we had Nolan Bushnell on, for example,
Yeah.
just because he's such an icon, and you want it to be. That was our 100th episode, and we wanted that to be a really special interview. And we worked for like I said, about 18 months on trying to get him on. So I think that was one instance where I remember being, a little bit of a dry throat when we went into that one. But when we got talking to him, and we built up a rapport, and it was just like just a group of guys who love retro chatting. It was like anyone else.
Well, when there's a game that I've like completely fanboyed about, if someone comes on, like recently we had Bruce Shelley on who did Civilization and Railroad Tycoon, and I was just like really nervous throughout the whole interview, just because when you've got a personal connection to some of the games, or you've actually loved that title, and you see their name on the title screen when you were a kid, and then you're like, oh, I'm actually talking to them. It's like sometimes it can really be nerve-wracking,
And I will say,
especially live ones as well.
Yeah,
In
people
live
always
fans.
say, people say never meet your heroes, but
Right.
everyone we've had on the show has been so nice and like have lived up to what we expected. So
That's beautiful. So, how much research do you do before an interview? How much do you know about your guests before you have them on the stream, on the podcast?
At least a day of going through articles, finding stuff. We also sometimes split it, so we'll be like, if I do half the questions, Dan does another half, or sometimes it will be all me, or Joe will come in if there's a very like Castlevania or kind of console-y one. And you also listen to interviews that they've already done, but try and think of the questions that haven't been asked. Look at like magazines from the time, stuff about it, the odd stories, or like what happened there, and try and find them, but also try and write leading questions, which you're not handing it on a plate. You're not saying straight away, go for this story. Something where you're kind of suggesting it, and then it goes into that story.
Yeah, it's more conversational that way instead of just like reading off a list of questions, which is can get kind of dry and boring. And it's so funny you said that listening to other interviews, because I had Ken Williams on this stream because he's actually working with some folks in Westchester Amiga User Group on this new game he's doing with Roberta. So I was like, I need to learn a little bit more. Ken Williams, like I know who he is, I know his games, but I want to learn a little more. So I went to your interview with him, and I was like, let me go to the Retro Hours interview and learn about Ken Williams with your interview. So that's also a great technique.
yeah, well, you know what we mean then. 'Cause I mean, I don't know if you were nervous talking to Ken because he's such an icon, but he's such a lovely guy. He's like, you get on these people and you think, oh, I hope they're what I expect they normally are. Yeah, which is amazing.
I was definitely a little nervous, and I get more nervous because I talk to a lot of folks. So I'm not so nervous talking to them, but I'm more nervous about like knowing enough about them. Because it's because like retro and Amiga, like I love it so much, but and if I'm talking to someone who I don't know a lot about, I want to make sure I know enough about them to have like a good conversation. So I'm not so nervous to talk to them, but I want to make sure like I do a good job. Like I'm nervous for myself, that I want them to have a great experience as well, and respect me and understand that that I appreciate them coming on, and we most importantly get good stuff for the audience that's watching.
Yeah. As you know, Bill, as well, there can be all kinds of disasters with audio.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we've had some guests that we've had the audio just disappear, and we've had to say to them straight after, "Oh, can you do the whole thing again?"
Luckily, not too often, but it has happened. Yeah.
Yeah, really painful. Yeah,
one that
but
sticks in my
people are
mind.
great.
Yeah, one that sticks in my memory like that. We had a guest who he had a weird cell phone contract which only allowed he couldn't take VoIP calls for some reason. His data plan was awful. We had to do it on the phone, but I did it. He was in the US, so we did it on Google Voice from our studio. But it turned out his phone would only accept international calls for about 5 minutes.
Oh no!
And then it cut out. Yeah.
Yeah. So we did an entire about 75 minutes with him, redialing him every 5 minutes. So I had to chop all of that out of the audio.
Oh, that's a nightmare. Well, I mean, imagine trying to do it live. That's what I deal with on these streams. It's like live. It's like so many things can go wrong, and you can't really. It's hard to rebound when everything's happening in real time. But
you're brave doing it live, Bill. You're doing a great job.
Oh man. So actually, if anyone has a question in the chat for Dan Ravi, please go for it. Do add Amiga Bill so I could see it, or highlight your message like Melvoid01 did. He wants me to tell you guys that your interviews are gold, but if one week there was no guest for some reason, I'd still want to hear them. You guys and Joe just chewing the fat. Yeah, and I think that is part of that secret, going back to that secret sauce. It's just fun hearing you guys hang out. I know before you guys started your podcast, there was another like tech podcast called The Widget that my buddy Anthony and I used to listen to every week, and it was literally like that. It was almost like a WOG meeting, like guys hanging out just talking about tech, and it was really really cool. Yo, Super Tech Boy, by the way, thank you for the Patreon. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm behind on the. Oh yeah. Oh, they want me to do a Hot Wings episode. That'd be hilarious. I would totally do that.
We also listen to a lot of podcasts ourselves. So like RGDS, Retro Asylum as well. They're really good. This Week in Retro. We consume all the other podcasts as well as putting our own out. So. Yeah.
And I think that goes back to what you said before. You guys like truly love retro and you love what you do because you guys obviously put so much work into the show. The only way you could really get into it is if you were either getting paid a ton of money or you really loved it, right? And even if you were getting paid a ton of money,
is, we don't have enough time to play games. So we're talking about games, but we don't have that gaming time. Yeah.
The only time I get to play games is on the stream. So that's the only time I play games. So I basically don't play any new games anymore. I only play Amiga games, which is great. I mean, I don't play any modern games. It's all Amiga games, so that's fine. But this is like the only time I have to. This is my Amiga time, every Sunday. So I totally get it.
Yeah, because we do a second podcast for our patrons called the After Hours, and we did one recently where our patrons suggested games for us to play that we might not have played before. But we played like 5 each, like myself, Ravi, and Joe. But that was great because it literally gave me an excuse then to dedicate an entire Sunday just to play games and not feeling guilty. Yeah, it's work. Yeah, so that was great.
Well, speaking of that, you guys have an awesome Patreon. Why don't you tell the folks about that? If you guys are Retro Hour fans, you can get a whole lot more Retro Hour, Dan, Ravi, and Joe on the Patreon. I know you guys do a Hangouts every month, which is almost like a user group meeting, right? Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Hangouts are absolutely insane. Like we'll have like 30 people on the call. We use Google Meet, so it's got capacity to have a lot more people. But it's a total mix of people as well. We'll have some people that just come and sit and just watch and don't have their camera up or anything. And then we've got other people that come on and like give us house tours and stuff, show us their retro kit. And then we've also had like diagnosis. So one guy bought a board that he found on the side of the road. He was putting it up and saying, how can I repair this motherboard? And people were giving him advice.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so it's basically like you said, it's a virtual users group, really. And one thing I always find on there is I generally spend money afterwards because someone will show me something really cool. I'll end up on eBay looking for things. But we do have a bit of an initiation for new people that come on, show us your retro setup and your games and stuff and kind of talk about pickups that we've had in the week. But we also talk about, we're talking about kung fu movies recently and scary video games for Halloween. And yeah, it's just, we have about 2 or 3 hours last Sunday of every month where, we all just get on a call and it's loads of fun. And I think for me, that's one of my favorite things about our Patreon community. The fact that we've made genuine friends through doing it. And I think in general, that's probably, one of the big attractions to the retro scene, I think. The fact that these personal connections and friendships that you build up from it.
I totally agree. And there's something special too about retro community and for me mostly Amiga community. Like even like my wife always says, she's like, man, your Amiga friends are really nice. I'm like, yeah, they're really great people. And it's I've made some of my best friends originally through Westchester Amiga user group, like Anthony and some other amazing folks, my friend Chris and so many great folks. And now because of the streams and because of the YouTube channel, I met so many people in the Amiga community, over the internet, and now I meet some of them in person, which is super cool. That's the best part for me. That's by far the best part is meeting all the new friends. And there's so many great people in the Amiga community. It's something. There's
so many of these like really nice groups out there as well. Like Amiga Addict, I love working with them as well. And then kind of swapping between, and some Amiga Addict guys patron us as well and come and join in the Google chat. There's like a nice little link with all of the little communities that are going on.
This is supposed to be a bowling ball shirt. It was my best effort at a bowling ball shirt, but they're saying it's an Italian tablecloth, an Italian restaurant. I totally get it. It's probably more Italian tablecloth than bowling ball.
I was wondering why I was craving pizza all of a sudden.
Amazing. Speaking of Amiga community, Ravi, you also are a member of the Amiga Addict team. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Amiga Addict magazine? Oh, sorry. I got my Amiga Addict right here. Amiga Addict issue 1 poster. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it's so funny because originally I just wanted to like put it in the background and they were having like a special sale. They're like, you can get it a little bit bigger for like an extra $1. So I'm like, oh yeah, let's get it bigger. And then it shows up at my door and I was like, what the heck is that? I'm like, I don't know. And I open up, I'm like, oh my God, this is like way too big. So now I gotta keep it back here on the floor.
Huge face on the board. Yeah, Amiga Addict is absolutely awesome. And like, when we started it was a collaborative project and we kind of it was during COVID as well, so we did it all online. There was no kind of actual meeting up in real life and stuff, and we've all got together since, which has been amazing. But been going really for quite a long time now, and we're just working on our Christmas issue as well, which is got a lot of treats and kind of Christmassy stuff in there as well, which is going to be really awesome. But I just love writing for it, and being able to go into the shop and seeing an Amiga magazine there is just nuts. It's like, yeah.
The fact that there is an Amiga magazine in 2022 monthly is like just insane. Yeah.
It totally is. It's totally insane. It just absolutely blows my mind. And there's not just one. There's some like, I love Amiga Act. It's absolutely amazing. But you've got Amiga Future. Yeah, the Zap Amiga is amazing. There's so many good magazines. I know there's some like there's one that's all in Polish that's really fantastic. Really, this is so cool. There's so many Amiga
Future as well.
Yeah, Amiga Future is amazing.
Amiga Joker. There's loads. Yeah.
Yeah, it blows my mind that there's still so much interest for the Amiga here in 2022. Speaking of like interest in the Amiga, I know you're working on a really cool project right now, Ravi. You showed me a couple photos of it. Do you want to show the folks?
Yeah, I'll get it out.
Get it out. Yeah.
I can see it lurking in the background.
Yeah.
K&A Plus. That Fred said. That's what I was trying to think of. K&A Plus. Exactly. That's a great magazine.
So I'm gonna do a video on it soon, but this is the Amiga Lego laptop, which is a laptop with an A600 in there.
Wow.
That's running off lithium batteries, and then I'll start it up in a second, and I've got the whole screen and then a keyboard there as well set up, and it all runs. It's pretty heavy. Yeah, it's kind of a 90s bulk chunky laptop.
This is what Ravi sits in Starbucks with.
This is what I do. Yeah, I just buy Lego. And, I'm gonna take this to Starbucks, do a video on it as well. But yeah, hopefully let's see it start up in a minute.
Yo, Ackerman, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. If you're just joining the stream, I'm Amiga Bill, and I'm joined today by Dan Wood and Ravi Abbott from the Retro Hour podcast. They have an amazing new Kickstarter. It's a book based on their weekly retro podcast with 10 of their favorite guests and plus a lot of extra material as well. And right now, Ravi's showing us a new Amiga laptop that he made but out of Legos.
There you go.
That's amazing.
It's still working. Yeah. Pretty crazy.
That is great. It's kind of like the what we always wanted, right? I know in WOG, we always wanted that Amiga laptop.
Yeah, it could never happen though back in the day, could it? Because I don't think battery technology was quite there. And I know I don't know how long your laptop lasts, Ravi. Is it you get about 90 minutes out of it?
I haven't tried it yet.
Right.
I'm nervous to run it on full power. I need to put some fans in there first and then give it a good test. Yeah, but maybe an hour or two.
Okay, that's good.
That's not bad.
I remember reading of attempts too. I think there was the Suzanne or something in the late 90s.
Yeah,
I remember
that was Simon Archer who did that. Yeah, I used to know him, and there was Pause as well, which was a kit to kind of create one with a big battery.
Yeah, but I think just the Amiga custom chips were so power hungry that it was a really difficult thing to do.
One of the guys in our wall group has got one, and I want to go do a video about it. It's on my to-do list. It's really cool. Were there? No, Amila, I wasn't jealous. Yeah, exactly. Oram, one of the wall guys does have an Amiga laptop. Yep, that's Mike. Mike's got one. Are you going to put the build on Lego Ideas? Super Tech Boy's asking.
Yeah, I might do actually. Lego is probably the most impractical thing to build it out of because it's really heavy and it's really expensive. And but I kind of regressed to childhood and started playing around with Lego again, and that was pretty nice.
Isn't some of that Lego your original Lego from when you were a kid?
Yeah, well, I had to raid the attics, get a few old bricks. Yeah.
I noticed you had a special Amiga character on it too in the picture that you sent me.
Yeah, I'm just building at the moment. I've got like a little tiny J minor I'm doing at the moment, and I'm gonna have Mitchie the dog as well.
That's amazing. I love
that. Waiting for his beard. Yeah.
Hold to your right just a little bit, Ravi. Hold it up again.
Just waiting for his beard to come. And then I might do Dave Haney and RJ Michael and stuff.
That's amazing. That's so cool. I love how creative people are with the Amiga and cool projects like making your Lego Amiga, or like cool stuff I got, Amiga 37. I was hanging out with the Bifrost guys, and of course the A1200 net with all the cool Amiga cases. It's amazing how alive the Amiga community is, and how fun it is to like modify it. Do you have any favorite Amiga projects that you've backed recently or purchased?
I'm really into. I've got massively back into MorphOS again recently.
Yeah.
I made, really the classic Amigas where I spend most of my time. I did kind of get into the NG stuff back in the probably about 10 years ago. I got an Amiga 1 XE machine with OS4 on. Unfortunately, that machine died. And, OS4 I think is a great project, but the hardware to run it on is just a bit out of my price range. So then I looked at MorphOS, and I got secondhand Mac Mini for about £40. I've got a Mac G5 down here that runs it as well. And I was chatting to the guys at Amiga 37. They tell me some of their plans, and it's just the fact that I can run that on what is approaching a 20-year-old Mac now as well. And they've got a modern web browser on there, and it feels like, to me, it kind of feels like what the Amiga would have become, if it had continued into into the 2000s. So I really enjoy using MorphOS, and I think that kind of gives you that more modern Amiga feel. So it's definitely a project that I'm really into right now. But also I've got, as you can see behind me, I've got my Amiga 4000 there, which is loaded up. All the Zorro slots in that are full. I've got the Xsurf Ethernet card in there, the Rapid Road USB in there. I've got a Picasso 4 in there. I've got an 060 accelerator in it. On top of that's my Amiga 600 with a Vampire 2 inside that. Then over that side, you can see my Amiga 3000 there. That when I got that, I thought I won't upgrade that too much. But then I saw individual computers stand at Amiga 37 and bought an Ethernet card for that. And so I've got a Picasso 2 in there now as well. So it's that's gradually growing as well. But even stuff like Amiga OS 3.2, I've got that installed in my on my Amiga 1200. I run that, and I think that's incredible what they've done with an operating system that's got a 30-year-old foundation in there at least, and the fact that it runs so well, I think it's amazing.
Yeah, totally. And I picked up this cool tank mouse, the Amiga 500 tank mouse. I'm gonna do a video about this. I got some time this week. I might do the video about this this week. I have so many videos to do for Amiga 37, but this tank mouse is super cool. And I just love all the modifications. Like I got the this case, the A1200 net CD32 colored case. I love the I love the Solus board from Rob Cranley. It's so cool. Like I just love things like that you wouldn't necessarily think of inside a computer, but all the little details that make it fun to modify. Those are you can control the RGB lights in your Amiga, which is super fun. And the Go X drive.
I'm a huge fan of Checkmate as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the Checkmate is so cool. Yeah. That's amazing. His new monitor that I saw Amiga 37 is stunning. I love that's such a great idea. That monitor that he has with you can put a Raspberry Pi in it, or you can put the Mister inside of it. It's so cool.
And yeah, I'm using the kind of really cheap version to run the monitor in this, like of the boards that he has inside, but he's thought about that so well. Like just the IPS on it as well, being able to see it from any angle. It's a beautiful project. Yeah.
And
as you can see from my background, I generally use CRTs on my retro machines, and I think Steve's project is a great little halfway house. It kind of gives you that CRT feel, but without the the massive power draw and worrying that it's going to go bang one day when you turn it on.
My monitor back there, well, not that one, but another one, it went bang right in the middle of a stream, and it was a bad death. It scared the bejesus out of me. Yeah, exactly. I know it's nice, and also I love how he's got the scaler in that monitor as well. It's very, very cool.
So there's a lot of great projects. There's so much out there, and I think even stuff like the Terrible Fire cards. Chet and Steven at Amiga 37 was great as well, and that's really transformed my CD32. I've got one of his cards in there with an 030 in there and 128 megabytes of RAM, compact flash card, pretty much every Amiga game on Tiny Launcher when I turn it on. And to me, that is if you'd have told me when I was 13 years old that would exist one day, and I could put that in my CD32, I wouldn't have believed it. So it's completely transformed my Amiga gaming having that in there. That is now my main gaming Amiga.
And the ZZ9000 as well. That's really awesome. Like seeing stuff coming out for the big boxes now. Terrible Fire, they're doing their Amiga 4000 060. And I think that's really cool. Now all the 1200s and stuff have tons of upgrades, but the big boxes getting stuff is just really nice.
I think the big box stuff is definitely doesn't get as much love as the wedge computers like the 500 and the 1200 for sure. Yeah, I mean the Terrible Fire 1260. I always dreamed of having a Blizzard 1260 back in the day, but never could. And now I finally got an 060 in my real Amiga thanks to Terrible Fire card. So I love it. It's so good.
And I was trying to convince Steve.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to convince Steve to put a on his next revision of the Terrible Fire for the CD32 to put some way of emulating the MPEG card on it. And I'd spoke to him about it before, and he was a bit like, "Oh, does anyone really want that?" So I think people that are interested in those very few FMV games on the CD32 and being able to watch video CDs, maybe give Steve a little bit of a prod because he seemed like he might do it next time now.
Oh, that'd be neat.
So yeah, that would be cool.
The FMV games are so unique. I played Mad Dog McCree at the Flipper Arcade Museum.
Yeah.
And that was fun. I never actually played a real Mad Dog McCree. Well, actually, I did, but I never had it opened up and seeing the actual Amiga 500 motherboard in it. That was a really cool experience.
The Laserdisc player, wasn't it? I think
it was so. Yeah, the 500 controls the Laserdisc player, and they've got like an Amigen in there, which is really cool. I still have so much to go through from that trip to Germany. I haven't posted any of those pictures yet. Oh yeah, and the Warp Accelerator is totally AMX 312, and AMX 312, your project's amazing too. Amitube is so cool. I got my Amitube floppy right here.
Yeah, that's YouTube on the classic Amigas.
YouTube on an Amiga. It's incredible. Amitube is so cool. It's a really cool way that they do it. You can like browse to YouTube with your Amiga, and then it basically whatever you want to watch, it downloads to a server and then converts it to CDXL format, and then you can play it on your Amiga. But it does it really quick. It's really amazing.
Watching yourself on an Amiga is always weird, isn't it? It's like, yeah, some people have put I think on one of the Vampire packs, it was like one of my videos was on there, and watching that on my Amiga 600 screen, I was like, wow, this is trippy.
Yeah, oh yeah, totally. What's up, the Flamey? How's it going? Great to see you. Oh, Super Tech Boy's got a good question. What console or computer do you guys wish had a bigger retro scene?
Well, I love the Commodore Plus 4. I've got one here, my first machine, which actually has got quite a big scene around it. In more recent years, it seems to be like more demos and games are made for it. And I appreciate it is quite niche because it wasn't really a successful Commodore machine, but being my first, that's always something that I've got a lot of time for and I give a lot of love to.
For me, it's the Acorn computers. So in the UK, we had the BBC that was the educational computer, and then later on we had the Archimedes. And there's a lot of basis of all the new technology comes from like the ARM chip and Acorn, and sadly, like there was a lot of confusion over Riscos, which was the OS, and I think there's about 5 different versions of it out at the moment and stuff. And I'd like to see like a lot more focus on Acorn. I think Acorn's wicked, and we've all kind of in the UK we've all got a little part of us that used one at school or kind of played with one, and they're really nice systems. They had this twin slice. I've got a picture of it in the background there. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Acorn stuff.
That's neat. For me, getting into retro also was really neat because I didn't experience those UK machines like ZX Spectrum. I never even touched one until I went to a retro event. So it's my friends Thierry and Jeremy. They always do this cool, crazy European computer exhibit, and they have the Alice, which is a beautiful computer, and it's so cool to like learn about all these other machines I never knew of. Because here it was like TIs, Commodore 64s. Amigas and Apples and Macs. That was the big stuff here. But I've never touched any of those machines until I saw them at the retro shows.
Yeah, that's kind of what my article's about in the book. It's kind of about the difference with the American culture of like IBM being so dominant there, and we really just saw IBM as like a word processor, but there it was computing, and stuff like the TI-99 and seeing all of those machines over there, it's a total different world. Like Apple, we didn't get like Apple or Macs like till really late, till they were dominant. Like my first Mac that I saw was like a G3.
Oh wow!
So yeah, so going over to America and seeing the difference in culture and like popularity of the machines there, it's another world really.
Apple is, super popular here in the States in schools because, Steve Jobs, and he knew, like, I'm going to get the computers into the schools, and then kids will learn on Apple, and then they'll want to buy Apples when they get out of school. So, like, a lot of schools had like Apple IIs. Apple II and Apple IIe was massively popular. Apple IIc as well. So yeah, Apples were a big part of it, and IBM, of course. Like IBM was huge here, especially like where I live, because I live right next to Armonk, New York, which was IBM's world headquarters. So lots of kids who I went to school with, their dads like worked at IBM, so they all had like PC juniors. I think like every kid like every in my town like a PC junior, because I don't know. I guess I don't know if they would like give them to the employees or the employees would buy them at a discount. But the PC junior was huge with all my friends. We used to play like King's Quest on the PC junior.
And anything seems better after you've used a PC Junior, I imagine.
Totally. And then when I got my Amiga, they was like, oh man, I want to go to Bill's house, man. He's got the Amiga.
Well, we've had so many devs on the podcast that talk about, their journey started on the Apple II. And it's like, it's something totally alien to us.
Oh, Apple II was huge. And it was really crazy. One of my all-time favorite retro games is Prince of Persia, right? Jordan Mechner. Yeah. And I had a really cool experience. At the end of the game, there's you get to the final part, and there's the princess. And then I would go up to the princess, and then she would like kick me and kill me. And I'm like, oh, I guess that's the ending of the game. But then I was like, I feel like that's not the right ending of the game. So I went on to CompuServe. This is like one of my early online memories. I went on to CompuServe, and they had some kind of message board on CompuServe. And I was like, how do you save the princess in Prince of Persia, because she keeps killing me? And then someone wrote back, and they happened to be like a producer in Hollywood, which is amazing. I'm like, holy cow, like some producer in Hollywood responds to me. He's like, no, you gotta like run into the princess's arms, and then you win the game. If you approach her in attack position, she'll knock you out.
Show her some love.
Yeah, you gotta show her some love. And then, but then I didn't even realize it. But then, not too long ago, I started reading Jordan Mechner's books, which are amazing, by the way, about Prince of Persia and Karateka. Oh, sorry, I was talking about Karateka, not Prince of Persia. But he wrote books about Karateka and Prince of Persia, and like apparently he programmed Karateka on an Apple II, like literally in the town next to me where I grew up. So I was like playing his game, and I didn't know Jordan Mechner was from the town next door. It's crazy.
And I love those books as well. I mean, even in there, he's got the original scans that he did of his brother in a karate suit back in the mid '80s, and he saved all that stuff because we had him on the podcast when he launched the book, and hearing those stories from his mouth was incredible. Because I love Prince of Persia. That was one of my. I remember playing that when I was about like 7, 8 years old, and yeah, it's always been. I love the feel of Prince of Persia. The graphics were jaw-dropping, but it's got great atmosphere, that game as well. It
really does, because Jordan's a big movie fan as well, so he wanted his games to be cinematic. Like Karateka is like the whole thing is like it's based on like the Bruce Lee movie. Like it's like you have to fight your way up to the final boss kind of thing. It was really cool. And I know he went to our local karate dojo as well, and he got all the moves from the sensei there as well, which is really neat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he did a lot of rotoscoping with that game as well. Karateka, and the other cool thing about the Apple II was it had the 2-button joystick. So a game like Karateka is like way better with a 2-button joystick, as well as Load Runner. Like when I went to play Load Runner on the Commodore 64 with 1 button, I was like, oh, this stinks, because on the Apple II you got 2 buttons, so you can burn in each direction depending on like which button you press. So there were some of those games that were designed on the Apple II are definitely much better on the Apple II, because they really took advantage of the 2 buttons.
It's amazing, like with the guests, how we've learned about the different regions of the world. Like in Brazil, there's a whole kind of Sega scene where they're still making Master Systems. There's like a plant still kind of producing all the Sega retro stuff, and Sega's still alive. It's for a company called Tectoy, but they've still got all the licensing and stuff. So yeah, it's always interesting finding about those different regions and what they had. Like in the Netherlands, there was a big MSX kind of following there as well, and find out what the Australians had as well and stuff.
Yeah, it's very interesting how the regions change everything. Edvin Helm's got a question for you guys. How do you see the future of Amiga? Do you think we'll ever get a new release with a new chipset and OS?
I think it kind of has, if you're talking about stuff like the Vampire. These FPGA solutions, where they're improving on the original machines. So I think, stuff like that's going to develop. I mean, the Amiga's got so many different fractions though, hasn't it? Like I've got the A500 Mini there, which I love that machine. That's a great little, my brother was here this weekend. We set that up in the living room, playing Amiga games on that. That was really cool. So I think there's definitely different strands of Amiga. But I think for people that always dreamed of having, like you mentioned, an 060 back in the day when they were ridiculously expensive, the fact that, even though they are still quite expensive today, but I think they're definitely more accessible now than they ever were. So it does kind of feel like, whatever you want from the Amiga, whether you just want a basic A500 gaming experience, or you want the Amiga of your dreams that you always drooled over back in the mid-90s, you can experience it all today, I think. So that's what I love about it.
And like that, I think there was a push for next generation for a long while, like, you know, with like OS4 and Morphos and those kind of machines. But people seem to be going back to the classic still.
Yeah.
And the classic seems to be growing a lot more. And like, I think what maybe one day we'll have a powerful enough machine that will just emulate the Power PC stuff and also have the classic and somehow bring it all together in like a new style. But yeah, I don't think there'll be like a direct modern version of the Motorola stuff. It would be cool, but yeah.
It would be
I
cool.
kind of feel like that ship has kind of sailed.
Yeah.
I remember, I hung on to the Amiga as my daily machine until around 2001. And I remember reading all the articles, all the different buyouts. It's going to come back. It's going to be back in the stores again. It's going to destroy Windows 98. And it obviously never happened. But I think I took a bit of a break from the Amiga. Packed my A1200 up in like 2001 and then didn't really get back into the scene again until around 2007. So like, a good 5-6 year break. And then when I came back to it, I kind of accepted, even though I was, looking at the modern stuff as well. But really in more recent years, it's kind of that nostalgia and just enjoying using the machines for what they were. Even though, I've upgraded my A4000, like I mentioned, to kind of, the furthest I could push it. But all that stuff in there was, technically possible back in the late 90s when I used to read about it. It's just now finally been able to build the machine that I always wanted back then, but I couldn't afford it.
It would make a really good Netflix like comedy show, like Silicon Valley or something. If you have any of your friends, Bill, you should make it. That would be awesome. The story of Amiga, but those dark years and all the ups and downs and stuff.
It's crazy. I know. I remember our wall group after Commodore folded. It was like every month we get together and we're like, who owns Amiga now?
Yeah.
It was just it was bonkers. Oh man.
I still don't know.
I don't know either. It's kind of crazy. But I agree. I don't really see much I don't see Amiga becoming like I don't like a new OS that competes with like Mac or Windows. To me, it's all about the classic stuff and making the classic stuff cool and keeping the classic stuff alive. I love projects like I have here with the new case, Souls board, floppy drive replacements, replacement motherboards like John Hertel's doing, terrible fire cards. I love all that stuff. It's so much fun.
And also, like, the Power PC stuff is classic now.
It is.
It's kind of like the architecture. It's so kind of old that like these Macs that we're using for Morphos and stuff, they're pretty classic.
They're 20 years old now, yeah.
And that's why you can get a good deal on them and run MorphOS at a good price.
Yeah.
Luke's got a question. I'll turn around to you guys. Do some sort of video on the history or the best demo scene groups. I would love to, or a proper crowdfunding documentary. I would love to do that, Luke, and that's actually something I'm really interested in. I can recommend one that's out there right now. It's really good. It's called The Art of Algorithms. It's fantastic. You can find it on YouTube. But let me ask you guys, have you guys had any demo sceners on the Retro Hour podcast that Luke could go back and listen to?
Oh, we've had tons. One was Budbrain. I remember we had him straight away. We've had DJ Hoffman on there. We've had quite a lot of people. I think the demo scene is actually something that's a lot stronger than the Amiga scene, and demo scene something that's probably going to go on forever. People doing that kind of technical challenge. Amiga will always be a strong force in there, but you look at stuff like Revision, and it's huge, isn't it? It's
incredible. I gotta get there one day.
Oh yeah. It's like a pilgrimage, Bill. You have to go.
I have to go. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's amazing. To me, it's just like a bunch of really creative, talented, and smart people getting together and just having a big old party. I guess it doesn't get any better than that.
They were always the best coders on the Amiga, the demo scene as well, weren't they? The ones who could really push the hardware, and even games like Pinball Fantasies and Pinball Dreams. Obviously, they were demo scene coders originally, and that scrolling in those games still is gorgeous to this day.
Yeah, it's totally incredible. I'm totally following Chris Edwards' Pi Amiga project. I've actually got version 3 in mind. I got a little lucky there because he brought it to Vintage Computer Festival East, and he was demoing it at my booth because I couldn't talk at VCF East. I lost my voice. So it's gonna be. I can tell you, Pi Amiga 3 is gonna be awesome. It's coming out this Christmas, so that's gonna be really, really cool. I know Dan, you're Pi Amiga, yeah. Dan, you're a big Raspberry Pi fan. I know you're a big Pi guy.
Yeah, well, I'd say, actually my most popular videos on my YouTube channel are Raspberry Pi ones. So I definitely want to do more of them. But I think, the Amiga emulation on there is just amazing. Even, you mentioned Chris's project, and I've got that on a Raspberry Pi 400. that makes a great little portable Amiga, to take around with me. But also stuff like the Pi Storm. I just think that, I mean, I've got my Pi Storm is currently my Amiga 1500, which is down there on the floor behind me. You probably can't see it, but yeah, the fact that you can have, such power in a really affordable solution, even though Raspberry Pi prices are quite high at the moment because of the component shortage, but hopefully when that starts to equal out again, fingers crossed next year, I think that is just a really clever way of utilizing that power and putting it back into the classic Amiga. So yeah, I think, any retro enthusiast has probably got drawers full of Raspberry Pis just waiting for projects to go into. So yeah, I'll have been able to use them.
And when we had Evan Upton on the show, he said like the 400 was influenced by the Amiga. That
Amiga 600, wasn't it? His first machine, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Isn't it amazing how when you start talking to people who are big in the industry now, even like I talk to film people, you talk to retro computer people, like a lot of them like take it back to Amiga, right? Like Raspberry Pi 400 influenced by Amiga 600. How cool is that?
Yeah.
I remember I used to work in like art galleries, and there was a huge launch with a big artist, and everyone was talking to him, and he walked across the whole thing and he went up to me and he's like, "You're still using Amiga?" Like, yeah. So there's always once an Amiga and you're always an Amiga,
Oh, totally. And in my business, some people don't necessarily remember Amiga, but they remember the video toaster. So like, that's another big cultural difference, right? That we were just talking about before. Like the toaster was really big here in the States. And I feel like when people think of the Amiga, they think of the toaster here in the States, but you guys didn't even have the toaster over there because it was an NTSC device. So crazy how the geography changes things.
Yeah, us, it was like, everyone at my school at one stage had an Amiga 500. The Batman pack and then Cartoon Classics. Like pretty much everyone I knew had that. Then the 600. I remember a lot of kids getting those, and the 1200. But yeah, I didn't. I think I saw an Amiga 1500 in a computer store one day. They had it for like a week set up for some reason, and that was the only time I ever saw a big box Amiga in person until I got my A4000 about 10 years ago.
It was all big box for me. So
Yeah.
my dad worked as a lecturer at the university, and he managed to convince them to all buy these big boxes for the fine art department. So basically, they'd be doing all D-Paint on there. They'd have Genlocks on there as well, and they'd be doing a bit of 3D rendering as well. And then eventually they chucked them all out and bought PCs. And that was a disappointing day. But we drove by with a car and then filled it up with Amigas.
Wasn't disappointing for you. You rescued him.
Yeah. It's so funny too. Yeah, I mean it's really interesting because Amiga wasn't really popular here. It was like the underground system. People in graphics knew about Amiga. People in video knew about Amiga, but it was pretty underground. Like you were saying, all your friends had an Amiga 500, but here it was just like me and like one other kid in the neighborhood that had Amiga, and we were everyone always wanted to come like play with our Amigas. It was because it was so cool, but it was pretty underground. Even like in school, it was like me and like one or two other kids that had an Amiga, and that was it. And Anthony and I used to go to computer shows here all the time. They used to have like these big, almost like computer show flea markets. And our mission was always like, let's see if we can find an Amiga. And it was really sad how the lack of popularity here in the States with the Amiga. But sounds like in the UK it was much more popular with like Batman pack and all the cool packs. And I know obviously it was big in other parts of Europe like Germany and Poland. But here in the States,
you'd go into the shops and there'd be shelves. So like Virgin Megastores was one, or Electronic Boutique, or any of the kind of gaming shops. There'd always be an Amiga shelf in there, and it'd be quite prominent. So.
That's pretty cool.
I had some great independent shops as well in my town. There was two of them, and I remember they had like a big public domain section in one of them. And actually, the guys that ran the store were like, they were really good programmers in Amos. And every year you went in, they'd always have like a Christmas demo running on the Amiga in there, like programmed in Amos. With snow coming down and Christmas carols playing, they do that every year.
Any car boot sale as well, you'd have the piracy guy that would be like, every car boot sale in England. Yeah,
and I think that's probably a big part of it, though. That's probably why the Amiga, was probably as successful as it was here. Every kid at school had a collection of copied discs back in the day, which is one thing now when we talk to these developers, sometimes you feel a bit guilty and you're like, oh, what's your current project you're working on? I'll definitely buy it and go online just to say sorry.
Just paying back. But when you're kids, it's different. For me, like trading games, trading Amiga games was almost like trading baseball cards. Oh, you got this one. And when you're 12 years old, 15 years old, like I was, like you don't really think about money, or how people need you to buy the game in order to stay afloat.
One of the best interviews we did was Galahad from Fairlight, because he told us all about the kind of background of how it went on back in the days, and what all the cool groups were like, and yeah, and I guess they went into the kind of demo scene from the Cracktros and stuff, and that's like the legacy of that kind of stuff nowadays.
Yeah,
There's definitely something I'd like to explore more, like kind of the underground side of it. Like, we tried to get some of the guys from Skid Row on.
Oh,
we got
cool,
close to them, then they kind of whipped out at the last minute. So if any are in the chat, drop us a message. We'd love to hear from more of those groups back in the day.
Oh, that'd be
You can
fantastic.
use voice changes as well and stuff if that's an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, for us here in the States, our only connection to like the European scene was the Cracktros, and we saw the Cracktros. They were cool, and demo scene wasn't a thing here in the States at all. But the Cracktros were cool, and like there were a few demos that did stand out, but we didn't have like demo parties like you guys had. I'm jealous because I would have loved to go to some demo parties. We had raves, which were cool, but the demo parties would have been way cooler. Maybe did you guys ever talk to Sir Garbage Truck from Revision? He'd be a good one to have on the show.
No, we haven't, but that would be really good.
Yeah, he came on my stream once, along with Frankie, and they were great. It was amazing talking about Revision and the demo scene, and they gave me a really good education about some of like the really important demos and why. They'd be good to have on the show for sure.
I've not been to a demo party yet. I know Ravi's been to a couple, but back in the 90s, I'd read about them I get a lot of disc mags, like Grapevine, and I'd read about them, but I was only about like 14, 15. I was a bit too young to like kind of make the trip over to like Germany or Sweden or wherever the big ones are going on. So I kind of did miss out on like the golden age of it, if you like, but it does kind of sound like it's coming back quite a bit now. So yeah, I'd love to experience one in person. So that might be something that we look at next year, going to one.
Yeah, I used to go to the kind of tail end ones. So it was not in the Amiga heyday because I was too young for that. But it was the kind of tail end ones where they were still kind of having fun and partying, but it was still a bit kind of depressing. Like when everything was collapsing, I can imagine back in the days, I've seen lots of videos on YouTube of like demo parties and famous ones. They look amazing.
Yeah, I know. I love just seeing like that whole room just filled up with all the CRTs on there, and everyone just sitting there with like beer, like tons of beers, empty beer cans next to their Amigas, and just like programming away. It's great.
and the sound of the X-copy boing going off every 2 seconds.
Oh yeah. I love. Actually, that's one of my favorite videos of yours, Dan. Is the X-copy video. It's so good.
Yeah, I love doing that. Yeah, X-copy. I mean, it's probably someone asked me what do you think is the most used program on the Amiga. And everyone says, "Oh, probably dpaint or sysinfo," but it was probably Xcopy.
That's a good point. That's a really, really good point. Oh man, awesome guys! If anyone has any questions for Dan or Ravi, drop in the chat. We've been going for a while here, guys. I don't know.
Enjoyed it.
Yeah, this is great. I don't know if you guys have anything else you want to add. You want to hang out for a while? We can. Again, folks, Dan and Ravi are from the Retro Hour podcast. It's a weekly podcast, as you probably know. All things retro. It comes out every Friday on your favorite podcast app. I use the podcast app on my iPhone for it. And the first part of their show starts out with retro news, all some like really cool, like unique stories in retro news. And then after that, they have a legend in the retro community on, and they do top notch interviews with them. And it's my favorite podcast, man. I love your show. And like I said, when I literally feel like when I travel, you guys are with me because I got my headphones on in the plane or train, wherever I am, and I'm listening to the cast, and I feel like I know you guys. It's also the interesting thing about the podcast is it's very personal. Like even before I got to know you guys, like I felt like I know you just by like hearing you in my ear and bringing you everywhere. It's really cool.
It's mad. Since we've done the Kickstarter, people have been backing it, but they've also been, putting comments about how they listen and stuff. And usually we don't get that feedback. Like one thing we used to do was those user pictures of people listening to the podcast all over the world, and that was really cool. I remember yours, Bill, that you submitted.
That was a good one.
In Grand Central Station or something, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I was in Grand City. I think I did a couple. I did one in Grand Central because I always listen when I take the train to New York City. I always listen on the train. And then I did another one when I get off the train in my town. The train station's on it's like right on the Hudson River. It's really beautiful. So I was like finishing up listening to the podcast one day. I'm like, I'm gonna go take a picture of me listening to the Retro Hour podcast like on the river. So we got that one too. It was really good.
Yeah, we need to do that again. It's always amazing seeing people listening all around the world.
But a guy was like
Taj Tokyo, Mahal. I remember. Yeah, Taj Mahal. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh wow, that is so cool. So folks, I know a lot of folks have joined the stream since we first started. Yes, we did talk about the Kickstarter project, the new Retro Hour book that's coming out. You can do !book in the chat or !retro hour in the chat, or I'll just drop the link right now. Whoa, oh, Windows key. Hold on. Copy. I always get nervous when my desktop's on the screen on a stream. I'm like, I don't want to hit the wrong button there. There's a link to the Kickstarter. You know what? I'll tell you what. Since there's a lot of new folks in the chat, let's just watch the video again. That'll explain a lot about the book. Sound good, guys?
Sure.
All right, cool. Let's see if I refresh the page here. I don't even know this opera. There we go. Refresh. Boom. There we go. And here's the awesome video.
Hello and welcome to the Retro Hour podcast. I'm Dan Wood.
I'm Ravi Abbott.
And me, Joe Fox.
And this is what we've done every week now for 7 years, giving you exclusive access to the biggest names in video games. The podcast comes out every single Friday, but we're here today to tell you about our most ambitious project today, and this is a big one.
Oh, God, absolutely. So we've been doing this now for the best part of a decade. We've been doing it for just over 7 years, interviewing some of the world's biggest and best video game developers every single week on our podcast, The Retro Hour.
And we're super excited to bring you a premium quality book. You know we love our books, and we've created a collection that only we can do.
Now, that's always been the reason that we've done this podcast. I mean, we love talking to each other and bringing you the news every week. But really, the reason we started this podcast 7 years ago was to bring you the stories of the people who shaped the industry, the people that ran the companies, that made the games that we grew up playing. And it's been a difficult task. We've done over 350 interviews, but we've picked 10 of our favourites to feature in this book.
Yeah, so we're going to bring you 10 of our favourite interviews, and these interviews are with developers from all around the world. We're also going to bring you free exclusive interviews that are available only in the book and not on the podcast.
Yeah, and as well as that, we've also got artwork with the amazing David Rowe. You might know him from Nightmare, James Pond, loads of other games from back in the day. He's going to be doing exclusive, amazing artwork for the book as well, which just looks absolutely fantastic.
So that is what we're aiming to deliver with our first book, The Retro Hour, The History of Video Games from Those That Made It Happen. Now, if you listen to the podcast, you know that we do try and really put an effort into that kind of polish, that professional standard in the show as well, and we're hoping to carry that over into the book. And I think this book's going to be interesting for anyone who has an interest in video games, an interest in business, wants to learn a bit more about how what is now the biggest entertainment industry in the world was shaped from the people who actually made it happen.
And you know what? We are beyond thankful to be sat here today doing this. Like I say, we've been doing it for 7 years now, independent. Dan has said it as well. The biggest thing we've probably ever done for the podcast, you know, other than the actual podcast itself. And it's absolutely amazing that we can sit here, and it's because of our fans, our listeners, the guests that we've had on, that we can now do this, and we just love for this to happen and for you guys to allow it to happen as well.
So the Retro Hour, the history of video games from Those That Made It Happen, is of course now live on Kickstarter. We've put so much work into this. We hope you'll enjoy it. We know you'll enjoy it, so please show us your support. Thank you.
Greetings, Clint from LGR on YouTube here, and just wanted to say congrats on the book. Look forward to seeing how that turns out. I always think it's cool whenever a bunch of interviews and knowledge and stuff from podcasts or whatever is condensed down into a more digestible form like that. So yeah, looking forward to it. And just a bunch of cool dudes there. It's been fun being on the show a couple times over the years. Just always enjoyable hanging out, talking retro, talking life and collecting and whatever else. Yeah, just congratulations to y'all from me.
The Retro Hour is one of the best retro podcasts out there. The variety of the guests they have, the quality of the interviews, and the loveliness of the people behind it just make it essential listening every week. There ain't much more else to say. A cracking bunch of lads.
Hi, I'm Nostalgia Nerd, and I've listened to the Retro Hour podcast for literally years. It's one of my favourite podcasts. So when Dan told me they were doing a book featuring some of their work, I was excited, and I still am excited. I'm going to back it. You should back it. This sounds amazing. We all need to get on board with this. Do it.
Oh, hello, Chip Dippers. Perifractic here. I'm just taking Kid Tesla for a drive down Nostalgia Lane, and it occurred to me to mention to you that the Retro Hour is by far, by an absolute mile, the very, very latest podcast that I've listened to. But it is also super cool, and it's actually really important to keep documenting all of this retro stuff for our kids and for our kids' kids. Probably for our kids' kids. You get the point. Either way, back now. I'm going to back out now. See ya.
The Retro Hour podcast. It happens so often when I'm doing my history videos. I end up finding interviews that these guys have done with the developers. It makes my videos so much easier. These guys are an incredible resource when it comes down to video game history preservation. I adore what these guys do, and I actually featured on the podcast as well, so
Sweet video, guys. I'm so psyched. I can't wait for the book. It's going to be, and you know, a lot of folks in the chat are saying, oh, it's 10 reviews, man. It's not enough. So do you think there could be like a potential like volume 2 somewhere down the road?
I think now that we've kind of, you know, if this is successful, get the model in place, then, you know, we'll possibly be able to do one. We've had quite a few people contact us that want to be in it that have been previous guests as well and stuff. So, you know, also if we do achieve it, we could get backers and then survey them and kind of find out what they want in the next book as well. So I think there's interesting areas to explore, and yeah, if it does get funded, then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, 'cause I think everyone probably knows how a Kickstarter runs, but you know, maybe there's a couple of people that don't. But yeah, really, it depends on whether we get funded by Saturday, December 10th. It's 11:04 p.m. That's the cutoff time. So really, I mean, the way Kickstarter works is it's all or nothing. If we don't hit the target, it doesn't happen. If we do, then yeah, hopefully, like Ravi said, you know, we can look at future volumes as well, because it was very difficult. You know, like we were saying before, we've done over 350 interviews now for the show. Getting that down to just 10 of the best gives you that variety. Was a very difficult thing to do. So yeah, we've easily got another couple of books in us.
For sure. You guys definitely went wisely with some of the big names, like, you know, like Ken Williams, Nolan Bushnell, Jeff Minter. So it's probably really important to start off with the no names, so it's recognizable to people. But there have been so many other great interviews as well. Even some of the lesser known ones might be really interesting for people to read about as well. Those are some of my favorite interviews that you guys have done.
And we've also got like some exclusives coming that have never been on the podcast before, and you know, are just going to be exclusive to the book as well. So there's some surprises coming up.
Excellent.
Yeah, and there's exclusive content in the book as well. We're going to be doing features between every interview in there. So there'll be, you know, every interview will be broken up by a feature that's exclusive to the book. So we've got about 10 of those that we're working on right now as well.
What kind of, like, what do you mean by a feature? What can people expect from that? So a non-interview, what would that a feature be?
Yeah, so one of them
by us,
yeah, they're written by us. So one of them is, you know, my love for the Amiga, why it burned so strong in 2022, how great the scene is today. Ravi's doing one about his trip to America and how big IBM was, you know, and the cultural differences between the UK and here. Joe's writing one about collecting for retro and where he kind of finds games and how that's changed over the years. We're also doing one that a lot of people ask us about, kind of a typical week for us. So we're doing a couple of pages on, you know, how we plan an episode of the podcast, how we record it, how we go about researching it, how we put it together, and that kind of thing as well. So yeah, we've got a bunch of features that are going to go throughout the book to break up the interviews too.
A little behind the scenes, retro hour behind the scenes. I love it. You know, I was watching that video and you guys shot it inside of a recording studio. And I know I'll never forget when you guys first started the podcast, you posted an image, I think it was like of an empty studio or like a microphone in an empty studio. And you guys said like there's something new and exciting happening. And so you guys did the show in that studio for, I guess it was right up until COVID, right?
Yeah. Well, it was Dan's work, and we basically went in there and we recorded for a long while, and people were like, "Oh, you're doing your gaming podcast?" You know, it was like a real kind of like geeky oddball thing. And then later on, they were all like, "Oh, podcasts, they're great. Can you give us some advice?" But COVID struck, and I remember there was 1 week where I think we had to do 5 episodes because we knew
lockdown was coming, didn't we? Yeah, there was all the rumors, you know, the country's going to go into lockdown. At first, we're like, everyone like, oh, they're never going to do that. No chance. But then as it became more real, we're like, well, you guys might not be allowed in this building to record the show, you know. We expected lockdown to be like a month, but obviously it ended up being quite a lot longer. So we got a load of shows in the bag. Stayed there till about 2 a.m. recording them, and then literally our patrons saved the show. Because Ravi and Joe couldn't come in the studio. We're like, well, we need home setups, and we need them like next week. So
well, we'd actually had a plan, which was to get our own studio within the city and hire it, and we were like looking at places and stuff, and the patrons had actually helped us get to that kind of stage. But then we realized with COVID, if we'd hired it, we wouldn't have been allowed in the building.
Yeah.
and we wouldn't have been allowed to record. So we would have just bought a place and then not been allowed to go in there, and that would have all been ruined. So luckily, with the patrons, they managed to help us get these Roadcasters, which are amazing little bits of kit, where it's basically a whole podcast studio on a little kind of caster, and then we got some nice mics, and we've been doing it from home ever since. So when we did that video for the Kickstart launch, it was so weird going back to the place and being able to see each other in the eyes again, you know.
So
And there were some tricky times at the start. I mean, when we first started doing it, you know, we had a bit of trouble with echo in rooms and just learning how to. I mean, I've got sound insulation around this room. I've actually built a studio in my garage since, you know, in the last couple of years. Yeah, actually converted my entire garage into a recording studio at home.
My house was buzzing, or the wiring in the house was like Victorian, and it was all like, you know, loads of kind of problems with grounding and stuff.
But I think we've got it nailed now, and I think for us, you know, actually recording from home allows us a lot more flexibility now, because before we had to go into the radio studio off peak, you know, 7, 8 in the evening to do it. And if we had guests around the world, that would kind of limit us, you know, if they could only do during the day. But now, I mean, for example, recently Joe and I stayed up till like 2 o'clock in the morning on a Friday night to do an interview with someone who was in mountain time and couldn't record with us until he finished work at 5 p.m. So having home studios enables us to do that easily. So it's definitely been a game changer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, at first it probably sounded like something that's not good, but it seems like that it's been an advantage for you guys. And like Smash 1980 said, he's not noticed the quality difference since he moved. So that's very impressive. It's amazing how you guys were able to adapt. Yo, what's up, Unit? Great to see you. And Angry Stickman, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. But you know, when you're doing the interviews, it's amazing that technology can like bring us all together like that, and you can interview someone who's in mountain time. But is there a difference when you interview someone in person versus when you interview them remotely?
For sure. Yeah. I don't know. I think remote, maybe we've got that down. Like doing interviews in person's really, really tricky. Also, you've got a set studio, but doing live sound is, as you know, it's a total difference. You've got the environment. You've got like, is the mic close enough? Or that can be a nightmare. But yeah, we've managed to do some stuff. Like we recently did panels in Norway, and through experience, Dan decided to bring his microphones, his own microphones, and actually plug them up and have them on stage, because certain ones weren't working, and
we had feedback problems, didn't we, the year before?
Yeah.
So we obviously want to record it in good quality for the podcast. But yeah, it's still, I think, live events are definitely where it gets tricky. And luckily, most of the events we go to have got really good engineers who will, mic it all up nicely, and they'll give us a nice wave recording afterwards and put it on Google Drive for us. And it generally works out quite well. But I think there are so many different live interviews we've done, whether it be panels in front of 200 or 300 people. Pixel Heaven, I've done panels there. We've done them all over the place. Or there can be examples like Ravi. He took a train over to John Romero's house and went in with just a little portable recorder and did it in his.
I
that must have been amazing.
Mics.
Tell me about that, John Romero, legend, Doom. I mean, id Software.
Well, that was amazing. That was actually Jala from Amiga Island that managed to get us to see John Romero, and that is one of the maddest things ever. We were dropped off on this empty street in Ireland, and they were like, "That's John Romero's place." And I went and I knocked on it, and it was an empty building. It looked like trashed. Wires were all coming out, and he's got this great long hair. So he kind of came and he opened the door and with his long hair, and it was really grand. And then we went inside this kind of abandoned, broken building, and they had a lift, took us to the top, and it was like Romero Studios, and it had a Doom throne in there and stuff. But
secret lair.
Yeah, it was like a secret lair in Ireland, and I was just at one point I was like, I'm on a street in Ireland. It's cold. I don't know. I've just been dropped somewhere. It was really interesting. But yeah, we had free mics for that as well. And I remember the one that saved me was the iPhone at the end. I just set an iPhone to record and left it on the table, and all the other ones failed because you're not thinking, you're not focusing properly, and then we use the iPhone recording. So yeah.
That's definitely one thing. It's one thing we've got better at. I think, in our early days, we did do some interviews where the recording would either be, non-existent, or the mic was clipping, it was too loud. And yeah, I think definitely experiences made that a lot easier for us. But yeah, those early days, we had a few that we sadly lost. So
Yeah.
we don't make that mistake anymore.
Working on location is tough. I had a problem at Amiga 37. I just got a new microphone because I didn't want to bring my big professional camera to Amiga 37 because I wanted to have like just fun and hang out too. So I just had my little mirrorless camera with me. But I bought a new microphone for it. And the frequency, it was a wireless microphone. The frequency is on. You know those RF shields inside your Amigas? They actually work. So what happened was, but of course no one has them on anymore. So every time the microphone went down near an Amiga, all of a sudden I get the sound would drop out because of the RF interference. It was really frustrating. I had to like try and find a channel that would kind of work. And then when I figured out what was happening, I was like, I'll hold the microphone away from the Amiga. So it was tricky. Captain John, I have been on the Retro Hour podcast. I've been on it, twice. I was on it once with my buddy Anthony talking about Guru Meditation YouTube channel, and then more recently I was on it with Zach Weddington talking about Arcade Dreams documentary. So yeah, the guys have had me on twice. It's been awesome. I love going on the show. It's always a blast. Yo, the real Tony Rocks has just joined chat. He's Real Tony Rocks is one of a great friend of all three of ours, and today is his 50th birthday.
Oh man!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to the real Tony Rocks, the sexiest man in Pittsburgh himself, right there, up on stage with me, at Amiga 37.
Yeah, my wife was actually, she came over to the event in Germany. She didn't come to the event, but she came out on a night with us, and she was mentioning people there. And she goes, "Oh, who's that young guy? That really young guy?" I was like, "Who are you talking about?" And she said, "Oh, he's got dark hair." And I was like, "Tony." She goes, "Yeah, he's young to be into the Amiga. What is he, like 22?" I'm like, "He might be a bit older, but yeah, he definitely looks young."
Tony Rocks,
looking good, Tony.
Looking good, my man, Tony Rocks. The 5-0, man. I hope I look that good in 5-0. You're looking good, Tony Rocks. When is Arcade Dreams coming out? Oh, one thing on Tony Rocks, he kind of reminds me of Joe. I didn't know what Joe looked like. I just knew you'd call him Handsome Joe, and I didn't know what he looked like until I saw that video. And Joe and Tony Rocks got similar vibes. Right?
We have so many people that just say, "Is that Joe?" Wow.
Yeah.
They've seen us on YouTube, and then a video or a photo will come out with Joe, and they're like, I don't know, they've got this imagined version of Joe that's totally different.
Because Joe, that co-hosts that podcast, he's a real life rock star. Yeah, he fronts metal bands. So he brings the rock and roll to the Retro Hour.
That's amazing. That's hilarious. You're welcome. You're welcome, Captain John. Yeah, go back and check it out. Edvin Hell's asking, when is Arcade Dreams coming out? Edvin, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I know what I can tell you is that Zach is working really hard on it. He does lots of backer updates in the Facebook group. If you're on Facebook, definitely if you want to join the Arcade Dreams Facebook group, I'm sure Zach would love to have you. So like basically he's already shot like a lot of it. He's probably shot like 80% of it, but now he's just trying to build the story, and that's really the hardest part. So he's going through, he's editing a lot, he's putting together different scenes now. So he's working really hard on that. And as far as the shooting goes, I think I only have like probably one more shoot with him. We talked about doing it maybe in like December or early next year, and we're gonna get like all these like really cool stylized shots of different pinball machines and arcade machines to use throughout the series. So yeah, so shooting wise, it's kind of winding down now. But editing wise, he's deep into it right now with editing and trying to figure out the storyline, because he's got so much material. I shot a lot of it for him at the very beginning, and then it's been taken. Making a documentary is no easy task. So I had to go off and shoot some other TV shows. So then Zach, I gave Zach a bunch of advice, and he bought a new camera, and he went out and shot a bunch of stuff himself, and it looks really great. Like he did an amazing job. So he's been to some like really cool events and stuff that I couldn't go to, and he covered them really well. So there's a ton of great material for Arcade Dreams, and now he's just got.
I loved when I saw Bill in America. We went to this like pinball place, and just like the American culture of pinball and arcades is so cooler than the UK. We'd have like a pinball machine in the corner, or it'd usually be by the seafront. And in America it seems really established with all the arcades and the pinball stuff. It's really part of the culture.
Oh yeah, arcades were a huge part of our culture. Even growing up, there were arcades everywhere, especially here in New York. I don't know what it was like around the rest of the country, but I think they were pretty popular as well. But I mean, I grew up in an arcade. Like every Saturday, my dad and his best friend would take me to the arcade. Sometimes like on a Friday night, and then when I got into high school and I could go on my own, they'd drop me off at the arcade. My friends and I would play like Street Fighter 2. The whole arcade scene was it was really big and a really big part of our childhood here. Pinball as well. Pinball. But like when I was a kid, I was more into the video games and not as into the pinball. But now that I've been working on Arcade Dreams, like I learned how to play pinball properly. It's not just about keeping the ball going. Like there's actually strategy involved. So I've actually gotten really into pinball since I started shooting Arcade Dreams. And but yeah, it's interesting.
Like in a pub or a leisure centre, or a chip shop, you'd sometimes have arcade units. The big ones would be at the seaside, or you'd have a few in your city, but it would usually be full of people smoking cigarettes and a really grumpy person sat at the kind of coin area.
Hey, if you're for the folks who are watching in Germany, I just want to give a shout out to the Flipper Arcade Museum. Like, if you want to get kind of like an American arcade experience, that Flipper Arcade Museum is amazing. And Dadler and Seynad like really hooked me up with a great tour. So it's just east of Frankfurt. So if you're in Germany, I highly recommend going to the Flipper Arcade. They have the Mad Dog McCree there with the Amiga 500. They've got the original like Polyplay cabinet, which is Polyplay like in Via. They got the Polyplay cabinet, and they just have an amazing collection of pinball machines. It's really I'm stoked. It's really good. I was there with Captain John and the Amiga Sons. We had a blast there, and Captain's like, yeah, we don't really have this in Germany, but except here, and it's really, really cool.
That is one thing I did miss because arcades was such a big thing here until around the mid '90s, and they started to trail off a bit. But I've got memories of playing like Mad Dog McCree at the Seaside Arcades, and seeing that on a massive rear projection TV and playing it there, and the Sega R360. Try not to vomit after I'd eaten too much candy floss or cotton candy, as you call it in America. So it was I've got really good memories of the arcade, and luckily now, I mean, there are a lot that are popping up again here in the UK now. Like Arcade Club is one that's worth a visit if you're ever in the UK. Yeah. And they're what's generally good is now you pay once on the door, then everything is set to free play inside. So you're not like, pumping your 10, 20, 30p's into them anymore. You're you can play as much as you want, which is really good.
Yeah, we had a place called it was the Trocadero in London, and it was like a Sega arcade.
Sega World.
Sega World, and it was like all themed like Sonic. You'd go up the escalator, and they'd have like rings around it, and that was floors of arcades, but it was really expensive.
Yeah, I remember getting in line. You wanted to get onto Pac-Man, and it was really popular. You had to like take your quarter, and you would put your quarter on the arcade machine, and then whoever quarter was next, that's when you got to play the game. I forgot how we kept track of it all, but somehow I just remember putting my quarter on, waiting in line to play Pac-Man. It's so popular. And they were some of my favorites as well. Because we used to go to like I mentioned, the Seaside Arcades, but there was some that were kind of a bit downtrodden, or they hadn't been like done up in years, and they still had arcades there. We're talking about 94, 95. They started like Gallagher and Defender and early 80s machines and Pac-Land, and they'd generally be like 10 pence to play on. So even then, I was into retro. I'd enjoyed playing those early 80s machines probably as much as like the modern ones. Oh yeah, those are great, and they're just really well designed for arcades. Just pick up and play. You don't have to think too much about it. And then like when I got older and we got into like high school, that was like the Mortal Kombat. That was the Mortal Kombat era and the Street Fighter 2 era. I've got some really great memories after school on a Friday night, going to the bowling alley / arcade with my buddy Chris and playing those games forever. And I remember those hologram games came out. I don't know if you had they were terrible to play, but it was just so cool to see like a game with a hologram. I felt like it was something out of Star Wars. It was
like Time Traveler. Yeah. That's the one blew my mind when I saw that.
Yeah, that blew my mind too. and now there's a big resurgence of arcades here too. I mean, they were always around, but they kind of evolved into like a Dave and Buster's, which is kind of like a modern arcade. And most of the games there are kind of like, they're almost like mobile games, but like mobile games with a big screen. Yeah. But now we have the retro arcades, and of course, it's guys like us who are making them, so they're really like beer arcades. So we have like barcades, so that's got like good food and beer, and so like what's better than like grabbing a pint and then go playing some of your favorite old arcade games? It's the best.
We even get that in a few bars here. In Nottingham, we had a bit of a retro scene. I mean, the National Video Game Museum was here for a while. That moved to Sheffield a couple of years ago, and we had a few kind of retro themed bars. They kind of went, but now there are some of these like these craft beer bars that are popping up. Then you might go in there, and there's a couple like GameCubes or Super Nintendo set up, or Mega Drives. So we are seeing these kind of retro systems making their way into more bars now.
And we've got our rival city, which is next to us, which is Derby, where Core came from, and that's the home of Tomb Raider.
Rivalry.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they've got a big statue of Lara Croft in the city, and they have the mansion that they used to have in Tomb Raider. That's there.
Croft Mansion.
Yeah, Lara Croft Way as well is one of the roads, and they've just opened a retro museum there as well in Derby. So.
Oh, that's cool. I can't imagine. I know Lara Croft statue. That's amazing. I saw a place, I don't know where it is, but I think it's in the UK, a place with lemmings, a lemming statue as well.
Yeah, that'll be in Scotland.
Oh, it's in Scotland.
Dundee.
Okay. Yeah, that's so. I would love to see that one day. That's amazing. What do you know the story behind that?
That was DMA in Scotland, and I think they've just done like a little tribute, which is tiny lemmings climbing up a pole in the street. But yeah, there's all these little studios all over England. You know, Gremlin was Sheffield, and it's just really interesting. Like all these different regions and their own kind of games that they produced, and you know, like DMA went on to Rockstar North, which is like, you know, one of the biggest franchises in the world now. So
I think here it does kind of feel like, you know, culturally it's becoming more respected. I mean, even in the last couple of years, we've got a series of postage stamps that they released dedicated to classic video games. So you could go into the local post office and buy them, and, you know, you could mail your letters with them if you wanted to, but I think most people just kept them for, you know, collection. And yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but the fact that they were making stamps with like lemmings and stuff on was crazy.
Oh, that's crazy. Yo.
And you had Liverpool as well with like Psygnosis, and you know, Liverpool Studio as well, where they were doing like Wipeout and stuff like that.
Oh, that's so cool how it's connected to the region like that. And you have these regional wars. I love it. But yo, Yuji Pella, thank you so much for the massive raid. I hope all is well, buddy. Yuji is an amazing streamer here on Twitch. I've been interviewed by Yuji as well. He is an incredible streamer, a really great friend. Thank you so much for the raid, Yuji. And Yuji viewers, today is an interview stream, and I am talking to Dan Wood and Ravi Abbott from the Retro Hour podcast. If you guys are into retro, and I know you are, you probably listen to the podcast. It happens every Friday on your favorite podcast app. Their podcast is amazing. They've done over 350 interviews. Basically, every single podcast starts out with retro news. They do like a half hour of all cool like news stories that's happening in the retro community, and then they have on an absolute legend. They've had like Nolan Bushnell on. They've had all like so many great people on their podcast. And today, well, on Friday, they launched their first Kickstarter campaign. Let me bring it up on the screen. They're launching a book based on the interviews that they've done on the podcast, and it's the Retro Hour book. It's got 10 of their top interviews that they had on the podcast. There's also going to be some new interviews coming out that are exclusives to the book. They've got some what'd you call it, guys, the articles that you're writing in between the features. They've got some features in there too. So yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. We've been talking about the Kickstarter campaign. We've been talking about the podcast. We've been talking about interview techniques. That's what I was really interested in asking you guys about, because you guys are amazing with the interviews. What makes the magic happen on the Retro Hour podcast? Well, why is it the top retro podcast in the world? So yeah, it's been an awesome stream, Yuji. I might play some games in a little while. We'll see. But I've been having so much fun talking to the guys. I don't know how much even time you guys have, but there's a good question.
As long as you want, though.
Oh wow, amazing. Yo, what's up, Gano Finn? Yeah.
I'll be watching your stream anyway, Bill.
Right.
Exactly.
You know, there was this cool. I've been behind a little bit, but I saw the article on Indie Retro News about like a never released Amiga game that was unfinished. I kind of want to check that out. And then I got a couple of games at Amiga 37 I want to check out. A couple of puzzle games. I know Zuper Dan, one of our friends here, he's in your community too. He just came out with a new puzzle game, and there's another one called Connect that I picked up at Amiga 37. I was going to check that game out too. So we got some games to play. But also, if anyone has any questions in the chat for me, Dan, or Robbie, please fire away. I just saw Vector Funk. He's got a good question. I guess maybe all three of us will answer. What is your favorite Amiga game to play solo, and which is your favorite to play with a friend? You want to start, Ravi?
Colonization is my favorite one to play solo. When I was a kid, if I just wanted to kill time, that would take up days. And I'd just slam the space bar every time it was a new turn. That was amazing. And like the Alistair Brimble music in there never got boring as well. It was on a loop, but you know, it was amazing. And my favorite one to kind of play with a friend, Base Jumpers. If you've ever played Base Jumpers, that's a pretty cool game. You've got to race to the top of a building and then base jump off it, avoiding pipes and kind of trying to race each other. I think that would be a good one for you to play on the stream as well.
Oh, that's you know what's amazing is there's over like 5,000 Amiga games, and I'm still discovering new ones. So that's that's I would never play Base Jumper. I definitely want to try that one out. How about you, Dan?
It's really good fun. Like you're racing, and it's kind of one of the games where you have to push the screen. You know, so if you go ahead, the screen starts going, and then the person's trapped at the bottom.
Yeah, that always adds another layer of complication, so to speak.
I've got so many. I mean, it depends what mood I'm in. I mean, if I just want some kind of mindless fun, I might just put Slam Tilt on, which I think is one of my favorite. You know, that pinball game is like up there in my favorite games of all time. I think it's probably my favorite pinball game on any platform. You know, games like Monkey Island I used to play. You know, if I want something a bit more in depth. For two-player games, I mean, Chaos Engine, we used to play that loads. As a kid, me and my brother would spend hours on that. We were never very good at it, but that was always something that we'd pick. But I think my favorite two-player Amiga game would probably have to be Micro Machines.
Oh, that's a great one.
Just because, you get a friend over and you play that over a couple of drinks, and the adrenaline in that game, and you have such a laugh playing it.
Syndicate, that's a good one. Those are good. So I would say my favorite was, I'm thinking two-player games. I mean, Chaos Engine was the first one that came to my mind. But I really enjoy Swiv. Last week when I was streaming with Ash, we played Swiv. That's a really, really great one. Favorite solo game? It's a tough one. Solo game. I really like the pick 'em up and play shooters. You know, I love the modern ones, man. I love Nvidia and I love Reshooter. Love those games. Oh, and also multiplayer. I think a great modern multiplayer is Turbo Tomato by Nivrig. That's a lot of fun, especially when you're playing with a kid. There's some really good ones. Oh, DL Martin's. So those are some of my favorites. There's so many good ones though. Like you said, Dan, it depends what mood I'm in. Also,
it changes by the day.
It changes by the day. Amiga Live is a great resource, and so is Lemon Amiga! !Lemon in the chat. They've got the best Amiga games database, in my opinion.
Have you ever seen any of the competitions on Amiga Live?
Oh yeah, that for sure.
So funny.
So good.
It's really good. Like competitive Amiga gaming, and you know everybody's watching. And I did a Worms competition on there, and that was amazingly good fun.
Amiga Live is one of the coolest things to happen in the Amiga community. For those folks who don't know what Amiga Live is, you can go to AmigaLive.com, and it's basically kind of like a client server for FSUE emulator. But what it allows you to do is play online multiplayer Amiga games. So, you know, if you want to play Chaos Engine with a friend and you're in New York and your friend's in the UK, boom, you guys can play head-to-head. It simulates like sitting at one Amiga together playing. So it's Amiga Live's incredible. But like, you know, back in the day, when we used to get together for our wall games parties, we used to love playing two-player games where you could connect two Amigas together with a null modem cable. That was so much fun. Yeah. We used to play Lotus. We played Lotus head-to-head. That works really well.
Did the same,
yeah, that works awesome over null modem cable. We used to play F-16 Falcon. That was a really fun one to play over the null modem cable as well. So that was
a great one to play in null modem cable is their Battle Chess.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. And one thing I love about that is you can actually get two machines to play each other. So if you can actually get like an Amiga to play an Atari ST on Battle Chess over null modem cable. So yeah, the ultimate battle.
You gotta check it out. One of my older YouTube videos about BCF East, my good friend Pete Fletcher is a really great guy. He's an Atari ST guy, but I like him. I talked to him. I like him so much. We're good friends, even though he's an Atari ST guy. But yeah, that was his whole thing. He had it was called Battle Chess Tournament of the Micros, and he had all these different computers play each other in Battle Chess head to head all weekend. So that's cool. It was a really cool exhibit. It was one of my favorites I've ever seen. DL Martin's got a great question. What's the one Amiga game you recommend to someone that's never played one?
Ooh. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I'd say, well, I always say this, but Syndicate would be a good one, because it has that free roaming element. Yeah, and it's just an exciting concept, and it's something that I haven't seen, you know, other ones kind of do. Like, it was really good on the Amiga. Yeah, Syndicate. Yeah.
Syndicate. How about you, Dan?
Yeah, it depends what they're into, really, I suppose, doesn't it? You know,
that's true.
If they want like an arcade game, or they want like more of an in-depth kind of story, I suppose. But I think something like Speedball is always accessible.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone can pick up a joystick and just play that game. You don't really need to know much about what you're doing.
That's a good one.
Good choice.
Yeah, I like tailoring it to what they're into. I would go Kale 64. I agree with you. I would go Another World or Add This World, because I would definitely pick like an Amiga original game, and that game is still fun to play today. And it was just so groundbreaking. And you know, even if they are not into games, they're gonna love that opening sequence. It's just It rocks.
And I noticed Acid Bottle said Deluxe Galaga, and I said Deluxe
yeah.
Pac-Man as well. That's one of the best Pac-Man versions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cannon
Amiga
Fodder.
was really good with that PD kind of arcade, little revival where you were playing a lot of retro titles. I remember there was one called Workbench Asteroids, which was just like a little asteroids game within Workbench. Oh, it was so good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Banshee, of course. Lemmings to me is like, that's so Amiga. I totally agree. Yeah, so did you guys ever do an episode about PD and public domain or like Fred Fish collection? Because that was a big part of Amiga for me back then. Like every month on our user group, we had a public domain library, and we would, our librarian would like get together the latest like cool PD games and programs and put them onto a disc.
I think in the UK there was a lot of PD houses. So like obviously we heard about the Fred Fish discs, but we used to have these giant collections, 21 discs and stuff like that of PD stuff, and you'd kind of buy it cheap, and just tons of PD was everywhere. 17-bit software became Team 17 later on, and they were a big PD house. I think everyone had like a stack of PD collections like on floppy until those Aminet CDs came out.
Yeah,
as well.
I was going to say the CDs. Yeah, they were a game changer for me. And CD PD, and those collections from Almathera, just having a complete collection of all the Fred Fish discs on one CD-ROM. Yeah, I mean, I'm still going through that now, and I bought it 30 years ago. Still haven't, seen everything on it. So that was definitely good value. But in terms of the podcast, we did one recently, didn't we? Actually, Shareware Heroes. The episode was called.
Yeah.
Came out in August.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, and that was with an author called Richard Moss. So that was a really interesting episode, talking about not only the kind of stuff we mentioned then, but even going back to the BBS days and shareware games on different platforms. So I even remember buying a magazine here in the UK. There was a magazine called Public Domain that was on sale in the early 90s, dedicated to it, and I bought a couple of issues of that. And one thing that amazed me about it is they had a cover disc that was tri-format. So it had Amiga programs on there, PC programs, and Atari ST programs all on one disc.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so
How does that even work?
I still can't figure out how they did that to this day. Yeah,
That is.
It was also good to get backgrounds as well, for your desktop, but also get like sound effects and, like all these kind of odd little items that now you'd just download in a second. But back then it was like great to get all these weird oddities and, utilities and stuff.
And it was cool how the PD librarian, like in our club, would curate it, right? So, sometimes they would do like a different theme. So we'd have like the Christmas disc and the Easter disc, and they would customize the mouse pointer on your Amiga to be like a Christmas tree or something. It was so much fun.
I still do that to this day. I have a Halloween theme for my Amiga and the Christmas one.
It's so much fun. Milo's Chocolate follow-up question. Oh, I love Turrican too. Addicted to Retro. There's so many good ones. A hidden treasure of a video game. I'll go a hidden treasure of an Amiga game. Oh man. Okay, I got two for you that I think may not be as popular. I'll go two. One is called Thexter. It's like it's a platformer, Japanese platformer game. I really like Thexter a lot. And I also really like Garrison, because we never really got a good Gauntlet on the Amiga until I think Gauntlet 2. And so I used to play Garrison. Garrison's a great multiplayer game too. Garrison was like the Gauntlet that I had before I could get Gauntlet. Do you guys have any hidden treasures?
I'm trying to think the name of it at the moment. You go, Dan.
I think I enjoyed Walker.
Yeah.
That was a great game. That I don't think gets a lot of love. And that was the first time I got that on a cover disc. I think it was CU Amiga gave away a demo of it. It might have been over Christmas. I've got memories of what a unique control mechanism on it as well. You had to use like the joystick and the mouse, or the keyboard and the mouse at the same time, which worked really well. So yeah, I'd say if you haven't checked that game out, it's worth a try. I've got a bit of a guilty pleasure as well that most people probably won't agree with, but I loved Captain Planet on the Amiga, probably because it was included in the Cartoon Classics pack, and I played that to death as a kid, and I think it reviewed about 38% in Amiga format.
Oh,
It
man.
didn't do very well.
Oh, ouch.
But it's got great music by Ben Daglish on it. And when we had him on our podcast, I mentioned it to him. I said, I love the music you did on that game when I grew up. He went, did I do the music on that? I don't remember doing it. Then I played him a bit of it. He's like, oh, yeah, that was me. So he completely forgot that he did the music for the game. But yeah,
That's
I still
incredible.
enjoy
That
game.
you reminded him of that. That was amazing.
Yeah.
I think Fury of the Furries, if you've ever played that. That's an amazing platformer where you've got these like little furry creatures and you can change like what they do in there, and it's got a really cool soundtrack as well. Really like that. And there was another one which was it was like XCOM, but it was a PD version of XCOM, like a public domain one, but you could design your own levels on there, and that was really good fun. I can't remember what it's called for the life of me, but you know, I've mentioned it in Amiga Addict before when we had a XCOM article.
Oh yeah,
really good.
There's one that I loved as well that actually got a bit more attention recently because it was on the Amiga Mini. Was Quack.
Oh yeah, Quack.
From that was a great game, and yeah, that's one that I don't remember. I got that again on a cover disc demo as a kid, but I don't remember a lot of people talking about that game. So that's one worth checking out as well.
Walker is really cool because actually Walker is one I play 2-player, even though it's a 1-player game. But me and my buddy Anthony, we always used to play it at the WOG meetings, and we'd still do it now where like one person controls the feet and one person aims and shoots with the mouse. I love that one. Yo, what's up, Richard? Great to see you. Oh, I played the furries a while ago. Yeah, and Payback. Payback. I played Payback on stream too. Guys, I gotta use the restroom real quick. I drank a lot of kombucha and a lot of water during the stream. I'll be right back. You guys can hold down the fort while I'll be right back.
No worries.
I'm currently looking through Amiga Addicts to find that name of that PD game.
Yeah, somebody mentioned here as well. Yeah, on a cover disc. I think they actually were demos that I got on a cover disc back in the day. Might have got the full games later on from another source, but yeah. But I think you're talking about games that don't get a lot of love. Do you remember Yo Joe? You played that game before?
I remember hearing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really good game. There's a lot that kind of came out in the tail end of the Amiga's commercial life that actually I think are quite underrated. Even like Chaos Engine 2, which was a completely different game mechanic to the original. It was more of a rival kind of game. And I remember when we had the Mike Montgomery from the Bitmap Brothers on our show, he mentioned they only sold about 2,000 copies of it.
Worms DC for me was like one of the best titles for the Amiga. It wasn't underrated, but you know, you could add so many levels in there, customizations. You could turn it into a completely new game, and like people made all these crazy custom maps for Worms DC. That was really awesome. Felt like you know, user created content within the title. And I used to have all these South Park samples as well. So all the worms would change to like Cartman and Kyle and stuff like that.
Did you make your own maps in like Deluxe Paint and stuff then and just put them on?
Yeah, you can make them in Deep Paint and then you could export them out and play them on Worms. But it had loads of cool features as well in there. Stuff like Concrete Donkey and all these extra weapons that you get that you didn't have in the previous Worms games as well.
Yeah, Worms. Oh, Worms is so good. Thanks. I picked up when I was on my way back. I picked up a couple of things that I got at the Amiga 37, and I got Shadows of Surgoth from Double Sided Games. It's a really great dungeon crawler. And this is the game I was talking about before that I picked up called Connect. Really interesting puzzle game. A very difficult puzzle game. So I want to check this one out too. I want to play this one.
Is that new?
Yeah, it's brand new. I don't know if it came out at Amiga 37 Germany but it came out recently. It was like when you first walked in, they were actually like as soon as you first walked in, they had a booth right there. It was really cool. Yo, what's up, Zendar? Great to see you. Another thing I picked up, which for a moment I thought I had lost it, and I was like really upset, but I had protected it. I protected it inside my Shadows of Surgoth box. But another big supporter of mine, who is another incredible Amiga legend, is Chris Hulsbeck. A great Gianna Sisters composer. I mean, so many classics. A pity on the Amiga. He's got something called Lucid Dreaming. He's got an amazing Patreon as well. And Lucid Dreaming is an entire album of royalty-free music. So if you want to make...
Yeah, he's been doing quite a few royalty-free albums, and they're so useful if you're doing YouTube videos and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I can't wait. I'm going to use some of this now that I found the CD. I found it right before the stream. I'm like, yes, I didn't lose the CD. I'm not dope. I am, but...
I'm glad I'm not the only person that started buying CDs again recently. I've got into that in the last couple of years.
CDs are retro now. We're talking about You know what's really amazing? I think it was it 2020? It might have been 2020. In 2020, like I think it was the first time since 1985 when vinyl outsold CDs.
Yeah.
A crazy fun fact.
And I heard something here that in the UK last year, CDs had their biggest year of sales since like 2008 or something.
That was amazing.
So physical media is definitely for some reason coming back. I'm not sure whether it's just people want something tangible that can hold and they own.
we've got a store called HMV here, which is like the big kind of music store. And recently they changed, so the vinyl is in the middle of the shop.
Wow.
And it's kind of all in bins, and loads of people are coming in, just buying it there.
Yo, Prince Phase 101, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Prince Phase 101 does awesome coding streams. Live Amiga coding is amazing. So thank you so much for the raid. And Yuji Pella, thank you again for the raid, Yuji. You're such a big supporter of mine. I appreciate you so much. Yuji, I was on Yuji's stream, got interviewed by Yuji. Yuji also made, on YouTube, he made that popular Amiga video called like the greatest Amiga music mix of all time. That's Yuji's video. He's awesome. Nice. So thank you guys so much for the raids and all the support. Dr. Spooky, thank you so much for the follow. And you know what? I just opened up the Shadows of Surgoth box, and I can't believe I didn't realize how cool it is. It's got floppy disks in it. It's got a manual. It's got a compass. It's got a die. And this is cool. I'm so excited about this. Wow.
Crazy. I can't keep up with the amount of Amiga games coming out at the moment. And for years, like, a T-shirt wouldn't come out. Or there wouldn't be anything coming out for the Amiga, and now we've got hardware and so many games. It's really thriving,
and really good ones too.
Your video was really handy, Bill, as well. That one that you did like last year, I think it was, where you went through like 10 new Amiga games. So yeah, that was, I hadn't heard of half of the ones on that list.
Yeah, that's what I love about doing these streams every week too. Is like it really forces me to stay up to date on all the latest Amiga games, and I got to meet so many like cool game devs. Like Richard Spielschreiber, who did Reshooter. Now we're like buddies and we're hanging out at Amiga 37, and Michael Borman, like some of my favorite games. And I met these folks to Connect. They're super cool. I love the games. I'm psyched. I'm gonna be in a game. I was telling Alexandra today. I was like, I'm gonna be a character in a video game coming out from Adrian at.
That is cool.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, you have to rescue me from because he just sent me some cool artwork for the game. It looks awesome. It's called Cyberpunks 2. That's coming out in 2023. So that's super cool. She asked me, do you ever want to make a game? I'm like, I would love to make a game one day. Yeah, I'm still rocking the shorts. It's so funny. Like I always like when I get dressed for a stream, I'm like, I just have to worry about the top. No one sees the bottom. But then of course I always get up and someone sees the bottom. So yeah, I'm like, it's still like the temperature dropped here today a little bit, so it's definitely cooler. But I got so much stuff. In this room. Like it gets really hot in my office. I don't even have my heating vents open. I always close them in the wintertime because it just gets so hot in here. So I got the window open. I got my shorts on. I got my I got my slippers. I got my fuzzy slippers.
I'm the same in this room here. I haven't got heating in this room. It doesn't work. But I've got a Power Mac G5 next to me. And a couple of PRT monitors, put them on. The room's toasty in half an hour.
Oh, man.
Your electricity bill's going up.
Totally. You're still wearing shorts in Pittsburgh, Tony Rock. So, yeah. Reshoot Proxima 3 is going to be amazing. I played the demo at Amiga 37, and then Richard gave it to me to play on the stream a couple weeks ago. Oh, man. It's so good. It's so funny when people talk about, like, favorite... Go ahead, sorry.
I've tried Hoffman's new title as well, and that is just...
Oh, it's amazing.
Mind-blowing.
Amazing. Yeah. And Nightmare, like his port of Nightmare, that's so good. But it's so weird when people talk about, like, ask me about my favorite Amiga games. Like, some of the new games are the ones that come to the top of my head. And, like I said, like I love those shooter games, the reshooters and the Envias and the Nightmares. So there's so many. Turbo Tomato, like Dodgy Rocks, which I'm afraid to play because I get too addicted. It's like,
yeah, it's very addictive.
Nightmare is so good. I agree. Oh, Mixel's Lab. I can't wait for your game too. By the way, Mixel's his new game is coming out with the Scorpion engine. I can't wait. That your game looks awesome. Creeping me out, Hex Knight. I'm psyched. I'm psyched for that one. And thank you for telling me about the video, Dan. I need to start doing more YouTube videos. I got to force myself. It's hard, like doing the streams every week. I don't prepare for these streams as much as you guys prepare for your podcast, but still I put in prep. I put in prep for the streams because I want to have a plan. I want them to go smooth. I got to like download whatever games I'm going to play, download a new demo. So it takes a lot of time.
There's also 3 of us, Bill, so we can kind of split the load. It's just you.
True. Yeah, I know.
But you're right with YouTube videos. I mean, I think people that maybe don't make video don't realize how long they take. I mean, even my videos, which are nowhere near as well produced as yours, I mean, some of mine take 40, 50 hours.
Oh, easily.
To put together. And you try and do that around a full-time job and everything else. It's like, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I couldn't even do the YouTube videos when I travel for work, but I could still stream, so that was cool. And I just love the live aspect of the streaming. For some reason, like the YouTube worked well when I was with Anthony because it's like, oh, we're just 2 friends hanging out. That was the whole point behind the YouTube channel, is just to hang out with my friend. But when I'm sitting alone in a room, like recording a video, it's torture. It's so hard.
Yeah,
so
like there's something special about streaming. It's like having a kind of live audience there, and it's quite good. Sometimes I just stream and do it for company. When I'm like coding something or trying to work out something in Morphos or one of the operating systems. It's nice just to have people there, and sometimes they point out stuff when you missed it as well.
Oh yeah,
I can imagine when you're gaming, they're like pointing stuff out.
Oh, and my audience is way smarter than me. So like they help me out all the time. Yo, Rob Riz 65, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love the streaming too. My goal is, I was like, all right, if I have like 10 people watching, then it's like hanging out with friends at a user group meeting. That's all. So I was like, that's kind of like my goal to when I stream, is just to hang out with some of my friends, like a user group meeting. Oh yeah, Smash 1980 is a good point. Like the technology right now really allows you to do like top quality work, almost like a TV show, like right from a PC or a laptop. It's amazing. It's like I was able to do like these streams from a hotel room and entertain people, from a hotel room in a laptop. It's really really amazing.
Yeah, Bill, you don't mind if I just mention my user group the next meeting?
Of course not. That's what we're here for. Yeah, go fire away, dude. Hit it hard.
So we're doing the Robin Hood Amiga group, and that's on the 26th of November in Nottingham. And tickets are on Eventbrite or rhamiga.com. And it's a really chilled out group. We all meet, have some nice food. Often there's samosas and some good stuff to eat. People bring stuff, like we had a huge Commodore cake previously, and people bring their machines out. You've been to a couple of meetings, haven't you, Dan?
I mainly come for the samosas. They're really nice. Yeah. Oh, but you're right. I mean, yeah, you got a great community there, and I'm a member as well. So I come along whenever I can, and I think just getting advice from people, and there's like Pillock, who's one of the members, he's repairing my CD32 at the moment.
Yeah.
So just having people with that technical knowledge there who can do things that maybe you haven't got the skills to do. Yeah, meeting them in person, and they're such a nice bunch of people as well.
Yeah, we were talking about that before, how the power of user groups and like meeting in person and having that community. It was, back when I started WOG, that was really the only way to get in touch, was to physically meet. And we were super lucky. We would meet at a place called Software Link, and it was this really cool, it was a Commodore store in a place called White Plains, New York, and that was our home base. So, and that's where, that's how I learned about Amiga, because there wasn't that much online stuff. We had like CompuServe, Prodigy, like a few online resources, but it wasn't anywhere near like the community aspect of it that you got when you met together in the user group. And that's where we'd had all the PD stuff. That's where we would see all the new stuff that coming out. New Tech even came to our place and demonstrated the toaster before it came out. The user groups are just awesome, and now it's like, it's so cool to meet in person, especially I really appreciate it even more now, like after COVID. It's like the meeting in person is so important.
Yeah, Ravi's first when he started was actually just in between the lockdowns, wasn't it, back in summer 2020? And we all had to like sit outside for the first one, I remember. So yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, we had so many restrictions. Like,
yeah,
at one point I had like a laser temperature reader to read everyone in, and we had to stand in certain positions and stuff. But we got it going.
I know, it was crazy. I was talking about that with Ash last week, because she came to my house to do a stream before she moved out of New York. So I was like, let's just do this stream together before you move out of New York. And so what I did was, because we both got tested beforehand, but this is like in 2020, like fall 2020. So things were still like pretty dicey. And I actually bought a piece of plexiglass at Home Depot, and I put the plexiglass between us when we were streaming, so we didn't have to like mask up. It's like, I was like, all right, this is like, maybe it's a little extreme, but I want to make sure we're safe, and and we're going in front of a public audience, so I want to show everyone we're being as safe as possible. So it was the things you did, right? It was pretty wild.
It was really funny. We were like meeting in car parks at night and stuff, and giving Amigas across and this kind of stuff.
I gotta get to the Robin Hood group. I would love to come to a Robin Hood group or a Swag or a NAG. It's so cool that you guys are doing, and you guys are big. I think if I push harder, I could get WOG to be bigger. Unfortunately, I just have a lot going on, so it's hard for me. But Milo, I think I may be able to do a meeting this Thursday, Milo. So stay tuned. A virtual meeting, so that's cool. That's the cool thing about virtual too, though. Is like folks like Milo loves chocolate. You can come to my meetings, our meetings, and he would never be able to come to a real WOG meeting because he lives 3,000 miles away. So
you need kind of one of those, like the iPads that are on like a stem on wheels, so people can actually walk around.
A remote bill.
Yeah.
Totally. Oh, speaking of that, also I know David Pleasance, a good friend of all three of ours. He reached out to me before the stream, and he was saying that to remind folks that World of Commodore is coming to Toronto. It's a TPUG user group, which they might be even around longer than WOG. Like those guys are pretty amazing. They're like a real active Commodore user group, and they've got World of Commodore coming up. It's coming up in the beginning of December, and they're definitely looking for more exhibitors. So if anyone wants to exhibit or go to the World of Commodore, I think I'll find a website. I don't have a link handy. I just thought of it now. But yeah, World of Commodore, Toronto, TPUG, they're an amazing user group. They made that legendary video of people bringing a Commodore Pet into Starbucks. I think that was like one of the first like viral Commodore things I saw on YouTube. Those guys are awesome. So they invited me to go there. I know David's gonna go. They invited me to go. It's a little bit of a tough sell because I just came back from Germany. You know what I mean? But I would love to go, but I'm gonna be there virtually, so I'm gonna remote into the meeting, and I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it'll be fun. We'll have a great time.
I'm doing the same as well, bro. Yeah. They invited me to it, but obviously it's a bit of a trek from the UK. But I think I'm going to put together. It's actually on the day of my birthday, so we're away that weekend. But I'm going to prepare a little video for the attendees, so I'll be there in some manner as well.
Oh, here we go. I got it right.
I'd love to go to every Amiga meeting in the world, but that would be a tough ask.
Yeah. I really want to go to Amiga Ireland too. Oh man, I really want to.
Oh, Amiga Ireland is fantastic. Really amazing event.
Oh, it was an SX64. I thought they brought pets. I could have sworn they brought pets to Starbucks.
I remember seeing a pet video and stuff.
Yeah, the Mackie, they probably brought SX64s too, but they definitely brought pets because that was the whole gag, is that they were bringing like these huge machines into Starbucks. I'm gonna go AI Edvin. What's up, Edvin? Great to see you. Yeah, I know exactly, Nivrig. I need to save the brownie points for Amiga Ireland.
I think John Shawler's going to Amiga Ireland from Amigo's podcast.
Oh, very cool. He's a really nice guy. He almost came to the WOG meeting this summer, but I ended up having to postpone the WOG meeting, but he wanted to come to that too. I want to get to Boat Fest one day too. I love those guys. The Amigos are awesome. Those guys are awesome.
I'm going to try and make it to Amiga Island. We'll see. Yeah, but I love that event. It's really good, and like the place that they have it is in a small town, and everyone gets on. You can have a great time in the pub as well, and till late at night. And it's just
early in the morning.
Yeah.
There's a video on my YouTube channel if you want to see more about Amiga Ireland. I did one in the last one we went to in 2020. So I kind of filmed the weekend.
Oh, that's cool.
An overview of what that event's like. Yeah, that is a really cool event.
Yeah, I want to check it out. It looks super awesome. Yeah, here it is, World of Commodore 2022. It's physical and virtual. So Dan and I will be there virtually. Which day is your birthday? The 3rd or the 4th?
The 6th, but we're away that weekend.
Yeah,
so
got it. Understood.
Monday, yeah.
Got it. Awesome. Yeah, I'll be there via Zoom. So that'll be cool. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's on Sunday. Maybe I'll just do my stream. Maybe I'll do my regular stream. That'll be fun. I'll do my regular stream. The thing is, with a lot of these events, as you know, Saturday is definitely the strong day, because then you go out strong Saturday night and you're not as strong on Sunday.
Yeah. Always quieter on the Sunday, aren't they?
Yeah. Always quieter on Sunday. And even for exhibitors, like a lot of people travel to exhibit and they got to get back for work on Monday or whatever. I'm dropping the link to World of Commodore. That's the link to World of Commodore right there in the chat, folks. So definitely check it out.
You mentioned about
you guys tempting me to come to Ireland in the chat. I probably will in the end.
You mentioned about going to things virtually as well. I mean, I'm doing a little meeting with the Perth Amiga user group next weekend.
Oh, excellent!
Saturday. Yeah, doing it from here to their group. So that's going to be amazing. So yeah, it is incredible that you can do that now.
Wait, Perth in Australia?
The world. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. That's amazing. Do you have a link for that?
Just over Zoom. Yeah, we're just doing it over Zoom, so it's just going to be just chatting to the guys that are there. So I think I've got to do it like 9 a.m. our time, so we get the time difference right.
Oh yeah, I know. Oh man, when I was working in Australia, it was tough because it was kind of like, it was something like 16 hours in the future from New York or something like that. It's like really difficult.
That's some jet lag, isn't it?
How amazing is it that like Amiga Cami like watches my streams from Australia? It's like 6 a.m. on a Monday morning for her. That blows me away. She's awesome. Oh yeah, also I didn't do my Amiga news yet today, but Let me open up my Discord real quick here, and I want to show you Amiga, because I didn't do this before. Amiga news. Amiga Cami, her Amiga Game Jam is coming back. Amiga Game Jam 2022. Let's.
One of the first kind of people that I followed online was Amiga Kami, and she used to do like these amazing guides, and this was when no one was doing them as well, and they were like essential because you had to, you know, run software and she'd tell you exactly how to do it, and yeah, she's really smart and on it with the Amiga.
Oh, she's
Definitely.
amazing, and she's a great game developer. She knows so much about games, and her game jam is super fun. That was one of my favorite streams of the year. We did the Amiga Game Jam stream with
that was
myself,
great, yeah.
Cammy, Glenn's Retro Show, Hitch, and RJ Michael. I mean, that was incredible. It was so much fun. Oh, there she is. There's the Amiga Cammy. She's still here. She's amazing. I'm watching from the future. I hope all is well, Cammy. I'm so excited for it. Cammy, if you want to do another stream for Amiga Game Jam 2022, I'm in. I had so much fun. No pressure. I'm just letting you know I'm available if you want me to. It was so much fun. There you go. Nivrig. There's the itch.io link for the Amiga Game Jam. Yo, Retro Ralph, thank you so much for the resub. 32 months. That's crazy. Yo, Invent71, welcome to the stream. Great job with the Amiga art contest, by the way. Invent71, that was it was really cool, man. You guys had some amazing entries. It was super, super cool.
Yeah,
your
I
artwork is
enjoyed
funny.
that art competition as well. It was good to see.
Yeah, it was super fun. I came in late, unfortunately. I was working yesterday. I came in late, and but I was able to catch the photo compo, which was great. That was a lot of fun. Some really cool stuff.
Yeah, with Pixel Vixen as well. Good to see her, and I loved that they had Eric Schwartz doing some stuff like the classic, you know, Amiga artist there.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Eric Schwartz is one of the legends. I remember at our WOG meetings, like that was one of the highlights. Every month, if a new Eric Schwartz animation came out, we would play it on the Amiga. It was so cool. Yo, good night, Captain John Archer. It was a pleasure to have you here, and Amiga Sons. Y'all rock. I loved hanging out with you guys in Germany. It was so much fun. Captain John and Amiga Sons. It was really cool. Like they hung out with me after the Monday after the show, and we were playing with their Amiga Mini. It was perfect. And then we went down to the Flipper Arcade. It was so much fun. If they want help with the stream next year, I can help them out with the art streams, no problem. I would love to help them out. Yeah, 3.4. Yo, Invent71. We just been chatting. I don't have any more questions, but we had a great interview. I hope I enjoyed the interview. I had a lot of fun. We've been talking about the new Kickstarter campaign. As you know, Retro Hour is an amazing podcast. It comes out every Friday. They're over 350 episodes now, which means over 350 episodes. The beginning of every podcast starts with really cool news, a really cool news section about any really interesting things that are going on in the retro community. And then they interview a legend after that, a retro gaming legend. And now they have a new book coming out. Let's see, I can go to close this. Boom, close. Boom, boom, there it is. Open up my desktop again. They've got a new Kickstarter coming out with, they picked 10 choice interviews and they put those into the book. And there's going to be some exclusive interviews to the book as well. And there's also going to be some other material, some features that the guys are writing. Joe, Dan, and Ravi are writing about various things. Dan's writing about why he loves Amiga in 2022. Ravi's looking at different cultural differences between like US and IBM and the UK. So lots of cool stuff. I mean, look at some of the people they got. Oh, yeah, what is it? America's IBM obsession. I guess we were obsessed because IBM was here, you know. But look at this.
Yeah, and also like how it affected companies like Mac. You know, Apple were kind of obsessed with IBM when actually you had Microsoft coming up, and you know how that kind of changed a lot of the decisions, and also the whole collecting culture in there. When I went to America, I saw a friend who's got a private warehouse that's full of IBM prototypes and huge machines. So I've got some photos of some of the original boards. You know, there's monster hard drives that they used to have, like those huge ones with big plates on them.
About 5 megabytes of it.
Yeah, and all the old IBM monitors as well and stuff. And this guy, I've got photos of his warehouse, and it's just insane. Like, he had a radar system in there, like a full radar system, and he was like, if I turn this on, you know, the local airport's going to be really annoyed. So I won't. But yeah, and valve tubes. I think he had like just maybe 20,000 valve tubes or some insane amount of valve tubes all stacked up, and it was a proper mad professor's kind of lab. So and they talk about IBM prototypes, and yeah, should be interesting.
That's so cool. Yeah, we were lucky here because I said IBM was in my backyard, and we had the headquarters here, and then we had a really cool place called the TJ Watson Research Center, obviously named after Watson himself. And I remember they used to have competitions in the local schools for like best math student of the month, and then you could go there and like get a tour of the Watson Research Center. It was super cool. They were very involved in the community as well, and they used to work at IBM. Tony Rocks, yeah, like I said, so many of my friends, dads or parents used to work at IBM as well. So IBM played a really big part of my early computing history. Tony Rocks, oh, great to see you too, man. Happy birthday again, Tony Rocks, hitting the big 5-0.
Yeah, and this guy was really interesting, but he gave me a gift when I was in America, which was a Geiger counter, you know, one of those civil defense Geiger
like
counters.
Earthquakes.
Yeah, and he was like, you can take this on a plane. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to turn up with a giant Geiger counter.
Chance that with a TSA.
Yeah.
And so, Dan, like, what are you gonna write about, and why you love Amiga so much? Like, you don't have to tell me everything, but like, why do you love Amiga so much right now?
Yeah, well, in the article, it actually featured in Amiga Addict magazine. I did like a shorter version of it in there. So it's kind of an expanded version of that. So really, it's just talking about, again, the community, how incredible that is now, and just how insane it is that the Amiga seems to be more popular now than it was, like, you know, in the late 90s, which just blows my mind. But also that the amount of new hardware that's coming out, you know, even we've been talking about these new Amiga games here as well. It's just, if one new Amiga game came out in 2022, that'd be amazing. The fact that like 10, 20 have come out this year, it's got to be like more Amiga games now than have come out in any year since the Amiga's heyday.
It's crazy. I think for my stream recap in 2021 and 2020, I think it was over 30 games. It was crazy. It was insane. Yeah, and I feel like this year maybe there hasn't been quite as many, but a lot of big ones are coming out in 2023, like Reshoot Proxima 3 and so many good ones, like Mixel's games coming out, Cyberpunk's 2, and then you know, I think like Metro Siege will be coming out. I don't know if this is a 2023 release, but that's going to be mental. Like Metro Siege looks crazy. So many good ones. Black Dawn Techno Mage just came out. A really great one. Like these are like AAA quality games. It's cool. Roguecraft 2023. There's so many good ones.
And I think the fact that, you know, the Amiga's enjoyable to use as well. I mean, in the article, I kind of talk a bit about how everyone hates doing the taxes. But to kind of make it slightly more enjoyable, and so a focus on it as well. There's a bit of both in here, really. I generally compile my tax return on my Amiga.
Wow,
So,
no way. Wait, how do you do that?
Well, I kind of get the basics of it written down on there, then, you know, send it all to my accountants on Gmail. So I prepare it all on the Amiga first. So I did it on my CD TV last year. Just in Scribble, a word processor on that, wrote everything down, all my figures and everything in there. And then, yeah, had an audio CD playing. But I mean, part of that is because it's so boring doing your taxes. Doing it on my CD TV meant that, you know, there was no distractions. If I'm sitting here doing it on my Mac, on my PC, I'll get a Facebook message or a tweet will come in, or, you know, there's stuff that takes you away from it. It takes me 10 times longer. The fact that I could put a CD in my CD TV, sit there focusing on that one time, I got it all done in an afternoon. So, you know, there are positives to it as well as a novelty, and, you know, making it slightly more enjoyable than it would be doing it in Microsoft Office.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's a really good idea, Dan. I'm blown away that you do that. That's super cool. Yeah, it's so funny because I didn't really think about it that much, but I used to use my Amiga for productivity stuff, you know, back then, using Wordsworth, right? Wordsworth was great.
Yeah, I love Wordsworth.
Yeah, Wordsworth was great. And I used to do the WOG newsletter and PageStream. That was a really amazing program. I loved PageStream.
I used to have like a little converter, and I'd save stuff in rich text as well, and I'd end up taking it in and use cross to DOS. So the floppy would be, you know, a Microsoft one, and take it into school and hope that it would load up and load your essay in rich text.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I was talking about this in Amiga Addict magazine last month. That, I was a beta tester for Wordsworth. So I've got all my old discs. These are like alpha versions of like Wordsworth 5, 6, and 7. And yeah, I need to get these converted to ADF one day. But yeah, I was like 12, 13 years old. when I wrote off to them, and I
Wow.
said, I'll test out your software. So I remember sitting there before school at like 7 a.m. and just kind of going through an A4 form of paper, like ticking all the features they asked me to test out, whether they work for me and any bugs that I found in there as well. So yeah, I was a beta tester on Wordsworth and Digital Organizer as well.
I think was it Final Writer or Final Draft? I used to use that one too. Final Writer was really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Final Writer was you used Excellence. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Tony Rocks.
Someone's mentioned WordPerfect as well. I used to, God, that was a nightmare because you'd have the colors to select the, it was on DOS back in the days, and it'd be like a color for bold or a color for italics, and yeah, it was tough word processing back then.
Yeah,
WordPerfect came out on the Amiga, didn't it? Like a couple of versions.
I didn't know that it did, but I was on the old DOS WordPerfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely came out. Our friend Al Priest, he still writes the WOG newsletters for us every month. It's really amazing. But he's a huge WordPerfect fan, and he used to use it. I think that he used it for. There was a Bronx user group, Bug they were called, and they were a Commodore 64 user group. They had Amiga as well, but he used to use WordPerfect, and it was a big joke because when Microsoft Word came out, everyone's like, "Al, you're still using like WordPerfect on the Amiga?" And he's just like, yes, because WordPerfect. He's like, I'm boss, computer does. He's like, WordPerfect does what I want it to do. He's like, this stupid Microsoft Word stuff, it tries to think for me. I don't want that. He's like, I like WordPerfect. It does exactly what I want when I want.
There's no Clippy the paperclip in WordPerfect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there were so many pretty, and I think another thing that they did here in the States to try and make Amiga like more viable was that we had like the Amiga, the PC emulator, right, for the Amiga 2000. Yeah. So there was like one way to like sell it to like your parents or to folks like to make it not so much like a games machine. It's like, oh look, I can do like IBM stuff too on my Amiga. The bridge board.
What are those M-plant boards?
The M-plant board and the bridge board, yeah.
Yeah, but I could never get it to work. So.
Yeah, but I had one in my 2000. I had a bridge card.
Yeah.
Was it one of these?
Like GVP boards as well.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Mine doesn't work though. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to get this one working. When I plug it into my Amiga, it just doesn't boot.
Oh, that's
I've got it my A3000. It looks like it's all complete. I don't know whether it's a common issue with them or I see there's a real-time clock on there. Whether it's something to do with that, maybe.
Yeah,
it could be. So that's something I'm kind of working on at the moment. But it would be cool to get that up and running.
Yeah, Circle Discmaster was mine. Yeah, Amiga Live. What's up, Amiga Live? It's great to see you. We were talking about you before. How awesome you are. You recently discovered that FileMaster was written by Tony Weiland before Directory Opus. Interesting. Yeah, Discmaster. I went from Discmaster to Directory Opus. I used to love Discmaster. I still use it on my 500. It's really, really good. Yo, what's up, John Hertel? Great to see you, my man. We were talking about you as well and how awesome your boards are and how amazing it is that stuff like this is still happening in 2022. You rock.
Well, Directory Opus as well was just like essential for me.
It still is, man. I use Opus all the time. Opus is crazy.
I used to go to this independent store that had like kind of dodgy blank discs, and you'd go in there and they'd be like, discs are sold as blank, and you go in there with 50p, buy a couple of discs, and he'd just have this huge Opus installation.
Oh, wow.
And he'd be like, what games do you want? And then write it to the discs. Yeah.
I still use Directory Opus on Windows today, on Windows 11. Yeah, it's like,
There's a Directory Opus for Windows 11?
Yeah.
Wow.
Make it. I think it's version 12 or something it is now. So it's way better than Explorer.
It replaces the whole Explorer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I gotta look into that. I mean, I'm still on Windows 10. My computer can't handle 11, but that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it works on Windows 10 as well. Yeah, it's worth a look.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Ikai Padang. Thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate that. It's so funny. Sometimes I have a hard time pronouncing stuff on the streams. Oh, man. Yeah, Amiga Viking, I didn't know about Directory Opus for Windows 11 either. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, man. I'm still having fun, guys. This has been epic. This has been an epic stream. I usually go until like 6. I probably cap it at 6 p.m., which is in 40 minutes. I don't know if you guys want to play a game or something or hang out. Just keep hanging out. I don't know. Yo, Tony Rocks, thanks for hanging out, brother. Happy birthday, Tony Rocks.
But, why didn't you go through the Amiga News bill?
Let's do Amiga News together. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I put a link to Directory Opus in the chat as well. Some people have been asking for the Windows version.
Let me get a sip of water here.
Am I going to top up on caffeine? I'll be back in a moment.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, take a quick break. I can show you guys another cool demo. I'll get ready for the news, and I'll show you guys a quick demo. 1 second. Today is also my yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, today is my godson's birthday, so I want to make sure he got his gift. And let's see what else. Yeah, so you guys want to check out like another demo real quick? I could use a little water. Let's see. You know, I need to. Let's see. I got this. Boom, we got that. Okay, so we'll go through the Amiga news like this. That'll be good. I already got this set up, and then I can go here. Yo, Pixels at Dawn Gaming says Amiga forever and has resubscribed for 44 months. That's crazy. Pixel at Dawn, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you very much. And Amiga Addict rules. Yes, I got my Amiga Addict mug right here, brother. Love it. Oh, John, sorry, I missed the chat. What is the link that you dropped in there? Amiga News sounds like an excellent idea. Yeah, we'll go through some Amiga News when the guys come back. I can go to here. Look at, see, my Amiga went to sleep. I got another demo I can play for you guys real quick. Oh, that's Directory Opus. Thanks, John. Yo, Smash 1980, no worries. I'm gonna stream for another 40 minutes maximum. So if you look at VHS Cam, it's 5:23 p.m. here in New York, and I'll go to 6. I'll cap it off at 6. Level 10 Waffles is asking, how is the A500 Mini? Let's put Level 10 Waffles. I like the A500 Mini a lot. I don't have one, but I'm buying one. I'm buying one for Christmas for myself, because I really like it, and I think it's great. It's a great way for people who don't know Amiga well to get into it. It's just like plug and play into your TV. And there's another thing called WHD Load. I don't know how familiar you are with Amiga, but there's it's just a huge library of games with WHD Load that you can side load into the Amiga 500 Mini, which makes it really cool. And if you're real tech savvy, you can like hack it. You can hack it, of course, and just make it awesome. There's a thing called Pandora, which makes it so cool. So yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the 500 Mini. I like it. 11:30 in Central Europe. Predsay, thanks. Predsay, I really loved meeting you as well. It was so much fun. Let's see. I'll play this demo real quick. Okay, Ravi's back. The 500 Mini sold out over in Australia. Cool. That's good. That makes me happy. What demo was I gonna play? I see if I can remember the name of it. It's another. Let's see. It gets a little repetitive, so maybe we'll just check out the beginning of it. But it was really cool. I would love to play the one from the Electronic Nights, but it doesn't work on my, it's an OCS demo, so I need to play that one on my 500. Oh, I think it's this one. Zor Maybe. Yeah, Zor Maybe's cool. Zor Maybe's real cool. And let's see, I think I can get Ravi. I can probably get the guy.
Hey.
There he is. Let's see. You know what I can do? I know what I'll do. I got an idea here, Ravi. Okay, let me see. I'm going to go here. I'm going to make, the guys are back. I'm going to duplicate this scene. I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to, instead of having the desktop, I'm going to put my Amiga up there so we can watch a demo together, and we'll do the Amiga news.
Cool.
Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to do this on the fly, folks. So my desktop display capture, goodbye. Let's add a Magewell capture. Boom. Boom. There we go. I love it. Editing these guys in real time. Boom. Boom. Let's go to reset the transformation. Love it. Now I can crop in on it.
Hey, Beefoot.
You know, I should do that. Zor
Look at
maybe.
these skills. Live editing. I love
Yeah,
it.
dude. Right. You have to be able to multitask when you do these live streams.
Yeah, OWS is still a dark art to me.
Yeah. All right.
Well, it's OBS. That's
OBS.
Yeah. Invent71, I just want to say again how amazing your artwork is, and thank you for all your contributions to the Amiga community. Invent71, you know, he co-hosted the Amiga Art Contest with 10 Mark this year, and he's also doing the graphics for Reshoot Proxima 3, another one called Boss Machine. You're definitely one of the most inspiring folks in the community, Invent. You rock, brother. And I can't wait to have you on the stream again when Boss Machine and Proxima 3 comes out, dude. You rock. Riddler, what's up, Riddler? Great to see you. So this is Zor Maybe. Let me look up. Let me get a little information about it because folks are going to ask about it. Let me go over here to Poet. I love Poet. It's such a great site. And also, you inspire me to go learn more brilliance. I never got into brilliance.
I love Poet. It's really good. Like Amiga demo scene archives, quite good as well.
Ooh, I don't know that one. I usually go to like scene.org, but I don't know that one. Zor maybe. Where the heck did it? I gotta find. It's the only.
Modland is an amazing resource. Yeah.
Which one?
Modland, which is like the FTP with all the mods on it.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I also like Demo Zoo.
Yeah, Demo Zoo is good. Yeah.
All right, so this is Zor maybe. It's a dentro, so it's like an intro. It came in second place at DCrunch 2022, which is a great demo party. I gotta get there one day. But it's got a really banging soundtrack. So I figured we all been talking a lot, so let's just play a little demo and then we'll catch up on a few highlights of Amiga news. I can go back to this profile here. Boom, there we go, and we can play Zor maybe. All right, boom. Here we go. I think it's looping now, but it's awesome. It's a really cool soundtrack. I dig it. It's a cool demo. Zor maybe second place at DCrunch 2022. What's up, DJ Hoffman? Thank you for the awesome emojis here. Of course, you know we got the Hoffman emojis. You know we got the Hoffman community here, rock brother. Cool. Zor, maybe. I like that. That's a really cool demo, and that's OCS ECS one. Super rad. Dig it. You guys could hear it on your end, right, Dan, Ravi?
Yeah, really funky.
Yeah, I dig that one a lot. That's super cool. All right, so let's do a little Amiga news. Let's dial up the Amiga news section here. I haven't done it in a while. Amiga news with Amiga Bill. Here we go.
Amiga news with Amiga Bill.
There we go. Amiga news with Amiga Bill, Dan, and Ravi, and Ravi's cat. I wasn't prepared for this, so I'm just going to my Discord. You know, I always try and find some cool news articles and pop them into the Discord. And, you know, the backbone of my Amiga news is Indie Retro News, an awesome website. They're really up on all the latest news when it comes to gaming for Amiga, as well as all of the retro platforms. But let's start out over here. Oh yeah, he did have it on Indie Retro News. Let's start out with Amiga Cami. Amiga Cami has launched Ami Game Jam 2022. You probably remember the Game Jam from my stream. Amiga Cami is awesome, and she creates this competition, this friendly competition to inspire people to make games for the Amiga. So here is the article on Indie Retro News about Ami Game Jam 2022. And we can head over to the official website right here. The submissions are due in 5 months, 17 days. So the deadline is April 30th, 2023. And the theme is sword and sorcery. Ooh, I like it, Cami. That sounds really, really cool. I dig it. Amiga Cami's happy to announce that the next Ami Game Jam contest has started. This year, the theme is sword and sorcery, where you'll have the opportunity to create an original game for the Amiga. There's fantastic judges and prizes lined up. As usual, games can be entered in 2 categories: Classic, OCS, AGA, and Next Gen. So 2 categories there. And entries should be submitted by May 1st, 2023. So it gives you 6 months to get ready, which is super, super cool. No ports are allowed this time, original games only, and it should fit within the sword and sorcery theme. So what do you guys think? I think this is awesome. I love what Cami's doing here.
Yeah, getting new games on the Amiga and an excuse for people to make a project that people can play, I think is really cool. I think Cami contacted me the other day. I think I'm one of the judges this year as well, Bill. So
awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the games. Yeah, so really happy to be part of it.
I think games jams are always cool. Like they spur on people to develop, and they're always a good way to get some good quality stuff out of it. You know, maybe if it initially comes in a games jam, it might become something bigger afterwards.
Yeah, there's also the Blitz Basic Game Jam, which ended recently, and I'm a judge too. I got to get my votes in, but I was streaming some games from there last week. I'm going to do some more. Next week, I'm going to play some more of the games from the Blitz Basic Game Jam. And yeah, I agree. There's some really amazing stuff coming out of these jams. It's super, super cool. So I can't wait. I can't wait to see what comes out of Ami Game Jam 2022. I'm trying to remember my favorite one. The problem is there's so many games that come out for the Amiga. I forget like what comes from where. But there were some really amazing games that came out in the jam and the stream with Cami and RJ and Glenn and Hitch. That was super fun. So yeah, maybe Daniel will do a stream to judge the Ami Game Jam competition 2023.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
That'd be super cool. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm curious what comes from the sword and sorcery theme too. I'm wondering what qualifies as sword and sorcery. Maybe like a platformer if you have like a sword of Sodan kind of thing could be cool, or like a nightmare kind of thing. That could be cool too. Nightmare won the last one. Oh yeah, Nightmare. Oh, there we go. A Nightmare is amazing. Hoffman's games. Hoffman's sport.
Start with the Christmas games jam. I remember initially that Cami did.
Oh, it's maybe Amiga Cami. When was the first Amiga Game Jam? I'm curious. Wonder Boy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Acid Bottle did Wonder Boy. Exactly. Nightmare from Hoffman. Yeah. There's so many great stuff. So much great stuff. I love it. You guys should do a game jam thing. It's cool. Yeah, it's going to be great. So, Ami Game Jam 2022. I'm going to put the link into the chat for you all. Boom. Boom. And Acid Bottle said Wonder Boy is coming out next week. Oh, congratulations, Acid Bottle. That's so cool. Wow. Cami said it was originally a Christmas games competition about 15 years ago. That's insane. Cami, you rock. Keep up the amazing work. So I think the next thing to do in the news section, speaking of game jams, Zuper Dan, he was the host of the Blitz Basic Game Jam. He just released a new game called Luma, which looks super, super cool. I downloaded it. It's a puzzle game. Luma is a laser-based sliding puzzle game for the Commodore Amiga, where the goal is to connect lasers to targets of the same color by using mirrors to deflect the beam. Activate the lasers using batteries. Each level must be solved within a specific amount of moves. The game has 128 fun and challenging levels. This sounds amazing. This sounds super, super cool. Super Dan did the programming. The music is by Mike Richmond, who's awesome. Graphics by Simon Jameson. And the main menu background music by John Blythe. This game looks super cool. What do you guys think?
The graphics, that if you scroll up a bit, that intro screen there, the look of that, it looks like something out of Tron.
It really does. Yeah, I love that. It looks like it's very laser. Like it looks like a laser beam, and I love like the glow around the laser. The quality of these games is just stunning, Dan. Like the new games that are coming out, even like experimental games for a game jam, some of them are so fun to play. Like it's really incredible. So yeah, I'm super psyched for this one. And I don't play enough puzzle games, so it's gonna be cool to check this out.
I love puzzle games as well. They're some of the most frustrating genres because they're always like when something goes wrong, you know it's your fault. When you fail them,
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You can't blame the joystick, which I often like to do.
Exactly,
Except the monster joystick. I don't blame that one, of course. Anarchy Forever, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the stream. It is a pleasure to have you.
I like the copper on the text as well. You know, you've got that kind of two-tone on the text there. It's very like crack-troey, that text.
Even the font, the font's very demo scene, isn't it?
Yeah, very proper. I bet it's gonna be a cool game. We can play it later. I'll probably run out of time, but I'll definitely play this one next week. Next week I'm just gonna play a bunch of the new games because I'm behind. So we'll play the games from Blitz Basic Game Jam I haven't played yet. We'll play Luma. We'll check out Connect. So they'll be doing some puzzles next week. I better drink. I better have some Ginkgo Bilboa before the stream so I can use my brain. All right. So yeah, very cool. So I'll only drop the link to Super Dan's game. This is another thing I just want to say. It's a really cool model. This itch.io is super cool. So like anytime I play a game on the stream, I try and at least make the minimum donation. Even the game's technically free, just try and support the devs a little bit. And I think it's a great way for these indie game devs to distribute their game. And I've got a whole page, on my itch.io but my whole catalog of games there. I think this itch.io is really cool.
Good to have that digital distribution model. Like Tower 57 was one that I've got for Morphos, and they had it on itch as well, that you could buy the Morphos version there. Also, when they had like PC ports, that was on Steam. So it's kind of good to have this like independent, place where you can digitally buy an Amiga title.
Yeah, I think
we've all got compact flash cards and stuff these days, so it's easy enough to get them on, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a piece of cake. It's amazing how that's one thing I love about the 1200 and 600 is that like PC MCA port. It just pop that sucker onto a compact flash card from my PC, boom, and I'm good to go.
We thought they were useless back in the day, didn't we?
Totally.
We're going to use the credit card slot floor. I remember the
totally useless. Yeah, But now it's the key. It's a key component to my 1200.
Yeah.
Tower 57 is awesome. I should play some Tower 57 on stream. And mentioning,
it's a great title, really good. There's so many options in it as well with the different characters and like ways you can play it.
I love Tower 57, and it's so cool. I think it works on MorphOS and as well as next-gen Amiga, which is super cool. Devil's Temple is on itch. Oh, Devil's Temple's great. I love Devil's Temple, the new one from the Geese. Love it. But speaking of Tower 57, that takes me to the next news. As if you guys knew, the next piece of Amiga news. I have no idea how to pronounce this. Soverian Soccer, an in-development footy game for the Amiga's new footage. Now, I didn't know about this game until Amiga 37, and he was all the way in the back. It's Daniel. I don't know how to pronounce his last name properly. Muehlbauer. I think it's Daniel Muehlbauer, the creator of Tower 57. He created the port. I think he created the Amiga OS port of Tower 57, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
He's got a new game, and this is called Soverian Soccer. And before, guys, we were talking about connecting Amigas with null modem cables, and he had two Amigas connected with null modem cables there, an Amiga 57, and you could play this game head to head. And it's so cool because it's almost like a three-dimensional view. We'll read what Neil has about it here. He used to enjoy playing Sensible Soccer Kickoff. The upcoming Commodore Amiga game is Soverian Soccer, a game which the developer describes as a super formation soccer, like an SNES game for an unaccelerated stock Amiga 1200 or CD32 and compatible machines. So that's pretty amazing. And the way
it's crazy what they can do on stock Amigas now, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Usually the Amiga games are like above head, or you have like side on for like FIFA and stuff like that. But seeing it from this perspective, it looks like you're kind of in the middle of the pitch and you're kind of looking down onto the goals. I've not really seen a title doing that.
Check this out. It's so cool. And then the fact that it looks like you can do it split screen or head to head. But well, maybe not split screen. Maybe just a video split screen. Yeah, so it looks like he's got a WinUAE set up here with two different Amigas as if they're connected with a null modem. That's what it looks like.
Oh, that's so cool. And I love how it's called soccer as well.
Yeah.
Games had to be called soccer because of the Americans.
Totally.
Yeah.
We would know. We think football helmets. We think of Tom Brady.
And the alliteration, like sensible soccer.
Yeah.
Sensible football was catchy.
Look at the music and the graphics. This is crazy for a stock 1200.
Yeah. You know, and you said he did the Tower 57 ports. He must have some knowledge of how to optimize a title. Definitely.
Oh, there's already an old version of it.
Opacity that he's got on there as well. Yeah, this is a crazy perspective. And look, you've got animation with the fans.
Scaling, yeah.
Which is pretty amazing.
Even on the early FIFA games, the fans were just like cardboard cutouts and didn't move.
And this is
some animation in the crowd's quite nice.
And then you've got the copper at the back as well.
You gotta have the copper sky, right? Oh yeah. You can also change the ads on the board. That's crazy, Acid Bottle. Yo, the Cream Stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. I am joined by Dan Wood and Ravi Abbott from the Retro Hour podcast. We've been talking about their amazing new Kickstarter project all day. They're coming out with a book that is based on their podcast. Their podcast happens every Friday. And the beginning of the podcast starts out with Amiga news, and then the second part of the podcast, not Amiga news, it starts out with retro news, and then the second part of the podcast, they interview like a legend in the retro gaming community. And their new book is based on 10 of their top interviews that they've done on their podcast. You can do !book in the chat, or !retro hour in the chat, and that'll link you to the Kickstarter. The book is going to be absolutely epic. We talked about the podcast, we talked about the Kickstarter, and now we're just hanging out and going over some Amiga news, and we're checking out Sovarian Soccer by Daniel. I feel bad, I don't know how to pronounce his last name properly. Daniel Musner. Daniel Musner. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. And this game looks so cool.
I had one question about the Kickstarter, which was people were asking about customs and like fees with that. We're actually going to get the book printed and distributed within Europe, so hopefully that should avoid any customs charges and stuff that could incur.
And then we're going to send out the UK ones ourselves, aren't we? We're going to get a pallet shipped over from our printer in Germany and send them out ourselves here.
Oh, that's gonna. Your wives are gonna love that, having that big pallet in the living room, right? Shipping everything out. That's what Alexandra and I did.
Joe's agreed to it already. Check with his wife.
I think part of being an Amiga fan is having an understanding spouse. Yeah. It's key. Mine has given up every Sunday since March 2020. Oh man. There's Daniel's website. Thank you, Kevin. That's awesome. But yeah, I'm super psyched for this game. It looks fun.
That looks great. Yeah.
The perspective looks amazing. The graphics look awesome. Yeah, I'm blown away by it. Stock Amiga 1200, and it's going to be a great one for user groups. So when you guys have your UK party or your Nottingham user group, you can put two 1200s together as a null modem cable. That's going to be hot.
Yeah,
I dig it.
And I must admit, I get lost in more modern football games like FIFA. I don't even know which character I'm controlling. So this kind of looks about as advanced as I can get in terms of football games.
And there's so many buttons on these new controllers. I'm just like, I don't know what these buttons do. I only use one button. I only need two. I can handle two. I like two buttons, but that's it. That's my limit. Cut it off at two. All right, let's see what else we got here. Boom. We got Luma, Sovarian, Soccer. Oh, this is really, really cool. This is super cool. Red 41, The Silent Death. It's an Amiga game that was never released, and apparently these discs have been recovered, and they released them as ADF files, and so you can play this really cool game that's never been released before. I love when like things like this are uncovered. This is super, super cool.
Was it from like the 90s then? Was it like when the Amiga was?
Yeah, it's I don't know what year it's from, but it's from back in the day.
Nice.
Okay, yeah. Was he?
Danielle's... Looks very Shadow of the Beast at the back.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the video. And you can, yeah, Saberman, nice one, dude. You can also download the demo. Neil put a link to he's got links to the ADFs right in that news article. So that's super cool. Maybe I'll play this one next week. I'll play the demo. This is definitely one I had on the list of things to do. Oh, this looks good. Lovely graphics.
It reminds me of a game called Cyborg Justice, which was on the Mega Drive, where you had like different parts that you could add to your cyborg, and it had this kind of scream. Always like that idea of having a cyborg with weapons and stuff that you can kind of
that's
upgrade.
cool. Yo, Ash said hi. What is up, Ash? It's so great to see you. Thank you again for that amazing interview you did with me last week. That was super special. And Ash, thank you for... Ash, you are awesome. Like, you're promoting the Amiga in the retro community. You're bringing the Amiga to a new generation. We were talking about that before, about passing Amiga on to a new generation. And yeah, it's so cool to see you play Amigas every Saturday morning, at least Saturday morning here in New York, bringing Amiga to a new generation and introducing all those Nintendo kids to Amiga. Show them what's good. You rock, Ash. Thank you so much. Can someone shout out Ash said hi? She's incredible streamer here on Twitch, an incredible friend as well. And huge Amiga fanatic. You know, she grew up with an Amiga 500. She grew up watching her dad play Amiga 500, and now she's top Amiga streamer here on Twitch. You rock, Ash.
Nice.
This looks like a proper title as well. It's like, I wonder why it wasn't released.
I know, right? I guess it wasn't finished. I think it wasn't finished because I gotta learn more about it. I just saw this right before the stream, and yeah. Ash, you're a really good interviewer as well, too. Ash, we've been talking to Dan and Ravi today, who are, in my opinion, master interviewers. You know, they do the Retro Hour podcast every Friday, and they interview a legend in the retro gaming community. And now they've got this amazing Kickstarter. They've got a book based on 10 of their top interviews, and it's going to be a really cool book. It's got some exclusive interviews as well that you've never heard on the podcast before, as well as some special features from Joe, Dan, and Ravi. So super cool. And this game looks amazing, right? It's so funny. Before I was talking about hidden gems. We were talking about hidden gems, and Thexter was one of my hidden gems. And the character in this game reminds me a little bit of Thexter. Reminds me a little bit of Turrican, right?
Yeah, definitely Turrican vibes to it.
Well, you know, Mega Man and Shadow of the Beast mixed up.
All rolled into one, yeah.
Totally. It's cool. So I downloaded. It's a 2-disc. Well, I don't know if you call it a demo or it's a 2-disc work in progress. Not sure what it is, but I downloaded whatever Neil put here on the website and on English Amiga board. So yeah, I can't wait. Oh yeah. 1993. Look,
I wonder if someone will finish it off. You know, if it's out there now, it'd be cool if the source code made its way out.
That would be super cool. Yeah, and it was in an Amiga magazine back then, and here's the article. So it was a preview. It came really close to coming out, I guess. That is neat.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like how they had, like, in the background, broken mechs and kind of like, you know, statues and stuff like that.
Yeah, it looks super cool. I would love to learn more about why it was canceled. It was an alpha version of an unreleased Amiga game. Okay. Oh well, let's read this. He said that my name is Danielle Pompicelli. I live in the north of Italy, and at the time of high school, I was part of a software house called Digital Warp. We had 4 titles in development for the Amiga 500 and 1 for the 1200. They were Red 41, The Silent Death, Killer, The Mexican, and the Robo Gun. Although many years later, if you've had the pleasure of it, I've released the penultimate Red 41 version. Unfortunately, the last one has been demagnetized over time. Oh, that's brutal. So yeah, I guess maybe we'll head over to English Amiga board and maybe read a little bit more about it. But yeah, never released game, and it looks really cool. I dig it.
I love it when they're found games that never came out and like the discs or an old CD is discovered in a dusty attic somewhere and then it gets shared.
Yeah. It's really cool. I mean, it's about preserving history, right? And I think it's another reason why you guys do that podcast every week is to preserve the history. So like when a piece of history is uncovered and preserved like this, it's super cool.
Yeah, there's so many guests we've had on the podcast that basically say, "Oh, and there was this project that we worked on." We're like, "We've never heard of this," and then yeah, so much cancelled stuff out there that's amazing. And
I
a
actually
lot
managed to
of
get my
stuff-
hands on one of them as well. The CD32 version of Hired Guns that's out there.
Yeah, you've got
Yeah.
a copy, haven't you?
Well, it's out there for everyone now. There's a
Oh,
big
is
thread
that
on EAB, where people have been, kind of getting it up into running state now. So I do believe it's downloadable and playable now.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Amiga Live was a never released project. Oh, I didn't know that. Amiga Live, and then he never finished it. Interesting. Ash, I got your card here, Ash. Boom, and your awesome USB stick. Amiga. Oh, since 1996. I never knew Turbo Tomato was like an unreleased project. That's super cool. Thanks, Amiga Live. All right, let's do another piece of Amiga news here. Speaking of unfinished games, how cool is this? Nesso Games. We never had a great Street Fighter 2. I don't know what you guys thought of Street Fighter 2 on the Amiga, but these guys over here at Nesso Games have released a tech demo of their version of Street Fighter 2, and it's a what if Street Fighter 2 on the Amiga was ported properly. So this looks super neat.
It's mental, like.
Yeah, we've seen this one, haven't we?
Yeah, well, this is a little bit new. I think this is the final version. Like they finished they started working on it, and this is like their final version of the demo. It looks incredible, right?
The sprites are huge on this, and like, yeah, I think that they could have done Street Fighter so better. I remember seeing Super Street Fighter on the Amiga as well, and that ran so slow. But people cleaned it up and fixed the background a bit. But this looks like I don't know, Neo Geo or something like really high quality.
Oh, it's amazing. Yo, what's up, John Chuckaris? John said if I go to the end of the video, there's some extra modes. Oh, cool. Let's check it out.
Because it was weird, yeah. Street Fighter 2 was terrible on the Amiga. Mortal Kombat was quite a good port, though.
Mortal Kombat wasn't bad at all. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah.
Unless you had the pirated version and Sonya wouldn't work.
That's the one I had, yeah. She's like a square collection of pixels, wasn't she? Just flickering around.
Yeah. Did that deliberately. Yeah.
Oh, you meant the previous unreleased title. Oh, okay, got it, John. See, I'm a little bit late to the party there. Yo, BascoBug31, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the stream. If you're new to my streams, I'm Amiga Bill and I stream Amiga stuff here on Twitch almost every Sunday. I like to play classic games, new games, go over Amiga news, and my favorite thing to do is have guests on the stream. Last week I had Ash said hi, who was in the chat, and this week we have Dan and Ravi from the Retro Hour podcast on. They've got an amazing podcast that comes out every Friday, and now they have a new Kickstarter. It's a book based on their podcast, and it's a killer. !book in the chat will bring you to their Kickstarter campaign, and definitely go back it. The book is going to be a top quality product, and it's going to be a really important thing to back to preserve gaming history. So yeah, definitely go back the book. You won't be disappointed. So that's awesome. That Street Fighter demo is amazing.
Just a big thank you to everyone that has backed it during this stream. I think we've had like 6 in the last hour.
Excellent.
Incredible. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, cheers, everyone. Thanks for watching today, and thanks for backing the Retro Hours book. It's important. It's important to preserve the history, and you're gonna get a top quality product.
That demo of Street Fighter, one thing I noticed about that was how much more animation they had in there. Like, the characters actually felt a lot like characters instead of the jerky kind of animation that you'd have, or the few ones that you could have on the Amiga version.
The frame rate was really good. It looked really, really smooth. It was it's impressive. It just blows me away that people now are like, I guess some folks are older, more advanced. They learned, they become professional game developers themselves, or also they have time. I'm looking over here at Bitbeam Cannon over here in my Discord. Like, those guys got Metro Siege coming out. I mean, if I saw Metro Siege on Amiga 500 back then, my mind would have just exploded. And then we got also stuff like Dread coming out. Dread looks totally. John Chuckaris in the chat right now. He's working on Dread. John, I can't wait to have you guys on the stream, by the way. I know that you're doing a big Dread update, so when that comes out, I want you on the stream. It's going to be amazing. Dread looks crazy.
We'd have to get you on the podcast to talk about Dread. That's like such an amazing title.
Oh yeah, you guys. I think you guys mentioned Dread on the podcast before, right? In the news section.
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, it's one of the most impressive things I've ever seen an Amiga do.
And the fact that it also works on the Atari as well is just wicked.
Yeah, it blows my mind what people are pulling off with the Amiga these days. Speaking of great stuff, this game is fantastic. Black Dawn Techno Mage. I was a beta tester for it. And it's coming out. It's out now. It's been released digitally, and here's the physical edition. I mean, look how amazing this physical edition is. I know, Ash, this is one of the games that I was telling you about, one of the new Amiga dungeon crawlers. It's super, super fun. Really, really well-made game, and the physical edition is gorgeous, as you can see. I love Black Dawn Technomage. I'm not even a big dungeon crawler guy, but like when I played this game as a beta tester, I loved it. And then also with Shadows of Surgoth, there's some top quality dungeon crawlers coming out. So Black Dawn Technomage now available. Let's take a look at the trailer.
Remember when you used to just get like, you know, a disc and a photocopy manual?
Yeah, right? I mean, these are like top-notch releases, like some of these physical editions.
Yeah.
Bitmapsoft with the coming on strong with the intro. I like it.
Pretty 80s heavy metal
Yeah,
style.
I dig it.
Yeah, good explosion in there.
Oh wow, this looks nice.
Oh, it's good. Yo, Ratty Allen, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, Ratty Allen.
Reminds me of High Guns a little bit.
Yeah. Look at those enemies. That's so cool.
A cyberpunk version of High Guns.
Wow, yeah.
That's a cool trailer. Yo, Super Dan, we were talking about you before. We talked about your new game. It looks awesome. I'm gonna play it next week.
Kind of has that little feel of the first-person shooter sections in Jurassic Park as well.
Oh, like Captive as well. Yeah, totally. That looks great. Black Dawn Technomage. Here's the news article from Indie Retro News. Boom. And here's the official Black Dawn Technomage website. Boom. There you go. Time Slip 1974 is great. He's in my chats all the time. I think he might have been here before. I think he might have been here earlier. But yeah, it's so good. Yeah, Ratty Allen, thanks. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Peter Hatustin, I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. It's great to have you here as well. Welcome, Politis. Great to see you. Chockablock, how's it going, Chockablock? Wow, lots of first-time chatters here. I dig it. It's so hard to end these streams because sometimes they start picking up steam around 6 p.m. I love it. Well, welcome to the stream, everyone. If you're just joining, I'm Amiga Bill, and I stream Amiga stuff here on Twitch almost every Sunday. Play classic Amiga games, new Amiga games. We do Amiga news. There's so much happening in the Amiga community these days. It's hard to keep up, to be honest. So we do an Amiga news section every week. And my favorite thing to do is have guests on my stream. Today we were joined by Dan and Ravi from the Retro Hour podcast. It's a weekly podcast about retro gaming. It is top retro podcast in the world. And now they've got a new Kickstarter coming out. It's a new book based on 10 of their biggest interviews that they had on the podcast. It's so cool. The book looks awesome. Yo, thanks for all the follows. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Cool Dude, for Dark Souls. I love some of these names. They're so much fun. Oh man. Oh, Invent71. You hope that we do more streams like this? Yeah, maybe one day we'll just do a stream, all three of us together, just like playing Amiga games and checking out Amiga news.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. You know, one of the other things, you know, that I didn't mention before, we were talking about like the success of your podcast and what makes it magical and like the secret sauce. For me, it's also the fact that there's three of you and the chemistry between you. And if, like we were talking about, it feels like you're hanging out with friends, and I think that's the key part of it, because you guys have people to talk to and bounce ideas off of. Like when I'm doing my streams and I'm all by myself, I kind of look to chat to help me out. But when there's someone else on the stream, you can have a conversation. It's so much cooler.
You're kind of talking to a screen, aren't you?
Yeah.
Really, but with other people, it's nice to have that kind of back and forth and bounce off each other.
Totally.
Yeah, and 3 feels like a good number for a podcast. I think sometimes you can get too many and you feel a bit like, who's that talking? I think 3 is probably like the golden number.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Number.
The magic number, yeah.
Oh man, well I think that's all the news for this week. I'm gonna play some of these games. Next week I'm gonna play Luma by Zuperdan. We'll check out the Red 41 unreleased Amiga game, which would be cool. Maybe we'll throw up some Street Fighter 2. That would be rad. And I'm gonna check out Connect. We're gonna check out Connect and a few games that I didn't play from the Blitz Basic Game Jam. So that's super cool. Yo, what's up, Suspiria72? Great to see you. Thank you for the kind words. I'm so glad everyone enjoyed the stream. I had a blast too. I had a super fun time. Do you guys want to watch the Kickstarter video one more time to close it out?
Yeah,
sure. Why not?
Let's do it. Let's watch the Kickstarter video, close it out properly, so you guys know what their new Kickstarter campaign is all about. Do !book in the chat or !retro hour. Close. Let's see. Do it right now. 'Cause I don't know where it went. Now we're back. Now we
And Bill, thanks so much for having us on. It's been really good fun.
Oh, my pleasure. The pleasure's been mine, guys. And thank you for having me on your podcast in the past too. And thanks for all the support of Zach. And then when you had me on for the Guru Meditation, I really appreciate that, guys. It's been awesome. Most importantly, it's just been so much fun, like hanging out with you today, and then meeting you, in person at Amiga 37 and Ravi here in New York. It was so much fun. Oh, that's the best part, is making new friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Bill, thank you so much for having us on, and thank you everyone that's asked us questions and back the project as well. I mean, like we mentioned before, it's a Kickstarter, so it's kind of we've got 27 days left on it. It's make or break. If we hit the target, we'll make the book. If not, it won't happen. So we appreciate it's a very difficult time to launch a Kickstarter, but thank you to everyone that can support the book. And we know you're going to love what we've done, because we've really put our heart and soul into this over the last year. So we appreciate the opportunity to come on and talk about it, Bill.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, and if someone, I guess if they can't, because it is hard right now, things are really tough. If someone can't afford the full book, you can still pledge without a reward, right? So you can just, chip in a couple bucks if that's what you got.
There's an ebook there as well.
Yeah,
an ebook version.
Yeah, or you can go for the ebook. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so. Lots of great options. So let's check out the video one more time, and then we'll close out the stream.
Hello and welcome to the Retro Hour podcast. I'm Dan Wood.
I'm Ravi Abbott.
And me, Joe Fox.
And this is what we've done every week now for 7 years, giving you exclusive access to the biggest names in video games. The podcast comes out every single Friday, but we're here today to tell you about our most ambitious project today, and this is a big one.
Oh, God, absolutely. So we've been doing this now for the best part of a decade. We've been doing it for just over 7 years, interviewing some of the world's biggest and best video game developers every single week on our podcast, The Retro Hour.
And we're super excited to bring you a premium quality book. We love our books, and we've created a collection that only we can do.
Now, that's always been the reason that we've done this podcast. I mean, we love talking to each other and bringing you the news every week. But really, the reason we started this podcast 7 years ago was to bring you the stories of the people who shaped the industry, the people that ran the companies, that made the games that we grew up playing. And it's been a difficult task. We've done over 350 interviews, but we've picked 10 of our favourites to feature in this book.
Yeah, so we're going to bring you 10 of our favourite interviews. And these interviews are with developers from all around the world. We're also going to bring you free exclusive interviews that are available only in the book and not on the podcast.
Yeah, and as well as that, we've also got artwork with the amazing David Rowe. You might know him from Nightmare, James Pond, loads of other games from back in the day. He's going to be doing exclusive, amazing artwork for the book as well, which just looks absolutely fantastic.
So that is what we're aiming to deliver with our first book, The Retro Hour, The History of Video Games from Those That Made It Happen. Now, if you listen to the podcast, you know that we do try and really put an effort into that kind of polish, that professional standard in the show as well, and we're hoping to carry that over into the book. And I think this book's going to be interesting for anyone who has an interest in video games, an interest in business, wants to learn a bit more about how what is now the biggest entertainment industry in the world was shaped from the people who actually made it happen.
And you know what? We are beyond thankful to be sat here today doing this. Like I say, we've been doing it for 7 years now, independent. Dan has said it as well. The biggest thing we've probably ever done for the podcast, other than the actual podcast itself. And it's absolutely amazing that we can sit here, and it's because of our fans, our listeners, the guests that we've had on, that we can now do this, and we just love for this to happen and for you guys to allow it to happen as well.
So the Retro Hour, the history of video games from Those That Made It Happen, is of course now live on Kickstarter. We've put so much work into this. We hope you'll enjoy it. We know you'll enjoy it, so please show us your support. Thank you.
Greetings, Clint from LGR on YouTube here, and just wanted to say congrats on the book. Look forward to seeing how that turns out. I always think it's cool whenever a bunch of interviews and knowledge and stuff from podcasts or whatever is condensed down into a more digestible form like that. So yeah, looking forward to it. And just a bunch of cool dudes there. It's been fun being on the show a couple times over the years. Just always enjoyable hanging out, talking retro, talking life and collecting and whatever else. Yeah, just congratulations to y'all from me.
The Retro Hour is one of the best retro podcasts out there. The variety of the guests they have, the quality of the interviews, and the loveliness of the people behind it just make it essential listening every week. There ain't much more else to say. A cracking bunch of lads.
Hi, I'm Nostalgia Nerd, and I've listened to the Retro Hour podcast for literally years. It's one of my favourite podcasts. So when Dan told me they were doing a book featuring some of their work, I was excited, and I still am excited. I'm going to back it. You should back it. This sounds amazing. We all need to get on board with this. Do it.
Oh, hello, Chip Dippers. Perifractic here. I'm just taking Kit Esler for a drive down Nostalgia Lane, and it occurred to me to mention to you that the Retro Hour is by far, by an absolute mile, the very, very latest podcast that I've listened to. But it is also super cool, and it's actually really important to keep documenting all of this retro stuff for our kids and for our kids' kids. Probably for our kids' kids. You get the point. Either way, back now. I'm going to back out now. See ya.
The Retro Hour podcast. It happens so often when I'm doing my history videos. I end up finding interviews that these guys have done with the developers. It makes my videos so much easier. These guys are an incredible resource when it comes down to video game history preservation. I adore what these guys do, and I actually featured on the podcast as well, so
Great stuff, guys. That was awesome. Good luck with the book. Praying that it gets funded, because I want the book to happen.
Everything.
Yeah. And I know it will, man. I know it will, because it's going to be a top quality project and top quality product, and you guys got a great community behind you as well. So yeah, we'll do everything we can to make it happen for you guys and for the community, because that's the most important part, man. Preserving this history for the community. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. There's some great tiers. Exactly, Ratty. Some great tiers. Amiga Cami says that, yeah, captions can't compare to printed books. Very, very true. Jawwolf, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it, Jawwolf, and thank you for all your support. It's the perfect Xmas gift. You know it. Invent. I need those sunglasses that Perifractic had. That was pretty rad. Oh, Cal64, you're welcome. Thank you for all your support, man. I appreciate it. Yo, Beak Nuke Dave R. Thank you for the resub, Dave. Great job with your user group as well. You know, we're talking about Amiga user groups in the UK, and yeah, it's just awesome. Night Shift, thanks for hanging out, and I appreciate it. You were awesome to have you here today, Night Shift. I appreciate it. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, guys. I'm gonna look and see if any of my friends are streaming. We're gonna do a raid, and we will take it to the hot tub as usual. Yeah. Oh, Dan, Robbie, any parting words?
Thank you so much for having us on, and yeah, I just can't wait to hold it in my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
We're talking about the book there.
Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much. Oh, what can we expect on upcoming Retro Hour podcast?
Well, we've got our one of our biggest episodes of the year coming up, which is our Christmas quiz. That's, I can't believe it's only about a month away now. This year's gone so quickly.
Dan's got to write the questions, so
yeah. So we do that every year. A bit of a special episode where we get a bunch of people together, and yeah, we just have a bit of a Christmas quiz and have a few drinks and stuff. That's always one of my favorite episodes, apart from doing all the work beforehand. But yeah, that's something to look out for.
Another one I'll mention. I'll just say Abe's Odyssey. We might have some stuff about Abe's Odyssey.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I'll tell you what, guys, we're gonna raid. I see Amigos Retro Gaming is live right now, and those guys also have an amazing podcast. I love Amigos Retro Gaming. They were like, they started their YouTube channel around the same time Anthony and I started ours, and they do top quality streams, top quality YouTube videos. Boat and Aaron, they're awesome. And let's see, yeah, Aaron's streaming right now, so let's go give those guys some support. Definitely follow Amigos. They're really, really fantastic. It's an amazing channel. Yeah, they rock. They're an amazing channel, and they deserve 1 million followers. So go give them a follow and give them a lot of Amiga love, man. Thanks, Dan and Ravi. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Bill.
You guys rock.
Thank you, everyone.
Awesome.
Yeah, you too.
All right, cheers. We're taking it to the hot tub, folks. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Next week, we're going to get into it with some of these new Amiga games. We're going to check out the demos and the new games. It's going to be awesome. So I'll see you all next Sunday. Until then, enjoy the hot tub. Thanks for watching. Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers.
Shine